Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It is semi-finals time. Of course, yesterday it was the promotion tournament. We now have our teams locked in for the summer split of the LPL coming up after this. Very exciting stuff, of course, saying hello to EDG and goodbye to M3. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi once again. Yesterday was an interesting day, but not a whole lot has changed in the LPL.
Yeah, nothing's changed from yesterday. I mean, welcome back HYG and EPA. They both put on pretty good performances. Young Miracles got pretty close, but you have to say that comprehensively beaten in that game number 5, so a well-deserved spot has been reclaimed there. And I think that just shows that the gap between LSPL and LPL is starting to at least grow a little bit. I think that EDE is the exception because they have so many ex-LPL players and just a strong organization behind them, but it is kind of indicative of how we feel the LPL is going right now.
Yeah, it's very true. And I mean, it was good to see some hard-fought victories. HYG, I'm a little bit worried about, of course, didn't do so well in the LPL this split, and hopefully they can go away, train up a little bit. There was a lot of promise shown and a lot of adaptation that was really good to see from the team in their first best-of-5 series. Going to 5 games, I mean, that's difficult to do irrespective.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, they were able to pull it out, and they did it with a little bit more of a standard team composition. You feel like they were just able to scale up. Gosu had a very good game, number 5 on the rise, and maybe Young Miracles, they went into the bag of tricks, like reached over. They pulled out a 30-minute team composition and couldn't make it work in 30 minutes, so unfortunate for them.
Yeah, unfortunate. But look, the cannon looked fun, didn't quite work out. But ladies and gentlemen, it is semi-finals time. We are going to be starting with WE taking on RNG. This match could go for a long time, Spawn.
Maybe.
I think.
WE might. RNG generally smash people in the first 15 minutes and get ahead and then run over the top of them. So I don't know about that. If RNG play their style of League of Legends, we might be done and dusted in 60 minutes because the one thing you will say about WE, they took out Vici. Very impressive performance. I don't think many people thought that would happen.
I certainly was included in that.
After Vici ran over the top of LGD, they got that game buffer. They put them on match point straight away. Vici looked fantastic. People were like, this is finally the return. Easy Hoon, Dandy, Lung. How can this team not be great? Then they run out into, like, what, 957 Xie Mystic and get decimated Atlas. And you must have, like, you're either a madman or a genius if you call WE for winning that game.
Says Spawn.
Yeah,
who called it.
No one else did. But I just think that WE, they're always going to be that team's thereabouts because they have such flexible, they're a mercurial team, I call them. They can win out of top lane, bottom lane, mid lane. And we really did see that in their matchups against Vici. I mean, Xie in the mid game on like Corky
and
was
Karma,
two-shotting
3 games?
people.
Like, what the hell?
But he's Corky. Like, he went from playing utility Karma, right? Running around, speeding people up. They were playing Karma Kindred. Very cute composition. I actually like it a lot. The empowered shields just do so much within that Kindred ulti. But the Corky went from being like utility to hard carry Atlas.
That was ridiculous. Like, I just have that one memory of the Valkyrie in the mid lane after he picks up a static shiv on Corky, not necessarily your standard item on the champion, and then mows down a Sivir as if she's grass under his lawnmower. Like, it was disgusting to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was. So, as you mentioned, we saw 3 similar compositions out of them that were Karma and Lucian or Sivir. You know, hyperscaling AD carry that does a lot of late game, mid game damage with Karma, who does a lot of poke damage and keeping them nice and healthy. We've seen a lot of Lissandra top out of this team, WE, which is different. You know, a little bit more carry feeling, a little bit more team fight feeling, and they are a good team fighting squad. Across the other side, however, you have RNG. And this is a team that it has a 10-man roster, has been using 6 players fairly recently. Name has been starting over Whoosh. Would be interested to see if that is still the case today. I suspect it will be. And, you know, Lupa, Marta, MLXG, they're doing great things. And Tiny, the little tiger in the mid lane, Qiao, who has started to step up as well and turn into one of the carries for the team. So they're an exciting squad to watch. Yeah,
and I'm actually really excited looking at the bottom lane here as well because Marta has been very outspoken. Of course, you know, give me the Alistair, I'll win you a game. 16 games on it already. This guy has been picking up the heavy engaged supports and smacking people in the face, but now he's got 0 over the side. And last time we saw these two teams match up, it was a 2-0 victory for WE. Do you think that bottom lane is going to have a lot to do with this?
Yeah, it certainly will be, and I think that they'll frustrate them because they are a very passive bottom lane, and you know, if you're ever going to see it, as we do actually take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, so this is going to be the semifinals. We are up to that 3rd stage. Unfortunately, Snake falling to EDG in swift 3-0 fashion, as it was WE taking out Vici 3-1 after that first round. And now, RNG to take on WE first, and EDG versus QG next. The final in about a week's time after that.
And you know, Atlas, after China's disappointing Worlds run, everyone was like, it's a rebuilding year, victory or nothing. As we take a look at today's matchup, as we said, kicking it off with RNG versus WE. That is Name. No one else changing there, however. So
yep,
standard roster.
Still standard.
And it's going to be Uzi.
Yeah, it is going to be Uzi, but who's there in the mid lane? That does not look like Dade.
No, that looks like Mordred.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that is the case. What I wanted to say is, we're talking about EDG versus Snake. So after Worlds, everyone was like, crap, like China needs to rebuild. They really need to start doing it. And victory or nothing became the new motto. Like lots of pressure on the Chinese LPL scene. And everyone was like, the gap is finally closed. Look how close Group B is. A's a little bit of a whitewash. Then that got really close as well. Yeah. Even LGD, the 4th place team, people were like, they could potentially win it all. Like the LPL is so close. Snake 3-0 Invictus Gaming. Smash them. Like
it was
a
disgusting
shellacking.
To watch, yes. A
EDG,
shellacking indeed.
Tied it up Snake in 60 minutes in a best of 5. Like people would have missed dinner dates. Like if you were like, oh, sorry,
I went
mate.
back and casually watched that one. It took me an hour. Yeah. That's not a best of 5
sorry,
series.
Mate, can't come out tonight. There's a best of 5 League of Legends thing happening. It's going to probably take 5 hours. It's like, oh yeah, no, what were you doing again? I'm ready.
Never mind.
Pick me up. Because EDG are red hot right now, and QG, from what we've heard, are in a little bit of disarray. I hope they pick it up because they can be the best team in China. But EDG, once again, the cream rising to the top of the milk, and it's going to be interesting to see. Like, I think RNG can go with them. That's why I really want RNG versus EDG in the finals. But WE, QG, on their days, can beat these teams.
And I think the beautiful thing about watching EDG versus QG sort of has a lot to do with that bottom lane as well. I just want to remind everyone that Def did 43% of the damage of the team. One of his games on Lucian picked up the MVP for it, 7-0-5,
I think there was a game
the guy's playing out of control.
Hang on a second. If we're talking about out of control damage, I think Mystic had a 51% damage game in one of these games fairly recently. So 80 carries at the moment are doing a lot. It's because of utility mid laners. When you look at the fact that junglers are going to be your second primary source of damage, when you have Graves and Kindred and Nidalee, things like that, you're going to have tanky top laners like Echo, Maokai running around Summoner's Rift right now. And then like the likes of Karma, we've even seen Zillion internationally. There's not much damage coming out of the mid lane position at the moment, but a heck of a lot of utility. So 80 carries are just set up for this great success. And when you're playing Lucian Sivir pretty much exclusively in a region, they do a lot of AoE damage. So you understand where the damage from the ADs are coming from. People are hyping them up. I like when we hype up 80 carries. They're a very exciting role. What you have to realize is that they're getting a lot of tools thrown their way.
That is a very good point. And look, if I think back to it, it was Pawn actually playing the tank Echo in the mid lane, which has been rising to popularity just a little bit. We are going to go over the RNG lineup here. It is going to be Looper, MLXG, Xiaohu, Name, and Mata. The standard roster at this stage, of course, with that switch out of Name in favor of Whoosh. And there's Looper towards the top side of the map, and he's been favoring the Echo. We'll see what he goes back to. The man is definitely a fantastic Maokai player, always has. And we have seen a resurgence of the tree.
Of course, we haven't seen this team in about a week and a half, however.
Exactly.
So, will be interesting to see what they pull out. MLXG, Gragas games in there, but lots of Nidalee, lots of Kindred. This guy can carry from the jungle position.
Yeah, most of the bans that they've received has been that Nidalee as well. So MLXG definitely getting focused out. As there's Xiaohu, the Shurima specialist, either going to be playing it or playing against it by the looks of things.
No, he plays Varus into like quite a lot actually, and Name there in the 80 carry position. A lot of Sivir. He is a team fight utility 80 carry. You can see the 27% damage share. Xiaohu they do rely on a lot to get that down.
Yeah.
I just think Varus is a great overall pick for this team because he follows up long range initiation so well.
And for Xiaohu as well. I mean, this man was a Xerath player in the past. He's very, very comfortable with that sort of poke style, sit back and just land skill shot after skill shot. So was sort of where we saw him start his career. That is going to be RNG, though, the team sitting on the upper side of this bracket, of course, finishing first in this group, getting themselves a couple of weeks by, and we'll see how they've been practicing. As WE, this is a team that has ran the gauntlet a little bit. I mean, they have at least taken down Vici.
Someone needs to tip water on Qiao, because not only is he jumping around everywhere on our screen, but he was yawning. Someone wake that dude up. We jumped over Mata, unfortunately. Yeah. And Mata is a superstar of RNG right now. Teams up with MLXG very well. Unfortunately, guys, a little bit of technical issues. So we may as well just run through the lineup
let's do that.
WE.
Yep, 957 there towards the top lane, of course. Condi, sort of the superstar in the jungle here for WE, is, of course, it is going to be Qiao there in the mid lane. We are actually...
We're going to get him. There we go. So 957. This is my man. The flexible top laner, one of the few left Atlas, can play Lissandra.
The flexible team.
Can play Poppy, can play Echo. He has a very good champion pool on the current patch.
Well, it certainly does. Condi as well. I mean, you can see there's lots of carries towards that match history, but he does not shy away from the likes of Gragas, of course, the Rek'Sai, the Elise, things like that. And Qiao, triple Karma games. Just, who cares? He's the best.
Yeah, Karma is actually really strong on the current patch. I like Karma a lot, and it buffs up this person on your screen. Of course, Korean bottom lane for Team WE. It is going to be Mystic and Zero. Zero and Mata are no strangers to each other. Have bumped into each other at some big events in the past, Atlas.
There was a certain world championship that they were playing in the grand final. Yeah, I believe that sort of happened.
Mata put on a clinic in that particular game, but Zero would be looking for revenge. And
yeah.
He's kind of the leader in more ways than one for this team. He plays a lot of the initiation, also plays Peel when they need it. I love the fact that he went back to Thresh and showed that he was still a great Thresh player in their last game. I think that Zero can dictate the pace of this, because if he can hold down Mata, which is a very hard job, guys. Like, I'm not saying that he can do it, but I'm saying if it does happen, then it puts us on a very even playing field.
That is very true. We are going to have a look at the stats comparison here, as RNG definitely up there on the KDA ratio. They have won a heck of a lot more games, but kill participation is an interesting one. The fact that they do have a little bit more than WE, a team that does like to team fight a lot.
Yeah, it's because they get out of lanes a little bit earlier. As you can see, everything else pretty even. We are at the business end of the season, but it is those little millimeter bonuses that RNG have. That's why they've been a little bit more successful as a team. However, it is important to note that when they played head-to-head, WE were able to step up and take those games. And they have beaten some classy opponents throughout the year, WE.
Yeah.
And, you know, for a team that rebuilt, they've done so quite quickly and quite successfully.
Yeah, and they've certainly actually cleaned up their early game here as well. I mean, we saw in the series against Vici, they weren't falling catastrophically behind in the earlier stages, which is what we were seeing when they were losing matches, is the fact that WE weren't able to hold it together, get to that good team fighting stage where they are able to coordinate together.
Yeah, well, it's just that I think the meta's starting to favor them a little bit more, because a lot of the time, like, we still see aggressive junglers, but we're seeing so many, we're seeing the ability to leave standard lanes so often, especially for someone like Mata, someone like Mako, get around the map and just influence. And what that meant is that if they made one mistake in the early game, they're quite a young team, then they were falling into these holes, and they kind of had to, like, just buffer up and try and get towards the late game. Now, because it's kind of predictable lane swap meta or very extended laning phase, if you have something like an Ezreal that you're trying to get towards that 2-item spike, WE just look much more comfortable in the current meta. And I don't know if it's because they've adapted, and I think a little bit has to be that, but we've also slowed the pace of a game a little bit because death timers are so punishing.
Yeah, it's very, very true. We are going to jump into Champion Select, though, ladies and gentlemen. RNG starting off banning out Qiao, which is very, very difficult. The man has a champion, Ocean, but Karma and Corki, the two champions that he managed to get victories on in the quarterfinals, is going to be taken away. And Marta's Alistair taken off the board here by WE. So targeted bans so far.
I think Alistair is still just a generally strong champion. And if there is going to be someone that you would hit on the RNG lineup, it should be their support player, because he is such a superstar.
Yeah, of course. Mata, 16 Alistair games versus the 7 that Zero has had, but Azir going to be banned away as well. And you're exactly right. I just like the fact that they are focusing out what RNG does use a lot of the time in order to win their games. Is Lissandra actually taken away? So theoretically another Qiao ban, but I have a feeling that's a little bit more aimed at 957.
Yeah, it certainly is. Lupa doesn't want to be in. Lupa wants to be able to take a similar matchup and beat you around the map with teleports and just out-mechanically outplay you. 957's Lissandra is something that is very hard to dominate, at least in a laning phase. And he's shown that he's quite comfortable in a lane swap as well with it, which is something that people used to throw at mage players. So I like the ban there.
I believe the last times that we saw it, of course, played it twice in that quarterfinal against Vici. I think both times it was actually lane swapped on. As the Rise is going to be left up and considered now as the Echo was banned away. WE now with a couple of picks. We'll see what they decide to take away. Of course, Echo banned away. Poppy, definitely a good choice here. But the Maokai is still available. We've seen that picked into the champion and do okay.
Rise is huge pickup here.
Yeah.
We've already seen what Gosu can do on it. We're seeing popularity around the world. And I think that, you know, Poppy Sivir, you need to get Sivir away from Ryze because Ryze Sivir combos just do so much AoE damage.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a power pick to kick off RNG's draft. And you can see that WE taking their time, making sure they get exactly what they want here.
Yeah, Mystic has had some fantastic performances on the Sivir. Of course, Sivir Bard was a lane that they were very successful on. Zero's Bard being completely ridiculous. As MLXG's Nidalee as well. Of course, with the prioritization of the Sivir meant that they couldn't lock away the Kitty Cat Lady, and RNG getting pick of the litter right now.
I don't really mind that. I think that they would prefer to have Kindred in their composition anyway, Team WE. Sivir Nidalee actually makes zero sense to me, and I very much dislike when people pick it. Nidalee already has like tremendous movement speed, doesn't really benefit from it, doesn't want to be going forwards anyway. Unless you're very fed and playing a bruiser comp. But this is what we do see as a standard pick against Sivir nowadays in the LPL. Lucian definitely seen as a lane counter and the ability to go with her throughout the mid game.
I do like it as well that Qiao is the one hovering it at the moment because he is, of course, I believe the only mid laner to have picked up Qiao.
Yeah, it's going to be Name's champion.
Name
definitely would tackle him if he tried to take Lucian off him.
Always good
going to be Graves. So they actually see that the Kindred pick is going to come because Graves is the counter to Kindred right now. People just think, you know, hold the ultimate there. Okay, you want to use Lamb's Respite? All right, I'm just going to send a big collateral damage over the top of anyone and reset the effectiveness of that. Also farms just as effectively, and if Kindred ever face checks you, you blow her up. So I like MLXG. He was one of the few junglers that showed us the true power of Graves, along with Dandy at the start of this split. And looks like he's going back to an old faithful.
He most certainly is. We in fact saw MLXG doing crazy things, like blind quick drawing over into an enemy blue buff and just killing his enemy jungler at about 3 minutes into the game. The man plays without very much worry, as Bard is going to be locked in as well as the Kindred. I love this out of WE. Not necessarily the Kindred, but the fact that they have the Sivir Bard, a lane that they were very successful on.
I love the Kindred in this composition. Kindred ultimate meant we already talk about it a lot with things like Azir, but Poppy does the exact same thing, just smash people out of the ultimate, make it a mismatched team fight when everything does land back. The reason I like Bard is because when someone locks in Lucian, it means they generally want to dominate a laning phase. Bard is the exact same thing, but a support, and arguably, like this is going to sound weird, but Lucian versus Bard, I'm going to say Bard is a stronger laner. Has a heal in there, the Meep Slap as well as the
Meep Slap is silly.
Stun that can come out there. But in saying that, with a Thresh, we've already seen the potency of this duo lane.
Yeah. Of course, historically it's always been strong, but very recently making that resurgence. As Maokai being considered, we mentioned Lupa able to go back to the tree if he feels like it. Has decided to. A lot of short range, and I really like getting that Ventral Maelstrom in there when the Ricochet will be jumping around.
And Lamb's Respite. We always talk about this, but if you're a Maokai, you stand in the middle of the Lamb's Respite.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a little bit of a heal, then your team takes pretty much 40% less damage than the other team.
So it's pretty much easier to kill them all.
Also, big teleport plays that can come out of both the Ryze and the Maokai right now.
Oh, GA actually going back to some interesting ideas. See what it decides to pick up there in the mid lane. Plenty of options. The man's played almost everything.
I think it was Fnatic that played Cassiopeia today. It's kind of a similar theory to Ryze, except isn't capped at 4 spells. So if Ryze wants to sit there and try and face tank you, Cassiopeia just turns around and does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And generally beats you out because she can keep going and you can't.
She also gets a little bit of sustain there after she gets that Serpent's Embrace, the passive that is going to be stacking up. So I do like it. The stand and deliver short range mages in the mid lane. Something like that.
The other thing I do want to point out is that synergy right now between Cassio, Sivir, and Kindred. They're all medium range, but because Royal Never Give Up are also that medium range composition, if they ever flood into that, that's a lot of AoE damage and CC that can be put down at the same time. They also have the ability to reposition people with the Zero's Bard. So think Tepid Fate goes out, they can run around, get the perfect angle for it.
You could also theoretically get some sort of like drive-by petrifying gaze as well with a magical journey. Could you imagine that?
That's a little bit more far-fetched.
That would be so cool. I don't even know whether it works. but it's incredibly exciting.
Which way do you face? I suppose you face front ways when you go through a magical journey. Just wait. I think it was, what, Cho'Gath that first showed us the brutality of that?
Yeah, some completely ridiculous stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see whether it happens as we hop onto the rift. Welcome back.
As we can hear some pings.
Yeah, I was very intrigued. Didn't want to actually start off, but we are, I believe, getting onto the rift very, very soon. For game number one.
Game number one. I expect.
There it is.
There it is. I expect I was going to say I expect a little bit of an invade out of the Bard and Poppy, but they're just going for the 5-man stack. So that's interesting. Bard Poppy actually has a really good level 1.
Well, we'll see whether they do decide to go for anything interesting. It's sort of waiting, anticipating an invade on the side of RNG. Not going to happen, though, as Condi's going to run over a ward. 0 as well. Keystone Masteries. Death by touch. Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Just definitely committing to the long trades.
It's more that every single time you poison ticks, it resets Death by touch.
Oh, God.
Does lots of damage. She also gets a free death cap for herself off her passive. So even more AP there. It's not strange to see a Cassiopeia at least late game go over 1,000 ability power. As Traffic Cone Trundle interrupts this game.
Yeah, didn't even see him picked, which is the interesting part. As we are having a little bit of trouble here. We are going to make sure that we get back into the game as soon as possible, but thankfully we're not going to miss too much as the game has very much been in the early stages. So
yeah, just creeps wandering down mid lane, so not too much miss there.
Yeah, but as far as like lane swaps, things like that, is there anything that we're really looking for here? As we are going to see standard lanes as we hop back in. Name actually going to get stunned up. Nice harassment here from Zero.
Yeah, it certainly is.
But as we're going to see, Lupa facing off against 957. More than happy here on the Maokai so far, towards the top side of the map. And I'm just very interested in watching this mid lane as Boomerang sails across Name. Zero continuing just to smack people with his meeps. And do you think this game will have a lot to do with these junglers now as well, Spawn?
Yeah, look, Kindred versus Graves, we've already spoken about how volatile the lane matchup can be. As you see MLXG flying through his jungle already. I think that MLXG has to get a lead in this for RNG to feel comfortable in their win conditions, just because he is so much more important to the team than what Condi is. Condi's kind of the rock, whereas MLXG is a little bit more of an X factor for the lineup. As you can see, Name already getting pushed in by Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic just unrelenting with these ricochets, flying all over the top. 957 picks up a buckler. Just going to be smacking his way through. Nice shove out there for the Poppy. Will be able to get some vision down for himself. Using that trinket, keep himself safe as much as possible. As Xiaohu taking up a bit of poison damage. You can see GA already with the shove in the mid lane. The Rise struggling to clear out nearly as fast. AoE nature of the old Cassiopeia probably going to be helping out very, very effectively. As Marta actually pushing forward here. Zero in trouble. Magical Journey going to be used. No death sentence to be found. As Mystic's going to get flayed back. Lots of extra damage as the flame-powered auto attack comes through here for Marta.
But trades back nicely there as a Sivir. So not really all that much happening. It was just because they were level 3 versus level 2. And you can see now Bard comes back to the lane. Starts putting down the hurt. And even though early push-ins were achieved for Team WE, game has normalized after the fact.
Yeah, things looking absolutely fine here for both sides. And of course, CS differences, nothing to write home about, apart from potentially the old lane bully Snake Lady in the mid lane, who's managed to pick up about 4 extra. But I mean, that's really nothing. Cup of cocoa in the middle of the lane here for WE. But so far, not a whole lot doing. Is now 957. Grabs his buckler. Smacks onto Lupa. And pings down here in the jungle. So MLXG Moving back towards the top side, we'll see whether he is actually going to go for any sort of gank attempt. Qiao doing his very best to dodge this poison, but you see he's actually built up that Dark Seal first. Wants to make the most use out of these potions. Keep himself in the lane for as long as possible, but see whether it is going to be enough. GA, Doran's Ring, a few more battle stats for the Snake. Man, they're just fighting here towards the bottom side of the map over and over again.
That is kind of what you expect, though, out of these lanes. Just heavy trading. As I said, everyone being middle range means that like it's kind of committal trading as well.
It's not full Fido mode all the time.
It's not the long range poke that you see out of like Caitlyn lanes as they continue to harass. You really do have to be up in their face, and you can see that Mystic and Zero kind of standing on top of each other. That's exactly the feeling that you get.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Name actually going to get caught up by the Cosmic Binding.
Meep slap, Cosmic Binding, of course, procs Thunderlords. Oh, turret shot, that's not good.
Yep, bad news bears. Mystic happy to trade back himself.
Thank God Zero's there. Yep. Steals a cup of cocoa.
So rude.
Meep's giving you, so Chimes, not Meeps. Meep,
yep.
Chimes giving you mana regen. One of the overlooked things in Bard's kit, actually, because can be quite mana intensive, especially given how many cups of cocos he has to drop in this heavy trading lane. But you can see, staying topped up relatively high. And Name respecting Buster Chimes right now, making sure he doesn't go anywhere near him.
Yeah, right, and it's just an auto attack. There's nothing you can do, and that's noticeable damage.
It's just not any auto attack. That is a Meep slap, Atlas.
Exactly. It's silly, silly. It feels like an ability.
Yeah, well, it is.
Yeah, it's a passive, I guess. You're right. Still, feels too strong. Look at that. Even Mata, relatively tanky. Half his health bar gone. Now is nice play. Comes back in as the Boomerang. Not going to get double damage, but Mata still takes an extra auto attack, and RNG well and truly on the back foot here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, actually getting picked on in multiple lanes right now. You can see that in the mid lane, Cassiopeia doing a great job of staying ahead. Mystic, bad spell shield there. Does cost him some mana. Bottom lane going very nicely, as both junglers are down there for a little bit of a visit, but relatively quiet early game. You have to think that this will suit WE fine. I talk about it all the time, but if you were WE, the more calm, reserved, in control you can keep the game towards the earlier phase, the better off you are.
Most definitely. As Mata was thinking about going back, grabs himself some of the souls before he does, and Name does not want to venture too far forward. 7 CS lead, that's a full wave in advantage here for Mystic as the minions crash one more time. You can see Qiao, he's gone back, makings of a catalyst as well as that tier completed. And RNG probably not too worried about scaling or anything like that. Because they do have the
I don't know about that. Cassiopeia probably outscales Rise in terms of damage. It's a little bit harder to execute. They don't have double teleport, so as the map opens up a little bit, maybe towards the 25-minute mark, I'd give RNG the edge, but no one outscales Sivir. She, of course, can AoE crit. Another bad spell shield.
That was a bad Ardent Blaze more than a bad spell shield.
Condi's going to outscale MLXG. I honestly think WE have the late game composition pretty handily.
I'm just looking at Lupa on the Maokai being so incredibly important in nullifying a lot of this AoE damage with that Vengeful Maelstrom.
Yeah, certainly, but you have to recognize what's going to happen is we're going to see the tragedy of Poppy one more time, tragedy of Lucian into Poppy one more time, and that is Name, unfortunately, will probably not participate in many team fights. He's going to be fighting the 1v1 duel of his life against 957, and I've seen the movie lots this week, Atlas.
You have.
Let me just tell you that the Lucian struggles as the game progresses against the Poppy.
I like that we have this conversation almost every time, and it's still depressing. You know, it doesn't matter how many times we hear it, we don't get used to it. As Lupa heroically charged into the wall, skips the secondary hit of the Q.
But I say this all the time. Poppy, because of the itemization into Qiao, wins out on so many matchups because Lupa actually doesn't do enough damage to make it so, like, with Buckler and the Qiao regen, that Poppy takes significant trading damage. Whereas you can see time and time again when 957 is laying down the hurt, Lupa is in a little bit more trouble. Sap Magic will help him there. But should be an advantage of the Poppy right now until, missed.
Yeah, the ultimate. He's going to get the damage, but not going to grab the stun.
Still a lot of damage out of Qiao there.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we're going to see the same itemization out of both these guys. You can see Tier as well as a Blasting Rod picked up for Cassiopeia, and Tier, as well as Making of Catalyst picked up for Xiao. So both of them can go towards relatively mana-intensive item build.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages Seraph's type look. Yeah, thinking that Xiao was going to move back, throws down the Miasma though, and there's the lantern to get into safety. Yeah, poking his head around.
Cassiopeia is one of those champions that when you see smooth Cassiopeia play, you just know that like the person has practiced it a lot. And as far as Cassiopeia players, I'm not surprised that Qiao is one of them in the LPL, because as we famously tell the story of, was very much a solo queue player. Played a heck of a lot of Fizz Diana when he first came into the LPL. Now showing that that champion pool extends into the brutal mid-range mages.
This isn't even the first time that he's played at this split as well. Showing us that he can just hop back onto the Cassiopeia whenever necessary. The big game to pull it out in though is 957. Throws down the ultimate. Condi's going to make his way in. Doing the very best that he can to lock this one down, but yeah, teleport's going to come in. MLXG here at exactly the right time as well. Flash! Xiaohu's going to lock him down. The Lamb's Respite's in there, but Condi, I just don't think he's got anywhere to go as Looper comes down, picks up the hill, and that's first blood going to Rise. Not the champion you wanted on.
No, it certainly wasn't. So teleport expended there, but they do pick up first blood. Good news story. As you mentioned, Rise being a big deal, but Name in trouble.
Yeah, Mystic actually running forward. Not going to find the Flayers. Mata as the box goes down. Mystic flashes forward. He is going to fall down, but he makes the trade, and Mata is going to pick up the kill credit. Lupus somehow here, of course, threw out the teleport, but just wasn't quick enough.
But it's a 1-for-1 trade, and more expended on RNG's lineup here. You can see that they have had to leave the jungler top lane for quite some time now. And Xiaohu's starting to lose out on this mid lane. That kill will help him out because he can go back and get the roller a little bit early, you suspect. But Qiao is bullying him around, and it's going to be an Abyssal Scepter, so that's not going to go anywhere fast.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary to deal with. I actually quite like the Abyssal Scepter pick up instead. Just feel like, you know, you just want to be up close and personal. May as well get some protection.
Yeah, I agree, but he's the only magic dealer.
Qiao still pushing forward. Name moving up towards the mid lane here as well. Mata heading forward, sweeps out this brush. Zero and Condi clearing out some vision.
Zero caught.
Yeah, going to get it caught as Name, he's going to head through. Nice Tempered Fate comes down as the magical journey going to be taken, but MLXG is just going to pick it up. No worries there at all. I'm not even sure where he came from. I think that was a collateral damage over the side, like from,
downtown.
That was ridiculous.
So very nicely executed there, and this is what we spoke about, that RNG should be looking to accelerate the pace of this game. They do have a very nice laning phase / early game composition. People underestimate how much CC Rise provides, like the early game damage of Lucian, especially because he takes further of battle, you know, the amount of follow-up potential out of Lupa's Maokai. So I really do feel like they should be maybe even a little bit further ahead in this early game, because it is only 100 gold. That's basically CS values.
Yeah. You can see 20 for Qiao in the mid lane, probably the one that we really want to be talking about, as Lupa has actually created a lead for himself. Nice cheeky little dragon to be picked up there from MLXG. There's Mata backing. Not going to get hit by that Cosmic Binding, and will clear out the wards and protect his pink ward, which is the main thing. And with no teleports available,
Sunrise also hit during that time as well, guys. So it's a little bit of a darker Summoner's Rift right now. Oh my god. You've got to give context, Atlas. People would just be confused otherwise. Oh my god. But Lupa versus 957, I've killed him. He's dead.
You've done it.
Interesting top lane now, because Lupa's been able to make a couple of proactive plays around Summoner's Rift. There is a window coming up quite soon where 957 will have teleport and Lupa will not. We'll see if they try and capitalize there at all. We've also seen that Mystic and Zero are happy to fight 2v2 versus Name and Mata. Mata hasn't really roamed as much as we expect him either. So Name doesn't really have that excuse for falling behind in the laning phase, and he is down 20 CS and a pretty much solo kill.
Yeah. Mystic actually just dodging everything that Mata did. So you're right, it was a solo kill, but it was a running away Lucian underneath his turret. Impressive play out of this Sivir.
Yeah, you can't outrun Sivir. It's just one of those things in the kit.
Well, there's the flash play as Condi running over the box. Massive damage comes down. Another Tempered Fate in a pretty great position here as Condi. Oh my goodness, throws down the Tempered... sorry, not the Tempered Fate. The Lamb's Respite just in time as the culling is going to fly through. Looper now takes so much damage. GA running around this fight so quickly after all the poison, and WE, they're going to pick up the kill.
Yeah, and we just saw the benefit, or maybe not so much of a benefit, of Twisted Advance. You go wherever they go. So the later the game goes and the tankier Looper is, that can become a blessing. But right now, with only a Barmy Cinder going through that magical journey with the jungler was definitely not what he was about. And the consistent damage out of Mystic as well as Qiao, you can see that they're going to have a pretty easy time cutting down this tree Atlas.
Yep, Axe's definitely in the arsenal at the moment. But man, I don't know. RNG were looking so strong, able to get all of those picks, but WE just seems that as soon as they can get a group going.
Well, this is a hard team to pick. You've got a Bard who can magical journey you around. You've got also the Tempered Fate as well as the Lamb's Respite. So there's just a lot of things to save people in this composition. And you saw both were used there pretty masterfully, honestly, to keep Condi alive.
Yeah, really good bait there with the Tempered Fate. Sorry, the Lamb's Respite there as well. So I really need to work out what these ultimates are called. It's going to be quite important.
Nah, we got it.
Yeah, battle for vision though, here towards the bottom side. Feels like
they'll fight over anything right now.
Well, yeah, it's a very good point. Especially Zero. Man looks like he's playing with something to prove this game.
He's been playing like this for honestly the entirety of the split. So has been very interesting to track how Zero goes. Can't see where that's another mark because Kindred's standing on top of it, but I assume not.
Not this one. He's going to fall down. Condi looking at the Rift Herald. We'll see whether they decide to go for it. One neutral objective, of course, already falling down in the form of that dragon, but there's the flayback. Mystic taking a fair bit of damage as Marta moves out of the way of the Cosmic Binding. There's the hook landing onto Zero, the Bard. Pretty squishy right now, but will be able to take his magical journey out.
Yeah. So it was squishy. They're going for the dive, actually.
Yeah, they're looking for it now. As Zero is going to fall down. Xiaohu's going to make his way in. MLXG's there as well. They're going to give up on following the Sivir, but grab themselves possibly a turret.
That's why, because Qiao just flashed the wall and absolutely destroyed the Bard. MLXG also making sure they're checking the brush. Will stop the recall. That means that they'll be able to push through on this turret if they would so choose. Meanwhile, Rift Herald taken on the top side of the map, but not really an equal trade. Turret and a kill for Rift Herald. Not what WE would be about right now, I would assume.
Well, double teleport also available here for RNG, so they can actually stay around the bottom side if they feel like it. Maokai now moving interestingly. We'll see where he decides to go. Of course, no home guards to bother waiting for, as he may as well just walk back towards the lane. Poppy back up there as well, 957. Has himself a Barmy Cinder building towards that Spirit Visage very, very soon. Only needs about 700. Slight lead. Nothing to write home about, as the tanks are just getting tankier.
Yeah, definitely a close game right now. You can see everyone's pretty equal to their counterpart. Namo will go back, equalize up the AD carry position.
He's always been an AD carry that really likes Berserker's Greaves too, Namo.
Yep.
Hasn't been one to pick up Swifty Boots as often. Things like this.
I like CDR boots on Lucian, just because, and people would be like, oh yeah, cooldown reduction, that's cool. Summon a spell cooldown is what you need, especially against a Poppy.
Oh yeah. Can get the distortion there as well, if you feel like it. MLXG now laning against GA.
What's green? Alacrity? I think Alacrity is fair, just pretty superior on AD carries right now.
Just like it, extra flat movement speed.
Yeah.
Mystic. Man's been getting a lot of the standing gold here for WE, irrespective of who his other laners are. GA probably wants a fair bit of money, but Mystic going to come up there, try and extend his lead.
But throwing Sivir into a mid lane for wave clear is pretty standard right now. You can see that Qiao, he's not going to miss out on much. He actually gets a Lucian 1v1, which I'm sure he would also be happy about. So I like the lane assignments currently for Team WE.
Things calming down just momentarily. Oh, the dreaded Gromp mark for Condi on the other side of the rift.
Yeah, especially when Dragon's up. That's not what he's about at all. I don't expect to see him to go on an escapade to try and grab that one.
A little bit unfortunate. Defending the pink.
Pardon?
Defending the pink ward.
Oh. Don't think it's really on fire right now. They will, however, lose out on the Rift Scuttler, which is a pretty big deal. And meanwhile, MLXG just starts off the Dragon for his team. They're going to be able to pick up number 2. This delays Kindred stacking pretty significantly.
Yeah, all that vision denied. They will be able to just pick it up. Double dashes over the wall. RNG going to get themselves to complete safety as Condi going to get hooked this time. Smoke screen goes down, but the Flay's not going to find it. Nice little dodge there from Condi. It's close though, and Mata on point with these hooks.
It certainly is, but gold is still dead even. And RNG are up in every measurable category apart from gold, which makes you a little bit nervous for the team.
Yeah.
Because the difference between having gold, as you know, sunrise now upon us in League of Legends, the difference between having gold on your support to, who cares? Let's just talk afterwards. All right, cool. So the difference between having turret gold versus CS gold. Turret gold obviously goes to everyone equally. That means Marta's probably got a little bit more gold than zero right now. However, CS gold goes onto only the people that collect the CS. You're like, well, no duh. But that makes the power spikes of the carries a little bit more on WE right now.
Yeah.
Also means that maybe the neutral control, like wards, like the jungle items, will be a little bit higher on RNG's lineup. So it's just about where the power lies in the squads, Atlas.
Thank you very much, Spawn.
I tried so long to get that, but they do take down... Well, they didn't grab a second turret. They've just popped up 1,000 gold lead pretty much out of nowhere.
Yeah. Blue buff went down. So, I mean, that's a thing. Otherwise, it just seems to be catching up in farm. Only 4 behind is Looper. 10 behind now. That was easing on 30 for GA in the mid lane, but Xiaohu pulling that one back. Name 25 CS behind, but seems to be standard stuff. And there's the Seraph's Embrace actually completed now for Xiaohu. Bit of a spike here for the Rise.
Same for Xie, however. So...
Oh, it's only an Archangels.
I'm matched there. I don't think that really makes much of a difference.
I have a feeling it's probably pretty stacked as well. You're right. We'll see how he's doing with...
There it is.
Yep. So you're right. Didn't make a difference at all. There, Mystic running away from Xiaohu. I would as well.
They really are trying to match the Cassiopeia into the Lucian lane right now. Continue bullying Name out. Looks like they're happy with Siva versus Rise, especially now that the Phantom Dancer has been picked up. But big siege now starting in the mid lane. See where the bar just ulties up the turret.
Well, Xiaohu actually in a bit of trouble here as well, as the Q is going to go wide. Xiaohu coming back, throws in the last auto attack, and they pick up the outer turret. So second tower now falling down. RNG extending that lead to about 2,000.
Yeah, very nicely played for RNG. That was a crisp rotation into the mid lane. As we said, they kind of jockeyed for lane assignments there at WE a little bit too much.
Well, WE still just farming, honestly. Probably just want to be able to grab the towers when they can.
Well, they haven't got any so far.
Well, yeah.
In fact, they have pretty much next to no neutrals. I think they've got 2 Rift Heralds to their name, but that's about it, and he's gone now. One thing you will say about the lineup is with Kindred and Cassiopeia, pretty unrivaled Baron damage.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Magical Journey into the back of the pit. 957 can tank that one up quite easily. So RNG need to be aware of that. But if there is a team that is aware of Baron, probably RNG.
Haha. Very true. Thing is, though, is if they have no map control, they're not going to be able to get to a Baron pit that isn't easily contestable here from the RNG lineup that does have double teleport.
Yeah, you'd think that. I've seen some crazy Barons in my time. I do agree with you in concept.
You've seen some stuff.
I just never, ever since, I think it was CLG that used to, started with, Warwick Jax, where I'd play, Jax top and Warwick jungle and just, solo at 20 minutes. I just never trust teams around Baron anymore. As good collapse into the bottom lane coming out, 957 has to hit the recall button because Rise, Maokai, and Graves were all on his side of the map. You would think that means there is a play top side available, which is where Condi's hanging out, but apparently not.
No, pinging them back. Marto getting a heck of a lot of money there with his Eye of the Equinox. Like it a lot.
Eye of the Watcher picked up for 0.
Yeah.
Wonder if he goes. He is. He's going for Banner again. So
it's his standard build. And then Iceborne Gauntlet. You get your CDR, allows you to build Swifty Boots. Oh, feels good.
Great culling.
Yeah, massive damage out onto Mystic. Would have liked the last couple of bolts to land, but Mystic good positioning there as they're looking for their 3rd turret.
They're going to be able to grab it
dash
as well.
into it as well. He just wants one more auto
turret
attack.
Burn. Nearly takes care of it without it.
He has a rapid fire cannon here as well, so he can just head
I
up
love
there,
rapid fire cannon on Lucian. So This is something I talk about a lot, but Ardent Blaze, is that it? His W?
That is the one.
Just synergizes so well with Rapid Fire Cannon because it's longer range than his other abilities. And then if it hits, Rapid Fire Cannon procs and gives you the movement speed out of that, and you're just able to catch up with people a lot easier. So I think it keeps him relatively safe, and it's just a pretty superior build path, honestly, to anything else. Unless maybe there's a Cassiopeia on the other team and you want something like a Phantom Dancer to get rid of some of that damage.
Oh, dear.
But the meanings, like, it still stands that Ardent Blaze synergizes really well with RFC.
I actually really like it just because you don't nullify the passive double tap from the dash. Often it's like Ardent Blaze and then you just dash into range and you just smack them in the head. Get the movement speed that way, but you just lose that one opportunity to use the passive. And Name is a man that does like to maximize damage when he can.
And honestly, RNG right now is just dominating map control, but here we go.
Yeah, Qiao is going to be able to pick up the blue buff, but Looper now tanking up 3 people, just wants to take the Lantern right out.
Where's the Bard ulti? Really not willing to pull the trigger here. It's 3,000 gold the lead, and that's all turrets. WE will look to get their first dragon of the game, but Looper has teleport. I don't even know if this is a safe objective to take. There's so many wards behind them.
And he'll have the home guard advantage as well. MLXG just steals it away. That's their third.
Condi's normally the king of thieves. I mean, he was challenging Dandy, who of course was a prince, but this time around, MLXG just wanders in. If you don't mind, I'll be taking that. Yep. Condi says, not really. I would prefer you give it to me. It's like, sorry, mate, not your day. All right.
Still sated
teleport behind.
However. Exactly right. Mata going to throw out a Lantern here for Name to take in as the ultimate is going to whiff. There's the flash into the flayback from 957, and Qiao, even though he misses a couple of Qs, will still be able to pick up the kill. Name probably saying that he wants it. Just going to cull a minion wave in frustration.
Pinging Baron right now, but there's no way that they can get it in time. MLXG again just ducks in, picks himself up another jungle camp with the smite. And for what is a very close game, WE just look like they're getting beaten everywhere apart from CS departments.
Yeah, it's like laning phase seems to be where they're comfortable, but the rest of it, not something you really want to be talking about.
Strange thing to say about WE, but
yeah,
you know, stranger things have happened. Mystic going to rotate into the bottom lane, pick up that farm. And you feel they just have to commit to something because you're right, Looper's getting bigger. They've started to lose out on some of their advantages. Maybe they're just waiting for Cassio. Grab something like a death cap. Then they'll start fighting, but looks a bit strange right now out of the WE lineup.
Yeah, it's almost like they focus so much on their weaknesses that they've forgotten about their strengths.
Well, their strengths is 35-minute team fighting, so we're not there yet.
Oh, that's true. Give us 8 minutes. We'll be fine.
But in saying that, RNG have started to play much more towards theirs. Looks like third item Last Whisper going to be picked up for Name. We haven't seen that in quite some time.
Yeah, Mortal Reminder is going to come in there as well, so it does have the Executioner's Calling. Don't often see an Executioner's Calling actually sitting in someone's back pocket as well. Often it's just Mortal Reminder completed. Of course, only costs 400 gold.
I like it.
Yeah,
you already mentioned Qiao has some self-sustain. You know, Mystic also going to have it with that Warlord's Bloodlust. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Like it. Name as well wants to get the armor penetration a little bit earlier on in his build just because he wasn't as far ahead as he probably would have liked. So not able to pick up something like an Infinity Edge if he was just dumpstering.
Name won't build Infinity Edge on his Lucian anyway.
He's just not that guy?
He isn't. He's double lifesteal Lucian. Probably go towards something like a Bloodthirster and Merc Scimitar to finish off his builds.
Let's see whether that is exactly what he does.
That was a Rylai's Crystal Scepter picked up for Qiao. So that's a huge power spike for the Cassiopeia. But they really haven't pulled the trigger on anything. And it still doesn't look like they're in a hurry in this game, Atlas.
No, no one really. It's very relaxed. There's red buff. He's going to be taking MLXG, of course. Name, not going to get that. The jungle belongs to MLXG. It's just a fact. As Qiao moving back towards the mid lane, that one's going to get shoved out by the Sivir.
I feel like a change that would help Kindred a lot is if like the game calculated how many of your jungle camps you were losing, then was like, all right, we're going to start putting mark in your camp. Obviously, it isn't your jungle anymore anyway.
Yeah, we're going to start putting the mark in your...
Because look, it's still on
like,
Gromp.
fountain.
And look where the vision light is for RNG. 2 pick wards, 1 in Baron Pit, 1 in Top Brush, 1 down near Dragon Pit. And it's obvious that they're just not crossing that line. So that mark that was on Gromp was just going nowhere in a hurry.
Yeah, thankfully, it was taken down, I believe, by Name.
Yeah.
So... hopefully for Condi, you know, the game will recognize that hasn't been in the best spots. Let's put on something good now.
Yeah, give me a bottom lane Rift Scuttler. That's what I want.
Yeah. Or let something randomly spawn next to his inhibitor turret would probably be the best option. As Xiao,
another gank.
Yeah.
Xiao onto 957.
Trying to lock him down. The ultimate is going to get channeled. He's moving out of the way, though. Here is the Poppy. Going to get snared. Waiting for the next snare. We'll see whether Xiao is going to be able to lock him down. The flash does come through. And that is going to be a Rune Prison on a minion.
Yeah, certainly was. But the minion does die, so net gain there for Xiao.
Nailed it.
As now...
that is called the left-hand sidestep maneuver. To get out of it.
957's in a little bit of trouble here. Losing his turret out from underneath his nose. Does not like that. Short arms that one.
Yeah.
That will be an even further advantage. And you know what? Even the cameraman can't handle it, Atlas.
No one can handle it. Going completely ballistic, but no. The sun going to do some crazy things again. We are going to hop back over. It's Condi moving out of his base. Everyone's sort of just backing, and they all seem to be preparing for something spawn. Preparing for the next move, the next option.
RNG are preparing to win the game because they're now 5,000 gold ahead. And WE have not made a proactive move around the map. Oh, it's night timing in Atlas. This game's going for days.
Well, WE able to clear out some vision. 30 seconds until Dragon number 4, something that WE will need to think about. They wanted Dragon number 3. Unfortunately, MLXG with the swifter fingers on the smite button.
And you feel like this has to nearly be a team fight. Because it's going to be GA coming up for the Rise quite soon. There's an extra BF sword on the Lucian. So Name's finally starting to get a gold lead. He has an extra 5 turrets. 4 turrets, in fact. So you understand where that's from.
Yeah, only 2 CS behind and 1 kill, so nothing was too much to worry about either. But WE, they at least throw something at the Dragon, but it's getting pulled out of the pit by RNG. They're trying to lock down this Dragon number 4. The face-off continuing. 957 going to pick up the aggro right now. Xiaohu's coming in, Tempered Fate. He's going to lock down MLXG now as 957 has moved in. Marta taking a lot of damage. Dragon is going to go to the Kindred as the Rise is going to say goodbye to this team fight. GA flashes forward. That's going to be Twisted Advance from Looper. The sacrificial play right into the middle of this fight as 957 eventually takes down the tree. MLXG has to flash out of the way. Only 1 dead just yet. But they did manage to also pick up the Dragon, and RNG somehow still able to move forward.
Finally, a good news story, however, for WE. They grabbed the Dragon for themselves. That is a huge deal, especially with a Cassiopeia on your team. As I've already mentioned, gets a lot of AP, so that 6% means a heck of a lot. And, you know, it was a good team fight. They got rid of Rise, who's the biggest threat right now on the map. Were able to turn around, take care of Looper, made short work of him without a Last Whisper. So that's a good news story already. And Looper's build, I talk about this a lot. Frozen Heart, great item.
Yep.
Especially, you know, with the likes of Kindred, the likes of Sivir, both pretty attack speed reliant. However, they also use abilities to weave in auto attacks. And I just think Iceborne Gauntlet right now makes you a threat. And you can't run past an Iceborne Gauntlet Maokai. You can run past a Frozen Heart Maokai. So a little bit of a difference in style there. As Name's caught bottom lane. See, a lot of pings are going around Baron. That should be probably sign for Zero to start walking in, clearing out some of this vision. Seeing what he can get done.
We'll see whether they can. MLXG is here towards the mid lane.
Bard of Command, of course. And gone back and picked up that banner.
We'll see whether it's going to be a Sheen picked up next. 40% CDR. He grabs that Iceborne Gauntlet. Like it a lot. Give that Meep Slap a bit more punch. You're not fighting Spawn.
Yeah, no, I don't talk about those builds.
Well, QSS now done here for Name. BF Sword most likely going to be that Bloodthirsty, like you were talking about. Does like to grab himself some extra lifesteal. on his Lucian, does the old Name, but we'll see whether it is going to be Merc Scimitar first. Then into that one.
Kind of an awkward build path, however, because until he completes one of those items, which is still a ways away,
yeah, it's like 3k gold for both.
Will not have lifesteal in his kit. Going to clear out the vision in the back of the pit as well, and you know, until WE try and snag a team fight here or jockey for position with some turrets, they're just going to stay in this big gold deficit. It's not really all that much they can do about it.
They've kept it at around 5.5k.
Yeah, you don't really want to do that. That's not how you win a game.
Well, no. But
GA's been picked up for the Rise.
Oh, God.
360 CS at 35 minutes ahead of the clock, farming very nicely.
Was not punished at all.
Probably hasn't gone Iceborne Gauntlet either. I thought I'd done my job as a salesman well in like week 6 and 7, and everyone started buying it. You can see that it's not what Bard's about either. As Echo takes place on the old Summoner's Rift, gives us a 3-second time lapse.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Thankfully, Chrono breaking our way back in to Sunrise. Zero going to magically journey himself over the top here. Lupart has a bit of a battle with Baron, but Name clearing out the mid lane. And everything just calmly playing out. We'll see when RNG actually decide to pull any triggers here around this Baron.
So we are in Team WE territory, however. It is 35 minutes into the game.
True.
Everything's relatively even. You know, probably an upgraded item is the difference right now. Give everyone on RNG 1,000 gold. But it's not a massive deal. Void Staff and Last Whisper are being worked on for Qiao and Mystic respectively. And once they're done, you feel like the game's back on a knife edge. Honestly, anyone can win a team fight right now because there's no lifesteal on the Lucian. Rise is the biggest deal, but everyone else is manageable from WE's perspective.
Well, we'll see exactly how it is going to go. Of course, last time there was a team fight, it was WE coming out ahead, despite some very low health bars, but see whether they can actually orchestrate it here. And Mystic does have Last Whisper. Now Mortal Reminder just picked that one up. 4 item Sivir.
Big spike for Sivir. Of course, with Warlord's Bloodlust, can go towards IA as the last item if you want. I would prefer to see something like the Merc Scimitar or even the Bloodthirster out of Mystic, just because of the synergy with the Maw of Malmortius.
Oh, yeah.
Because lifesteal, great with shields. And they've sent Xie into this lane because that's where Rise has been visiting. So it looks like the continued pressure of, you know, Cassiopeia against Rise is something they're very happy with at this stage of the game.
Well, MXG actually dashing forward here. End of the line goes down. MXG just being his aggressive self, and WE want none of it. We'll be moving out. Lupa with his teleport. Jahu with his as well.
More Sterix, of course, picked up for the Graves. He's not as squishy as he looks.
Oh, no.
There's now Bard. Might be face-checking a Xiaohu. You don't want that.
Oh, no. Been saying that a fair bit.
The problem here, though, is if they send too many people towards the bottom side of the map, Baron is, like, at tops a 10-second objective for WE to take. Cassiopeia, if she's there, she's not, as well as Sivir and Kindred will absolutely decimate that particular objective.
Well, Culling actually going to fly through here from Name as they're clearing out vision in this brush towards the Dragon. The Dragon is actually up here as well.
Here we go.
Yeah, they've actually looked for it right now as there's the Lamb's Respite, but the disengage has come through. 957 looking for it here as RNG have the inside track towards the Dragon.
Just push mid lane. You need to get a turret for this at least. Maybe even catch Rise in the choke point. Instead, they can't get anyone.
That Dragon is going to go down. Zhao is going to clear out the minion wave. Magical Journey is very short.
And they don't even get a turret for it, Atlas. That's the biggest deal. Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a Banner of Command creep that actually took care of it. So they're able to grab one. So it's still 5,000 gold, but that's Dragon number 4 now picked up. Puts that 6-minute timer on the game.
Well, WE as well. Like, that was the team fight that they weren't able to take. As Condi fell way too low, didn't have the ultimate anymore, could not get back into the fight. With the Dragon out of it, you've got a problem. Sorry.
Here we go.
Jungler out of it. Sorry, as Condi's going to get hooked up. The Flame not going to find him there as the ultimate does fly through. Qiao caught, unfortunately, and MLXG going to be able to pick up the kill. And that one pick may spell Baron here for RNG.
Certainly looks to be the case. I mean, they still have Poppy and Sivir, but that's a full tank Poppy. Mata trying to zone to the best of his ability, and Baron's falling very low.
Yeah, RNG still sticking on it with a couple of members as they do now decide to peel off. MLXG going to grab Zero. The Bard dead already is now Name. The classic battle actually turns around on a Mystic. He's going to head flying into the air as Xiaohu's going to be able to pick up the kill onto the Sivir. And he's still flying around. This Graves is massive as well in the front line of the fight. MLXG, when he can carry, he definitely carries.
Yeah, exactly right. And we said that he's more of the X factor and does need to get rolling. RNG finally pulled the trigger. Full tank Poppy just not enough of a threat. They leave 957 till last. Looks like they want to push in and end this game.
Yeah. Inhibitor turret is going to fall in the mid lane. Inhibitor follows very quickly. Graves dispatching the turrets like nobody's business. And Lupa able to tank forever. Does have a Guardian Angel there as well, just casually, I believe. And RNG are going to be able to pick up game number 1 in this best of 5 series. The number 1 seed from their group. Definitely showing us exactly why.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, we haven't seen them in a while, but they come back cool, calm, and collected. You see Qiao and Mystic on your screen there. Not really all that deterred. Maybe a wry smile out of them. But that got into their territory. They just weren't able to execute on any of their win condition. You feel like WE might be a little bit nervous because they played that very hesitantly.
Yeah, they most certainly did. It felt like a little bit of a testing the waters here for this WE side at the same time. I mean, they threw out the Cassiopeia. We haven't seen it for quite some time here from Qiao in the mid lane. It was definitely a theory that they had, throwing a little bit of a curveball here in game number 1. You often see this in game number 1 of a best of 5 series because a lot of flexibility now. They still have 1 game leeway. They're not all out of it after they lose even the next one. And, you may as well just try and flex the muscles. And if you can win with something strange, then you're not too worried moving into game number 2.
I don't even know if it was strange. I like the counter pick versus Ryze. We saw that it gave Ryze a lot of difficulty. It just didn't get going throughout the mid game. I think that was more of the hesitancy of not pulling the trigger from 957. As we actually take a look at some highlights during this game, this was Lupa going a little bit too deep and being dispatched quite handily. But that was reactionary play. This isn't actually proactive play out of Team WE. But it is important to note that they lost game number 1 versus Vici and were still able to bring it back in that set.
Yeah, 3 games in a row. Sort of a reverse sweep, but they didn't actually manage to lose 2. It was only the 1. We'll see whether they can do it again. But you can see here, RNG, Lupa sacrifices himself, and this was a really good fight for WE, picking up the dragon for themselves, grabbing an extra kill at the same time. But RNG just seemed to be able to then change things around and orchestrate a better fight. And it's the hooks out of Mata. It's the plays here at Qiao going a little bit overly aggressive.
Well, it's the fact that RNG don't hesitate. This is what we've always said about the team. If they're in, they're in. And you saw that that was like double flash, hook, snare. In the end, Cassiopeia just gets absolutely decimated. And it's because 957 wasn't there at the start of the fight. So you understand the decision-making process out of RNG. It's if we're going to go hard.
Yeah.
And that's what this whole game was about, that WE were more like kind of 60-40. Are we in? No, we're not really in. We want to dance around a little bit. RNG were just like, did you snare him? Yeah, I think so. Bang.
Yeah, did the hook land? We're in there.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, boys. And look, Lupa as well. Great teleport plays. Really liked seeing him back on the Maokai there as well.
I'm not sure his teleports were great.
Well, he was getting in the middle of team fights.
Yeah,
we saw
he certainly
that,
was.
even when the rest of his team wasn't.
He died about 3 times, though, doing that. So I'm not as sold on Lupa's game. Lupa can play much more impressive than that. I was actually more impressed by Xiaohu and Mata once again, with MLXG providing a lot of damage. The scary thing about RNG is they can play better League of Legends than that. The question is, can WE also rise to this occasion?
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, WE, a team that can potentially make things happen. We'll see whether they can do it in game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. And when we come back, it will be game number 2 between RNG and WE. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to playoffs. It is the semi-finals, and Mata is going to pick up the MVP in game number 1 as RNG pull themselves one ahead in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, and we said it about 0 already, but it's great to see these playmaking supports go back to Thresh and show that they are still legitimate threats throughout the entirety of the game. 0 was able to do it against Vici. Mata now against Team WE doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And just pick after pick, hook after hook, was starting all the engages for his team. And honestly, that's impressive out of Mata, because we always say that Name and Mata, they're not about the laning phase. They can do okay there, but it's about what they add to this team late game. And late game, Mata probably won them the game with the last engage.
Yeah, he certainly did. And his Flays, multi-man Flays, always got his box in the great position. And we are going to have a look at it right here. As I like how they threw in the MLXG one. Because
well, that all started from Mata. He hooked over the wall, was able to get it picked up. 0 had to magical journey away, was able to pick up a long-range snipe out of MLXG. Then the last team fight, like as I said, like there wasn't that many highlights because the game was more about jockeying for position, and RNG always had the inside track. But Mata, when it counted, was able to nail key members.
Yeah, and in fact, when he wasn't the one starting the fights, things actually went a whole lot better there for WE, and we'll see whether WE can actually focus on that aspect of the game and change things around. Because I have a feeling, once again, Maokai looking very strong.
Atlas, that if you're playing a pick comp with Thresh, Ryze, and Maokai, and you start fights, the composition looks good. Yet if the team with a Poppy initiates onto you, it starts looking a little bit bad. You know, I'm no expert on these things, but I think that WE may have played into RNG's hands a little bit there.
I have one problem with what you just said, and that is the fact that I think you are supposed to be an expert in these things.
Yeah, supposed to. That's the key part of that sentence, mate.
Yeah.
Got you all fooled right now. Yeah, I really question WE, because that comp was set up out of WE to kite back quite well. You know, you've got the likes of the Kindred, Cassiopeia, as well as Sivir. But the other thing that they can do is they can go forward. They can look for the deep teleport out of Poppy. You can't... That was a full tank Poppy that gets percentage resistances. You're not killing it quick. Send 957 into the back line and then allow Cassiopeia and Sivir to chase forward, because they can also do that quite well. It just never happened that way.
Yeah, and it just seems like Lupa was always there on top of the Cassiopeia, ruining her day a whole lot because, of course, eliminating a lot of that AoE threat was a problem. And there seemed to be some frustration in GA towards that last team fight, because he was all the way forward trying to get his ultimate down into the back line, and it just flat out wasn't enough. He got a little bit there and just disintegrated. They got the pick and then moved on.
That's just what happens. Like when you're that far behind, you know, they push you off drag and you're trying to rotate to the top side to reassert vision control. You haven't had it for that long. The team can be absolutely anywhere, and it just happened that the whole team was in that brush. I mean, with 957, like half a map away, it is more than fair to suspect that maybe Lupa is there as well, and it's a 4v4 team fight. However, that wasn't the case, and RNG win that game because of it. So I actually blame like vision control as opposed to Qiao. Vision control, of course, is a whole team I guess, factor. Everyone needs to be contributing to that.
Yeah.
And they just didn't have the vision control to contest that part of the map, unfortunately. But they didn't have vision control all game.
The thing is, though, WE did lane exceptionally well.
Really well.
Did manage to pick up a whole heck of a lot of CS there in the early game, despite sort of bleeding out the objectives, still keeping the gold incredibly even. We'll see whether they can carry that through into game number 2, whether it is going to be something else that Royal is going to be able to throw in there as a spanner in the works. Because the early game skirmishing out of this team, the fact that they move the Ryze straight into the top lane, pick up first blood, and then move on from there is just beautiful to see. As WE going to switch things up a little bit with a Varus ban here now that they are on the blue side. Alistair, of course, still going to go.
Looks like maybe priority onto the Emperor of Shurima.
Yeah, and RNG going to have to change up what they're banning away as well. Last time it was the Karma and the Corki being the first two focused away. Lysandra was to follow then as well. We'll see whether the Emperor is going to have to be considered, as Ryze is actually the ban. So, Xiaohu, respecting the pick, doesn't want that to go to the other side of the rift instead this time. WE now taking some time here for the final ban. We'll see what it is going to be. Still a heck of a lot of priority picks left on the board. The Azir could be an option. Echo, of course, considering the Varus ban, would make a bit of sense here. And it is going to be Nidalee, actually, which is very interesting. Was left completely to go through the draft last time around. Now going to be banned away. Now RNG. We'll see. Will it be the Emperor of Shurima? Will it be the Echo? Will it be once again the Lysandra? Or potentially the Corki there as well. Like, there's a lot of options for them to take away. Lysandra is going to be banned, so 957 not going to get that one. But there he is, the Emperor. And Qiao going to have to play against it now, of course. Was known to pick Xerath into this many moons ago.
Don't think the Xerath is coming back.
I want it back so bad.
Why? Xerath is one
Qiao.
of those champions that Ziggs and Xerath, if they never see competitive play ever again, I count it a win not only for myself and color commentators everywhere, but fans of League of Legends as a whole.
Well, you like interactive League of Legends?
Yeah, surprisingly.
It's not about that. Well, MLXG actually looking to pick up the Graves one more time as Sivir is now being considered once again. This time for Name. They are going to lock it in. RNG making sure that they don't get the golden combo on the side of WE. They can go for the Kindred now if they want to, but it will be picking it into the Graves one more time.
Yeah, Azir, Sivir, Kindred would have been such a powerful top half of the map. I think the Maokai needs to be looked at here, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they go towards something like Maokai Kindred.
Yeah, Maokai Kindred would make sense.
Just to help out Azir there, you know, ensure that the pile-in is nice and good. If everyone crowds up, Azir obviously does a lot more damage. Then you can just shove everyone out from underneath the Kindred ultimate. It's already quite mid-range. Echo does a similar kind of thing. Doesn't have the damage reduction, but he's going to encourage people into crowding into a certain place.
I just feel like Maokai is so important when you're against either Sivir or Azir. So for both of these teams, it's a brilliant pickup either way.
But the thing is that Maokai can't go with Echo. Like, there is no reality in which Maokai can split push at all versus Echo.
Well, we'll see. As, of course, was banned last time. Very strong. You're exactly right. But they'll definitely have to.
As far as Echo goes, I'm like, I do not think Echo is as good as people think he is. Like, that's as far as I'm going to go. Like, when Pawn builds mid lane tank Echo, I just think that you could do pretty much what he did with any other champion. Like, there's no, that's not Echo's strength. However, the thing that Maokai's always suffered from is it gives you a free laning phase, and late game can't split push against it. That's why people used to pick Trundle into it.
Yeah.
The counter to that was then, you know, pick up QSS on your Maokai. That's fantastic. But Grasp of the Undying Echo will just split push for days against Maokai. And you can, late game, use your parallel convergence to just get that big shield and tank up turrets and start ignoring the Maokai. So in a split push situation, Echo is better than Maokai. In a team fight situation where 5 people are on top of each other, Maokai's still king.
Well, Maokai is going to be picked up here. Thresh as well once again for Mata. Can go for a back-to-back MVP performance on that champion if he wants to. Played brilliantly game number 1. Now to try and do the same thing again. Switching over the AD carries, though, and we'll see whether Mystic is going to grab himself the Lucian. Of course, is Ezreal available here as well?
I would expect Ezreal to come out here. Just something that he's so practiced in playing.
Oh, yeah. A little bit longer range there as well with the poke damage to come out.
It's just the control that they now have in the team fight. Oh, no, yep. The control that they have in the team fight with Ezreal, with Azir.
Another 11 seconds to go. Mystic can change his mind if he feels like it. Probably thinking about skipping over to the Lucian just because of how he feels it goes into the Sivir matchup.
He also likes Ezreal into Sivir, though, so I don't think that that's much of his decision-making process. And there it is.
Locked in, thank goodness. His final pick now to go to Qiao. And LeBlanc left up. And it's going to be locked in instantly here. Qiao, no hesitation, just says, give me the magic lady, and I'm going to smack on some chicken men.
Yeah, the Deceiver now locked in the mid lane. We will see if this is going to be a favorable matchup for Qiao. Azir is... So Azir used to beat LeBlanc when he had a knock-up.
Yep.
Because you could stop a distortion. It was quite rude.
Was.
And you get a big shield out of it. Nowadays, not so much. LeBlanc puts down a heck of a lot of hurt. And you can see he has to take a cleanse in this matchup as well to get rid of the chains, because if he ever gets changed up, MLXG and Qiao will make short work of him. But there is still the potential for him to sweep it underneath the turret, you know, come up with the big outplays that Azir players love so much. Also, a lot more consistent damage out of Qiao.
Yeah, and Qiao has shown a lot of prowess on the Azir, but we are talking about Xiaohu's LeBlanc. This is a guy that has been playing this champion for a very long time. When he broke out into the LPL, it was things like Azir, Xerath, LeBlanc. They were his champions, didn't have many others.
Yeah. Qiao is a surprising player to me. I think that he is so good because he gets so little priority from enemy teams because look at the class that is around him right now.
Very true.
But has started to step up and become a legitimate carry on this RNG lineup. It's exciting to watch him grow.
It most certainly is. Coaches are going to shake hands. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of our first semi-final is about to be underway. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. Sides are going to swap as WE put on some blue shorts and roam out onto Summoner's Rift. We'll see whether they are going to be able to get the better of RNG this time around. Coming back from a game number 1 loss is something that they have been able to do. Of course, in the quarterfinal against Vici, were able to do so.
Yeah, it certainly was. No stranger to being underdogs, WE. This
exactly.
I think that is more than fair to say, as we see. Actually, no further battle for Kindred, so Condi going for Strength of Ages, fluctuates between the two.
Yeah, LPL seems to be almost always further of battle, though. I like Condi going for a little bit more of defensive flavor.
Why do you like that?
I don't know, I just always, it feels better, you know? You feel like you don't just explode as soon as you move in anywhere. It's just me, though.
Of course, the argument would be if you find anyone at level 3 with double buffs and further of battle, you out-duel them comprehensively. But I do take your point. Defensive stats are very rare to come by as an AD carry, so you can probably pick up as many as you want. Looper has a big yawn.
You can see 957 concentrating a lot right now, or is falling asleep. Nope, he's having some conversations. We're going to be fine. Xiaohu. Going to meet the minions here as MLXG and Looper are just going to be starting there towards the top side of the map. And as you can see, looks like a bit of a lane swap has ensued.
Yeah, it certainly has. So initiated out of the Ezreal, not too surprising. 957 going to duck in, get a little bit more of that gold. They've started on weak side of the map on both sides, but no one really going to be pressured out. 957 tried to grab another sneaky minion, but couldn't get it.
Very sneaky. Xiaohu with cheeky distortion. Grabs an extra auto attack there as well before heading back. It's MLXG getting a lot of damage down onto this red buff. Absolutely fine right now. Hasn't actually met up with his top laner just yet. He's going to make his way through. So Looper now following around. And Marta wants to just make a nuisance of himself.
Yeah, he certainly does, but he needs to be careful because he's actually getting collapsed on from behind.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. As they give over experience to 957. 957 looks like he wants to go into that bottom lane time and time again. I wouldn't advise it. There are smarter things. There are smarter ways to die. But, you know, it could be a choice.
Well, Xiaohu, you can see, having to deal with a Bard moving down into his lane.
This is not a fast push at all. They're letting the turret kill creeps without even hitting it. Because now Xie is in trouble.
Yeah, massive combo there onto Xie. Xiaohu just pops back, doesn't blow the ignite, staying very cool, calm, and collected right now. But the mid laner for RNG looking very, very good today.
Certainly is, and this turret falling surprisingly quickly. Of course, Maokai, one of the highest base ADs in the game. Finally, 3 members out of RWE who look like they wanted to do nothing to do with fast-pushing turrets have joined up. They're going to bring the jungler in here as well, but they're probably, what 3/4 of the turret behind?
Incredibly far behind. This turret going to get a little bit more attention. MLXG going to come down, throw some pellets in there. And it is actually going to be taken by Name. Shares the gold with Looper, I believe.
So you can see that turret's still fairly healthy on the top side of the map. They will finally come back in and try and deal with it. But Mystic, Ezreal's one of the quickest turret pushes in the game because of his W. And they're going to have to help out even further. Condi comes in. Mystic will go back to base. That's the push continued on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that is very, very late. Qiao, who of course bought a little bit more time, somehow lands that chain as well as Thunderlords is going to go off. GA. Fair bit of magic resist at the moment, by the way, looking at his runes. It does seem to be able to tank this one up relatively effectively, but it's going to be harder and harder as Qiao gets more and more items. Has eaten all of his potions there as well. LXG heading through, clears out the enemy jungle, of course making use of the fact that WE spent some extra time towards the top side.
And all of a sudden, they need to hard push bottom lane. They've got a tier on their Ezreal, so that's not a bad first shot. But they need to get 9-5. Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, beautiful hook comes out there from Mata as they do manage to get the flash out of 957. He can't wait under his turret anymore.
And they burn nothing in response. If Mata wanted to, probably could have followed up with a flash, had Ignite available, Name had flash and heal. That would have been potentially a kill, but instead they just take the high percentage play, see how much they've already pushed into this turret. They're going to chunk it out and start the fast push one more time. And Ezreal, meanwhile, still building up the wave, and it is going to be a while before that hits the turret.
Yeah, and it's just beautiful out of RNG here as well to show that level of patience. This is a team that we've been sometimes critical of for being overly aggressive. I mean, any team that has MLXG on it, you are going to be raising those questions. Really beautiful to see RNG playing for the strategic game rather than the kill game. See whether that continues. As Condi throws out the E onto a cannon creep. That's not a Qiao.
I think he's trying to help him push out this last wave before they get a shop in. However, it's not going to work. They finally join up here as Qiao goes in.
Yeah, that's just a Mimic Distortion onto GA. Tries to get as much damage down as possible, baiting out what he can, but of course had the Distortion. Never going to get locked down. It's absolutely fine.
So big creep wave finally hits the turret. Nah, Mata needs to be careful here, so does MLXG.
Oh.
Harold does not take lightly to these. Well, no.
Calculated.
Yep, easy. So both turrets fall down. 2 turrets to 2 eventually, and they're going to trade Rift Herald for Dragon. We've seen in the past that RNG have been able to utilize Rift Herald quite effectively.
Yeah, and we've also seen Dragon, especially in these lane swaps, as be a little bit of a, I guess, non-factor as far as getting more advantages are concerned, especially in this early game. Only 7 minutes, 6% stats means, what, 1.3
Only means something
AP?
You can stack it. Teams like Ku Tigers, SKT, stack Dragons actually really effectively in Korea. We just don't really have a Dragon stacking team in the LPL. I mean, RNG did it last game to pretty good effect. But apart from that, not really all that many teams that prioritize the objective.
Yeah, sort of EDG earlier on in the season. Even they have moved back towards Rift Heralds, things like that. MLXG continuing his wrath on the jungle. 18 to 36 is the farm in the jungle.
Yeah, Graves takes much more in lane swap situations. I think it is very fair to say because of the end of the line. But across the board, they are winning in CS. That's just because Condi, 957 have been a little bit slower to the rotation.
Well, Mata standing on a ward here. Is Condi going to move out? Smite away the red buff. Will be absolutely fine. Shea going to come over, eat himself some popcorn chicken and move on. 53 to 56, so still staying up as far as that farm is concerned. Has himself a Catalyst. Rite of Ages Azir. Spawn wants the extra health.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to shut down Qiao, who's LeBlanc.
Oh, there's a big combo. Chains are going to land there as well. So Sigils double are going to go off. Qiao's just looks like he can't miss a skill shot right now in this lane.
Yeah, and Teleport comes in behind 957. He's in a lot of trouble. Zero is also there, however.
Yeah, Name actually going to run over the top of him there as Parallel Convergence comes in. Zero actually trying to escape now as well. Only level 4 as a Twisted Advance is going to lock him down. They're looking for first blood, and they'll get it. It is, in fact, the tree that picks it up. Name wanted it so bad. It's not going to happen as Looper's going to grab it again here for RNG.
And gank the teleport lane. It's one of the basic fundamentals of League of Legends. If you have a teleport, go towards the other teleporters lane because no one will be able to come there and help him out. And you see that playing the top side of the map there was WE, and RNG capitalized on the mistake.
And it just makes so much sense as well. I mean, they understand that 957 is going to have a split push advantage at the same time. And I actually like giving the kill to Looper. Give him as much of a head start as he possibly can.
Yep, so it does seem to be the case. However, right now you can see that Ezreal is starting to grow a little bit of a CS advantage. And one thing you have to be aware of is Mystic's Ezreal and how, I guess, good he is at the champion, is his namesake after all.
Oh, yeah.
There's one more time, they go in.
Oh my goodness, GA in a whole host of trouble. Uses the barrier actually as the Ignite goes down. The last auto attack. Will it be enough here as he's burning to death? He's going to hit the back button. He's on about, yeah, he was on 4 health. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that is so close. Qiao, a little bit robbed there. One more auto attack would have been enough to do it. But at the end of the day, forcing your laner out of your opponent out of the lane is not bad at all. You can see that map wide right now, huge advantages. There's now Qiao being collapsed on a little bit, but it's just Mystic and Zero here to collect some farm.
Pick up the minion wave there, of course. So GA goes back, grabs himself a blasting wand. Will be Mirror completed here for Qiao, no doubt, when he goes back to base. That one is now going to be picked up. Grab some boots there as well, and we'll see whether he can continue the onslaught onto the Emperor of Shurima. Or whether he's going to start moving around the map. Of course, now, first item complete. Might be time to get around, start doing some stuff. Does still have the flash, no ignite now, so kill threat lower. But without having to worry about the barrier, could be a decent thing here for Qiao.
Yeah, certainly could. Especially if they're able to get MLXG in the lane. And right now, WE just look like they're trying to absorb some of that RNG pressure. This is something they're very famous for being able to do in the LPL. You know, absorb all that early game pressure and then come out the other side quite well. But right now, it's 2,000 gold. And it's based off the better laning phase of RNG.
And a lot to do with MLXG being double the CS of his opponent. It's just insane. That would be so much extra money.
Well, when you have a look at it, he's only a long sword up.
Yeah, true. Wonder when the last time he went back to shop was.
But right now, immediate power is all that really matters, so Condi's not too far behind.
Well, we'll see how it plays out as the game moves on. MLXG not yet to make too much of an impact as far as actually ruining WE's day is concerned. Condi going to come over, can't actually grab that Rift Scuttler as another Mimic Distortion flies through. Qiao not going to find any response from GA there as well, as 957 not going to get flayed. Name going to continue to be a hassle. Qiao, though, is such full health. GA actually needs to probably bring Condi around here, as there's MLXG. He's going to spot out the Kindred here in the jungle. End of the line comes down. Explosive damage comes in now as RNG are moving forward. Everyone there, they're waiting for a hook for a Mata.
They have all 5 members into this mid lane. They were looking to see if they could make the play one more time, ganking the teleport on WE, or if they can just push out the lane in very quick fashion. And once again, this is just great map rotations coming out of RNG, recognizing who they need to keep down. It is the Echo. And capitalizing on that. And one more time, now they're going to look at Xie in the mid lane, see if they can get a kill. They can.
Oh my god, they certainly can, as Qiao just solo destroys him underneath the turret.
So, we talk about this a lot, but setting up your triangle vision in the enemy jungle when you have control means that you expose the mid lane turret. This time it was MLXG being able to take the shortcut there. And honestly, even without it, Qiao looked like he was completely fine, but they knew no support was coming for the mid laner. Trishot Barrage tries to clear out these minions, but it's still pretty much half the health of the turret gone.
Yeah, really nicely played here from RNG. And the fact that they just have so much pressure, it's 2,000 gold the lead, very different to what was game number 1. Oh, exactly right. My god. Dragon is going to be taken down. That is going to be the first here for RNG, evening that one out. And despite the fact that Ezreal does have still a slight lead, there's going to be a lot sitting on his shoulders moving into the mid game here once he grabs those couple of items.
I really don't like the item build out of Xie. We've actually seen like members of the LPL, like Dade, for example. Of course, he was originally from OGN or LCK, but obviously been in the LPL most recently. Would 100% take this matchup when LeBlanc was even stronger as Azir, and go things like Athene's into Merc Treads or Abyssal into Merc Treads, as Xie's about to die again. And be completely fine in the matchup. It's just, to me, MR seems to counter LeBlanc so much more efficiently than Health does. And you can see that she just has enough for multiple spell rotations that she doesn't even really care about her health pool. She's just going to chip you down. And eventually you will die, as now Condi, speaking of which.
Yeah, speaking of dying here, as Condi gets taken down so incredibly low, Lamb's Respite is going to be used here as Mystic over to the side. We'll see whether Looper is going to survive this one as well, as he's very low inside this pick. 957 is going to be able to pick it up now as Condi still kiting around. Qiao, who's going to be able to pick up that kill as he's now trying to get away. I'm not sure whether he's going to here, as Mystic's going to finish off the LeBlanc. Nice trade there for WE.
Yeah, overextension actually out of RNG as MLXD still steals away that blue buff. But Name just wasn't there. That was a 5v4. And Ezreal's starting to hit his stride in this game. That's one member that hasn't been kept down on WE's lineup. So they lessen the gold gap, get about 500 back in their favor, and get a moment of respite to be able to farm up some turrets. Some minion waves, sorry. Beg your pardon.
Yep, definitely good here for Qiao. He wants to be able to catch himself back up. Now, closing that gap a little bit, single digits, as On the Hunt has been popped. Zero in a bunch of trouble, walks over a pink ward.
Zero.
The extra ward is going to go down. Yeah, Mystic actually is going to get pulled out of position. The Flay for the slow, and my God, burning to death now. And it is going to be Martyr that picks that one up. Collateral damage there. Just for collateral, I guess.
Yeah, just in case he did live. It's about sending a message sometime. You would have died either way.
Yep, I want to kill you.
Double summoner spells burnt there, and there's nothing they can do about this mid lane pressure either. As you can see, Mata behind the turret, incredible confidence, looking for some picks.
Well, Qiao and Mata are going to be able to deal with this pink ward as well, and they've just moved so far forward. There's the Rift Herald. Condi now going to move into the enemy jungle, trying to clear out as much as he can. Devourer still in the early stages. Only 7 stacks right here at 16 minutes.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Throw a dragon on top of it in a couple of minutes. That will be absolutely fine. It's more about the fact that they're just so far behind in farm in multiple lanes. I mean, mid lane starting to fall 11, 2 kills there as well. 80 carries, incredibly close. Credit to Mystic for being able to stick with Name in what is a losing map. Even top lane starting to fall behind in CS, and they really do need that lane to win.
Oh my God. Qiao lands another chain. Qiao has to be very careful. Cups of cocoa being provided here by Zero.
Yeah, but sometimes, it's that cold that cups of cocos can't even warm you up.
That is definitely true.
And this is just going to be a struggle because, once again, a very linear team comp for RNG to execute. Poke with Xiao, when you finally get someone down a little bit, look for the deep invade, get your wards placed, and then Looper can just go for the flanking plays. I mean, they've got the perfect team comp to set it up one more time. They can all go deep with the Looper as well.
Yeah, and the whole time you've just got MLXG running around making sure that Condi can't get any jungle camps ever.
Yeah. So very good job from the Graves of keeping the gap. It's one thing dominating during the lane swap, but then being able to capitalize on it when it does go back into pretty much standard lanes is a good news story. And it looks like they're going to naturally nearly get this turret.
Yeah, Xiao has just been so pushed up, and Qiao probably just doesn't feel safe underneath his turret anymore after getting solo killed under there. MLXG able to take away another jungle camp. This guy's smite finger is insanely strong today.
He's the highest level on the map.
Okay, yeah, so his smite's pretty good.
2 levels above everyone. Doing a great job of just tracking the Kindred around the map. This is one of those games where I wouldn't have really blamed Condi for going Warrior Enchant and just sacking the stacking of Devourer, but he opted into it, and it really does come down to this next dragon. They need to go back, set up for it. Wouldn't even... What?
Wow.
That's going to be mid lane turret gone. I don't know if there's... They need to stall out for so long right now. And he's going to die anyway. Yeah, the Ignite goes down. There's the Emperor's Divide, but he heads back to his Distortion. Qiao just gets one last sigil, grabs himself a lantern. Really beautiful play. Why would you flash on top of a LeBlanc? She has a Distortion next to you anyway. That's honestly a wasted summoner spell out of the Azir there. No way he could save his life. All of a sudden, a collapse coming in on 957. Even the big tanks out of WE aren't safe. And this is a 5,000 gold lead. He just ulted for another camp. Did he steal it? I don't know, but that is just how confident MLXG is right now. It's not ulting for a blue buff or a red buff, which is quite cute. That was a wolf that he ulted for. Just trying to deny Condi as much as possible. And a confident RNG is a terrifying RNG to deal with as well.
just because of the players that are on this team, especially out of the jungle. MLXG, when he's confident, like you said, I mean, it may not be great to throw out collateral damages, but this guy, he's playing in your face like this. It's very hard to deal with. Xiaohu as well, having one of the best series I've seen, like mechanically, especially in the 1v1 in the mid lane.
Yeah,
both the Rise and the LeBlanc.
And Qiao had a great series against Easy Hoon, so yeah, certainly speaks to how well Xiaohu is playing and the pressure that his jungler is giving him to keep the lane at 1v1.
Well, Lupa looking to try and flank here as best he can. Dragon being considered, Condi wants it. And not only the stacks, but to stop RNG from being able to move towards
They need a team fight here. This game is getting really out of control. And the one calling card they do have left is Mystic is strong, whereas a Sivir is not. So here we go.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is going to land on Amata. Not sure whether that's the target that they really want, as MLXG is going to head over the top. He takes down Zero immediately here as Condi now does have the Lamb's Respite, but I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to use it in time as Mystic falls down. Name picks up that kill. Xiaohu, I'm not sure even where he went, as there is the Lamb's Respite from Condi, but the rest of his team, they need the help. Xiaohu is almost able to take down Xie, but the kill does go across to the Azir. Collateral damage once again for the Collateral. As now 957 running for the hills. It's a 4-for-1 in favor of RNG, and they're even further ahead.
So we mentioned, right, that Ezreal is the one person that is strong. What does Xiaohu do? Dives into the backline and absolutely decimates him. You mentioned the fact that maybe not engaging onto the right target, going to echo that sentiment. Marta is not the man you are looking for. In goes 957.
Yeah, Zero is over the side as well, doesn't find it onto the Graves. Is 957 just going to throw out his ultimate, get himself out of there?
So let's take another look at this. They go on to Marta. However, great flank comes out of Xiaohu on the back end. Watch Mystic. That's all you need to watch for. Absolutely decimated in this team fight. And that was the one member that they could really rely on to provide consistent damage. 957 chases a LeBlanc for maybe a little bit too long and can't help out the rest of his team. But as soon as Xiaohu got his man, as soon as Mystic was destroyed, you just knew this team comp wasn't going to go the right way.
Yeah, and the fact that he came back in there as well to try and kill Qiao. Yeah, exactly right. Teleports are coming in here. We'll see exactly what's going to happen. 957 has taken down Marta, but you can see Xiaohu over to the side just eliminates the Bard, and Name's now getting going. Echo, not as tanky as he wants to be right now. Xiaohu, so much damage on the Mystic. The chains land. He'll grab another Q, and that's going to be MLXG once again with the ultimate.
And Luba just won't be stopped. Neither will Xiaohu.
He's just walking at him face first. He just dies. Okay, that's not exactly great. As Xie is going to fall down. It's probably what they want. Is Condi the last man standing yet again, this time?
So you will trade it. 100% if you're LeBlanc there, you will trade it. Because what it means is all the wave clear dead. All of a sudden you have a double AD carry comp and a Maokai that can butcher these turrets. They get another objective off the back end. That's a 9,000 gold to lead. So you're like, that's sloppy play out of Xiaohu. Not really, because it's still affording his team these small victories.
Yeah, well, they did manage to get the tower. You're exactly right. Bard seeing what he can do moving around this map, but doesn't quite know where to go right now. Zero shut out from his jungle. Can't get the vision down safely at all as 957 now towards the bottom side. But this conversation about Echo versus Maokai is just starting to become irrelevant with how far ahead RNG are.
Well, 957 is still pretty strong, right? So 957 and Mystic, probably the two people that you can continue to rely on if you are the WE lineup, but everyone else is just like a full component behind their counterpart. When you have a look at Marta's, when you have a look at Xiaohu's build, he's just so far ahead, has that Luden's Echo, as well as the makings of an Abyssal. So he's pretty much a full Abyssal ahead, because he's got boots too. When you have a look at the junglers, he's pretty much a full, like, the components of a more ahead. They're just so much stronger at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that is like 2k gold, at least. MLXG. There's items in his back pocket that are now built up. Very frightening out of the jungler, but Condi, has been able to claw back that difference just a little. At least found a jungle camp here and there. We'll see what RNG can do to close out this game. As you can see, blue buff are now going to be taken from Xiao. That's what they do next.
Abyssal as well. Honestly, no one is safe on the lineup of WE. He'll clean up anyone with a full combo. Has a Luden's Echo for immediate power. They recognize that their window is right now and that they can take full advantage of this game. So,
well, RNG moving towards the Baron buff.
See, this is a little bit of a trap because you still don't want to tunnel on Baron because you have Azir, 957 CC as well as all of Condi's and Mystic's AoE damage. So there is a risk in the Baron pit, but continue to control the dragon, rotate between turrets, I think is a good idea right now for the RNG lineup.
LXG up against his worst enemy, being the pink ward. Finally does fall down. Quick draw to get himself back towards the river. Couple of backs coming in. 957 makes his way back in, decides that he doesn't want to stay in the bottom side without teleport available. RNG just trying to corral WE into a position that they want. There's the Mimic Distortion, but just for a bit of poke.
Just because he can, throwing his face in there.
Yeah, get amongst it. Oh, Chain not going to find its mark. Lantern does fly over if Yahoo did want to use it. Doesn't, not at this stage.
And I say this all the time. If you are WE, you're in a high-pressure game, probably the highest pressure that a lot of these players have outside of IEM. And that was a tournament, honestly, that they had no expectations going in. They were the last place LPL team at the time. You pick a very finicky composition that is hard to execute. Whereas you look at RNG's composition, it's just like...
Put your face in it. Like everyone.
I say it all the time. It's just, everybody get in here. And like, that's honestly what it is, right? So, I just think that RNG understand like how to play these high pressure games a little bit better. I understand why, like Name, Name, Mata, and Lupa definitely are high clutch pressure players.
Oh yeah.
Name domestically, not internationally. I will caveat that. But this game is being played in China.
Yes, so at the moment,
so
domestic, so is
no
definitely
stranger playing here. And it's 10,000 gold the lead at 26 minutes in. And they've just really put the screws in on this lineup.
They have managed to siege down that bottom lane inner turret there as well. So 5 turrets to 2 favor of RNG. It's feeling like a very different game. And look, 10,000 gold. Not insurmountable.
Another ultimate from MLXG to try and deny the camp.
Didn't, fortunately for WE.
It's a thought that counts.
Yeah. Smoke screen going to fly through as well as Mata on top of a ward. Snagged by a Mystic shot here.
Second one to follow up. Mata needs to be careful because once again, there is a member on the team that is still strong. It is Mystic.
Yeah, well, MLXG is going to take another one, take another Lantern out, and my god, this is frustrating.
Well, he's just 3 levels higher. His smite is so much more efficient at this stage of the game.
I don't think it stops it from being frustrating. Like, I mean, yes, does make sense, but it's still just so mean. Well, Zero, not going to get picked off as the chains don't land. Xiaohu, though, very non-committal with that. Just do it over and over again. Now a needlessly large rod built up. We'll see whether that is going to be the death cap for his next item. Would have liked the Void Staff. But Condi not able to steer anything away as the Flay comes in. Box is down as well from Mata. Wanted to try and commit to that one. Of course, Lamb's Respite was still there. RNG not going to be able to find it, but they find their 3rd dragon of the game.
Another hook lands, this time onto 957. It's probably not the fish you're looking for.
Yep, put that one back.
Lupa has teleport. They're pinging out a ward that is, if you can see, top side of mid lane. In they go. Here comes the teleport.
Mimic Distortion for so much damage to start this one off as Lupa is going to make his way in. No home guard, but he has the pick of the litter as far as that twisted advance is concerned. Mystic gets over the edge, but does get the Tempered Fate in order to keep him alive. Will it last long enough, though, is the real question as Mystic does eventually fall. MLXG over to the side as Yahoo's going to follow him in there. And look at the amount of damage out of RNG. This is ridiculous. Mata may fall down, but the Azir is dead. Mata does fall, but 957 is going to be traded, and it's a triple kill for Name.
Yeah, triple kill, 13,000 gold the lead. They'll go clean up Baron. And this game at 30 minutes in looks like it has RNG's names written all over it. We question when the WE run would finally falter. Looks like RNG very prepared for this series. And there's one thing about a Gauntlet you have to be worried about.
Yeah.
When you haven't seen a team for a week and you've seen WE a couple of times, but looks like RNG right now showing that they are all class.
Yeah, they were at work for this whole week because they're looking stronger than they ever have. Really brilliant. Pick up the Baron buff. We'll see whether they can close this one out quickly, but Here's the fight, and the flank from Looper is just what it's all about.
Yeah, it was a really nice teleport, but it was a great Mimic Distortion to start it all off. Unfortunately, Mystic doesn't have anything to drop Looper there, and we mentioned that when you're super tanky, following someone over a wall is a fantastic thing. Pretty late ultimates out of everyone, to be honest, and Comedy using his Lamb's Respite selfishly because he's just been picked on all game. Can't keep Mystic alive. 957, sure, he gets the support in response, and still is quite strong in this game, but it's just not enough on the back of everything, and Name's going off.
Name's just gigantic. 608 now on this Siva.
Stole the red buff.
Oh my god. It all just belongs to MLXG. The whole map, feels like.
And it sets up such a good date with whoever comes into the finals. Clear Love, of course. Famous Chinese jungler, bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Or on the other side, it would be Swift if QG managed to pick up the victory. Huge Korean jungler, of course, formerly of CJ. It was just MLXG, new kid on the block. Been around for a season now, but starting to make a serious name for himself.
Oh, no vision of that particular ward, unfortunately. So RNG are discovered setting up here. Now able to clear out the vision in their own base, but WE just doesn't feel good right now. This turret actually getting taken down. What the hell? Qiao gets eliminated. First up, the turret is going to fall down. Mystic eats a collateral damage, has to go back to the fountain, and that base did not last very long at all. They'll now rotate towards the bottom side. MLXG, the true grit going off as he tanks up the turret for as long as he likes. They finish it there as well as 957 starts the engagement. Looper as well, a pretty good target as Mystic almost gets eliminated with 2 spells from Qiao. Once again, back to the fountain. 2 inhibitors dead in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, exactly right. They'd already taken out the mid lane turret. Sun turret gives them a little bit of a false sense of security. Condi not able to get his ulti down and save his mid laner. They have to give up everything after that. They get a brief window where they can pick up some farm. Maybe if they're close to an item, they'll finish it up. But you have to feel RNG is going to stream into that top lane. Start shoving out the creep wave. I mean, they've already got Bloodthirster picked up, Deathcap picked up. They're an item ahead of everyone. Close to 20,000 gold, 17k.
And look at Looper as well. He picked up your Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
He did it. He listened to.
Don't think he did. I think he could build whatever he wants right now.
Oh. No, it was just being silly. Well, Qiao looking to try and kill someone. Mystic is definitely a good option. Not going to be able to find him just there. Has himself an elixir running as well.
Another turret falls down. 18,000 gold.
This is a shutout. Just such a clinic put on here by RNG. Based on the mid lane, but everyone's been playing well this game. Name 609.
Well, this is what happens when you isolate an assassin for a prolonged period of time. So, yes, Qiao played very well. I want to go back to that. I'm not criticizing Qiao. He is proving to be a very good player. But when no one, jungler or otherwise, can influence a mid lane, LeBlanc will beat most people in a 1v1.
Well, Tempered Fate not going to be able to find anything here as the hook does land on a 957. Has to use the ultimate in order to get out as MLXG. Now running over the top, you can see Qiao creating some distance for himself, but MLXG is off on his own just trying to kill everyone. Sterix is going to go off as well as the more of Malmortius, and he will be okay as now Condi has to run away. Doesn't have Lamb's Respite anymore, but somehow they all live. Qiao does manage to make it in there and at least kill the Bard, and 957 will fall down, but on the base. We'll see whether WE can hold this one off. No. What the hell, Qiao? That is so much damage. Yeah, going to get hooked. Flayed off the edge there as Empress Divide comes down. He is going to fall. That is a triple in the end, I believe, for Qiao. Yep, the LeBlanc was massive, but RNG just as a unit looking so strong moving into match point in this best of 5 series.
They just dictated the pace of the game from get to go.
Yeah.
Was really impressive, actually, how they managed to do that. Once again, want to go back to just isolating that mid lane, putting such a magnifying glass on Qiao. They're already banning out multiple champions for him. This time they prioritize Azir. RNG obviously have a plan for that doesn't involve Varus. They go back to the LeBlanc and they just make sure it's a 1v1 the entirety of the game. And Qiao goes to work. And that's very impressive because, sure, even though he's put in that situation, he still has to win the lane Atlas, and he was able to do that easily.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily like, oh, this matchup is just going to play out this way. It's all about the map play, blah, blah, blah. Chains were landing left, right, and center. He just basically had Qiao's number in that lane the entirety of the phase.
Yeah, but once again, like, want to just repeat that this is what you expect if Azir gets 0 help. And the reason he gets 0 help is because Mata, MLXG just doing their job incredibly well. So credit to Xiaohu for being able to deliver on the end product, but well set up by the rest of the team.
Yeah.
This was a very silly play.
Yeah, it was odd. Definitely odd, but not a whole lot Qiao could do in that situation. Xiaohu naturally took down his turret
I don't know. I think there is. If you keep running that way and then flash towards your turret, because he's used Mimic Distortion, I reckon you're pretty safe. Flashing back towards his end distortion actually gives him the gap closer that he was looking for.
Well, yeah, you're right. I was more talking about if you wanted to commit to fighting him. That being said, not sure whether that was a good idea. As you can see, RNG able to run over this fight. Doesn't matter how many fronts it's on when you got a Sivir that big. And Xiaohu just running around eliminating whoever he wants to. It's just not looking great here for WE. But RNG had a plan, knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they executed it. And now we'll see whether WE can have the answer to what they're trying to do.
It doesn't look like WE have many answers right now.
No.
They're in a very slow, methodical, well thought out standard lane games. They've lost in what was an accelerated tempo second game, even though it still went quite long. Had a 20,000 gold lead at the end of that. RNG just dominated it from start to finish. So I think that right now, they just look like they're not able to teamfight, not able to outthink RNG, which doesn't leave you many options left on the Rift.
Yeah, and it just looks like a little bit demoralization there as well here for WE. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether WE can hold on, build up some momentum moving into the end of this best of 5 series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Congratulations once again to RNG, now 2-0 up in this best-of-5 series. And Trundle just smacking us right in the face.
Yeah.
It was Xiao that managed to pick up that MVP.
Trundle is a
Gigantic
real
performance.
MVP here.
Always.
So, what a performance. You just saw 40% damage there as it briefly flickered. About 75%
Contribution there
as well. Yep. So, really nice game. But I want to echo the sentiment that when you pick an assassin like LeBlanc and into a control mage, the whole idea about it is to isolate. Control mages, AoE damage, fantastic teamfight control.
Yep.
And, you know, just overall the long range, there's all these things that are positives for them. What they do badly, because they have lots of AoE damage, generally poor single target damage. So the fact that MLXG controlled the jungle pace made that Condi was once again just irrelevant. Like, he may as well not have played this game. Even his ults were relatively poor in the team fights. The fact that Marta was all over Zero. Zero needs to be a playmaker for WE to be successful. We've seen that time and time again. Yeah. He was against Caveman and Vici, is not against RNG and Marta. It just looks like everything is leading to this perfect, like, it's like an incubator. Like, that means that Xiao is just able to thrive because his champion pool does dominate 1v1s. We've seen Ryze, we've seen LeBlanc so far.
Yeah.
And both of them have looked very, very clinical.
Yeah, and he's a guy that, when given space, is able to definitely thrive. And it was sort of back when he was on Gamty, it was the fact that, you know, he'd get a bit of attention there and then things would fall apart. Given a bit of space now on this RNG roster, the fact that MLXG was completely free to roam around the jungle and just destroy everyone, it was ludicrous. Really, really beautifully done.
Yeah, it certainly was. The other thing that you just need to recognize on is the fact that if you are right now Xiao, it's easy. I sound like this is a compliment, not a criticism.
Yeah.
It was hard for him because he was the best player on a bad team. Now he's probably the worst player on a great team. That doesn't mean he's bad. It just means that all he has to do is fulfill his role on the team of this mid lane, like, honestly, 1v1, win your lane, you know, get ahead, go into team fights nice and strong, and we'll do the rest for you. You don't have to initiate. Don't worry about, like, it's not bad situations are very rarely going to overflow into your lane if you're Xiao right now. So it's a much better situation for him to be able to play his style of League of Legends. And Xie is a similar player. But right now, everything is just overflowing into his lane.
Yeah, and I think that, your point with talking about the assassins versus the control mages here, I think impacts a lot onto what could happen in game number 3. Because if Xiao is now going to be overly confident, then just decides maybe I can just blind pick this LeBlanc, take it right to Xie in that matchup, then he could actually get punished for
He'll
this
get
one.
fizzed or Diana.
Exactly.
Like 100%. Like, one thing Xie has is 2 pocket assassins that are very good.
Yes.
So we'll see exactly how that works out, but has been interesting so far to watch the evolution of how Xiao is able to play this lane.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does go back to something like the Lissandra. Definitely one of his big picks, especially this season. Played fantastically well when they went over to IEM, despite the fact that they didn't exactly get the results that they wanted. Still looked brilliant, and Xiao managed to keep a level head. And the brilliant thing about this is the fact that him and MLXG are the players that are definitely young right now. And they were able to step up high-pressure situations and look really fantastic, especially Qiao in last game, landing all the chains, and then MLXG playing confidently out of his mind.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's how this team was kind of built. Unfortunately, guys, we do have some technical issues that we're trying to work through right now, so
trying to get
you onto Summoner's Rift as soon as possible, or hopefully Champion Select before that, but at least Summoner's Rift if we don't grab the other one. The other thing, this is how that team was kind of built. You know, they had very experienced 5 members and inexperienced 5 members, and what they did is they kind of mishmashed them together and made RNG and R&B, and we've seen R&B a couple of times. Name has even been promoted out of that lineup now into the RNG side, and Wush is playing with Insec and Lei and Co. So they've got a really solid, one thing we don't often speak about that has improved in China is the infrastructure that these teams have now starting to skill up. And RNG is one of those teams. Royal wants to get back to Worlds.
Well, they never give up.
All right. That will... what were there? A Star Horn at one point as well, and a club, if we want to go with this. And that somehow got them to World Finals, Atlas.
And as soon as they're not giving up, they have problems.
Yeah.
I've just totally ruined it. Infrastructure in China
weren't
definitely
giving up
a lot
last
better.
split either. You know what happened? They nearly got friggin' relegated. So, So Royal, however, as I was saying, are a team that have started to upgrade up the workings behind the team and do some good things.
They most certainly are. Of course, around the LPL, it's the same thing. Of course, EDG looking fantastic as far as that infrastructure. Now their B team managing to make it into the LPL probably will be needing to go for
their C
name
team's
change.
also good.
What are we gonna call it if we're gonna look at the old M3WE thing?
We don't call them anything. That is completely up to the organization.
No, I know. But I was just thinking if you were gonna be the one to do it.
No, I'm not.
Oh, damn it. I was trying to throw it out there.
10-foot pole. As per the rules, they will sell the organisation to an impartial third party, and there will be absolutely no relation between the two teams.
Yeah, no longer any affiliation at all, and then they will compete against one another as separate entities, correct?
Yes.
Fantastic, good. So nothing out of the ordinary is going to happen. I don't know why I'm now feeling a little bit sheepish.
Well, I feel like, what we're talking about. Yeah. But, however, EDE has absolutely nothing to do with this game. So, WE versus RNG.
Yeah.
So this is something that WE now have to look at and be pretty worried because
it has to be a momentum shift, right? Somehow they need to change up something.
Well, the reason is the change was there. They lane swapped. They picked Ezreal. They went into a 2-item spike in composition. But what happened in that regard was standard lanes they weren't able to win, even though Mystic played well. Lane swap, they weren't able to win, even though Mystic played pretty well. Zero's being held down in both the situations. 957 isn't actually doing that much. We're having more of a mediocre 957 performance. Not bad by any measure, but not the carry that we're used to seeing out of his Lissandra. So it's just, I don't know if there is anything they can go back to here because they've kind of played two very different games and not really done much.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but we are in a champion select, ladies and gentlemen. As we are going to see exactly what's being picked up here. Let's run through it right now. As RNG are going to pick up the Maokai one more time. They've managed to get Azir and Sivir. This is ridiculous. Back on the Braum is Mata, so not going to be able to be playing his Thresh once again, which was banned away. But this comp looks so scary.
So let's have a look at it.
We've seen this one before.
Maokai, Nidalee, Azir, Sivir, and Braum versus Trundle, Graves, Twisted Fate, Lucian, and Bard. So very strong laners on the side of Team WE. See whether they're able to utilize any of that. Also, good macro play because they have double teleport as well as Twisted Fate. This is something that historically Azir has struggled with, whereas a great team fight comp on the side of RNG. One thing I will say is one of the champions on RNG is not like the other one, and that was the Nidalee. I actually don't know what Nidalee does in this composition because they have Azir, they have Maokai, and they have Sivir, all great pile-in champions. And unless he goes like that Bruiser Nidalee build, jungle item into like, I don't know, Rod of Ages, Abyssal, like something to try and keep him nice and tanky. Something like that where he can go Cougar form. I don't actually know whether MLXG, unless he just has another dominant jungle performance, adds much to the team composition as a whole. Yeah,
and it looks like WE also, flexed that Trundle there as well, switching things around here. Zero has played a heck of a lot of Trundle, so assuming that goes towards the bottom side, but then able to answer the split push of the Maokai. You've already spoken about this.
So it doesn't really.
QSS the problem?
Yeah,
something like that?
100%. You go second item QSS, you buy Iceborne Gauntlet, and you win the split push as Maokai. So I don't actually think it does counteract anything. You have to go Ravenous Hydra now. Titanic Hydra is pretty garbage on the current patch. Trundle, if he gets snowballed and ahead, like he can kind of disregard the Maokai maybe and just take out the turrets. But it is pretty difficult right now for the Trundle matchup.
Well, we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 of RNG versus WE. The lights are a little bit out at the moment as we move on to Summoner's Rift, and WE probably going to be feeling that pressure right now. We'll see exactly how the game is going to unfold, especially considering where these lanes are going to be going. Whether or not WE wants to start on the front foot immediately with this Bard lane. Especially Bard Lucian, which is just so disgusting to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we'll see whether we do get any form of lane swap. Pretty standard across the board right now as teams are just fanning out. Looper probably going to throw a couple of soccer balls into a camp, and it looks like Mata and Name will try and swap away here.
Yeah, it will be answered by the looks of things. Blind here by Mystic and Zero moving towards the top side.
Well, if you don't deep invade, and you are RNG, you would definitely think about blind lane swapping, just in case you get it. So WE responding it is pretty standard. The reason I say that is because Braum Sivir should get picked on. After level 1, Braum has a great level 1. Sivir does as well with Ricochet.
Yep.
After that stage, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Well, Zero and Mystic starting on the Krugs. We'll be able to even out this experience advantage that RNG were going for by picking up the Gromp. Everything going to be fine. moving into the upside-down standard lanes.
The Australian lanes, as Frosco fondly refers to them as.
Yeah, and it's also another interesting thing, just because, once again, the start of this game has gone differently. It was very standard game number 1, lane swap game number 2, now upside-down game number 3.
Yeah, we've played every variant of modern-day League of Legends.
Yeah, very cute. Showing the adaptation from both of these teams here is 957. Just really wanted to auto-attack Lupa, and Lupa really didn't want to let him. I believe he just missed the Arcane Smash, and it looked like it went through him.
No, he hit him.
Right. Trundle isn't a lot thinner than I expected. Very handy, as we'll see how this lane does pan out. Lupa definitely used to playing the Maokai now on his 3rd game in this series on the champion.
Yeah, historically was a great tank player as well.
Yeah.
Known for his teleport play on Samsung Lite. Played a lot more carries at Worlds, but I think that was more of the I can, because my team is so dominant that I'm going to take Kassan and Akali into every single matchup and win the game regardless.
Oh yeah, 2014 Worlds, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't make 2015 Worlds, so it would have been hard to pick anything.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just trying to remember back that far. The teleport Akali top lane was that was a moment.
Yeah, you're in trouble now.
Yeah, Name definitely is. Not going to get stunned out just yet, but there's the flash. The heal going to come down as the flash from Zero as well. He gets it with the last auto attack. Calculated damage, and WE start off strong. Their first blood of the series.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're not done. Maybe a flash play coming in here.
Yeah. Qiao actually unable to use the E. Shifting Sands not quite working out there as the wrong soldier went forward.
Yeah, it looked like he actually ran into Condi. So, of course, you stop when you hit a target. You get the shield, however. So, Condi did a great job. Now, 957 maybe in a little bit of trouble, but teleport.
Yeah, MLXG actually just going to help clear out the wave. Teleport's going to be cancelled. Nothing gained here from RNG in the early game.
Actually, great use of teleport there. Leaves it until the very last second. Make sure that 957 is alive and healthy in the lane. Could have followed through if they do keep commitment onto it. And they've actually swapped the lanes back here. Name wants absolutely nothing to do with the Lucian Bard lane. And after the first blood, cannot really blame him, Atlas.
Certainly not. Grabbed himself a cull there as well. And we'll see whether Name is going to have a better time. He, of course, moves into this lane. Picks up the standing farm, but he's still 5 behind. We'll see whether Mystic is going to head back. He's actually frozen this lane out relatively effectively, but
not at all.
Just destroys all of the minions.
It wasn't frozen regardless.
Oh, damn it.
Would have pushed and would have actually made Trundle's life a little bit crappy if they had left it there. So as you can see, Trundle just trying to grab something for himself. They're actually staying in the lane swap situation because they understand that Maokai would just grab that lane, freeze it, have a very big experience advantage. So instead, they're sending 3 members into this bottom lane, see if they can affect something. Teleport coming in, however.
Yeah, RNG trying to find something here as the spear is going to land. MLXG is going to be able to jump over. Doesn't have to, as Loop is going to lock down 957. A little bit of an optimistic teleport play, and RNG capitalize.
Yeah, so in the end, it's actually a great teleport play coming in because they're able to pick up a kill as well as the turret. That just equalizes any advantage that WE had grabbed out of the first blood. They'll be able to pick up first turret of the game as well in pretty quick fashion.
Oh, of course, 957 was still there. I thought he had actually teleported in, but no, he was just remained in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
No worries there. Zero is going to turn up, but he's not going to be able to defend this turret. It is very, very low.
Yeah, it certainly is. However, a little bit of invade on the top side of the rift looks like it's being responded to by Twisted Fate. MLXG needs to be careful there, but bottom lane turret will fall down. One more auto attack, and it's gone.
Yeah, Marta going to help out there as well. So Name grabs himself the local gold, trying to get himself as close to comfortable in this situation as he possibly can.
One more time. Roa mid lane for Xie.
Yeah,
Xiao not about that, just wants cooldown reduction.
Yeah, and is that sort of the aggressive Azir method here, is to go with Nash's Tooth straight up as opposed to something like an Abyssal Scepter in a more difficult lane?
Just means that you don't think you're going to die. Gives you much more combat readiness. Xie, of course, with Catalyst is not a huge kill threat, although with Condi there, if they're able to get a couple of gold cards out and layer the damage from Condi that he brings, it will be good news. But Condi's once again 13 CS behind and a couple of levels from MLXG. So he's not having the best game, and it's just going to be an isolated mid lane one more time, and that means that pushing is going to be key in keeping the Twisted Fate down.
Well, we'll see whether Xiao is going to be able to do it. Now 49 to 53. Of course, the early pressure that was put down has afforded Qiao a little bit of a lead here in this lane. We'll see. Of course, first Destiny, the thing you're going to be looking for here. Level 6 has been achieved.
I don't know if he'll get a Destiny.
Like ever?
Yeah, if he does, Qiao will just take his turret. The point of Destiny is to, you know, create an advantage somewhere else on the map. Losing mid lane turret is not an advantage.
Well, of course, creating some space for that, maybe trying to get Xiaohu down. It's going to be difficult. Those wildcards are going to be used, but nice proc of the Thunderlords there as Qiao takes a fair bit of damage.
And this is the difference. You go for a Catalyst, you have no AP. There's no way you can push that lane out quickly. Xiaohu goes for Fiendish Codex. Cooldown reduction and AP. Does him very nicely. As we can see that actually Condi is just leeching experience and farm off his top laner right now. Actually, we'll meet MLXG in the jungle.
We probably would have just killed Condi if that spear had
Yeah,
landed.
it's
That's
definitely going
two levels
ahead.
This is ridiculous.
Teleport.
Destiny has been popped. Yeah, the teleport is there as Lupa is going to fly in. Now 1 versus 3 as MLXG dives over the top. Lupa could be in trouble right now as he pops the ultimate. There's the flash. Emperor's Divide, of course, moved out of the way up, but MLXG is going to be able to lock down the 1-for-1. And Xiaohu trying to get some more done. The teleport going to come in from Jie, get himself out of there. Yeah, so that is going to be
there's no
safe.
turret to fall back to, so great use of the teleport. We'll probably lose out on the blue buff, however, as MLXG is not done with WE's jungle just yet.
Of course, Condi not alive.
Oh, teleport actually coming in.
Wildcard once again. Wildcard's going to come down and nab both of them, but teleport, but nothing to be found.
You can see it looks like it will be the Titanic Hydra picked up out of 957, or just some tank stats after the normal Tiamat. WE. Zero just taking a magical journey for the heck of it right now. Have frozen this bottom lane quite effectively and stalled out any farm that Name was receiving. And Qiao is in some trouble now.
Yeah, MLXG, of course, trying to find the spear. Nabs it onto a minion. Just more pressure here onto the Twisted Fate. Only has about a 4 CS advantage now that cannon creep is about to go down.
So that was smart use of the Destiny, because Xiaohu had already left the lane, so he was halfway through the river. So Twisted Fate followed afterwards. So it was like a reactive Destiny. What that meant was Xiaohu couldn't push mid lane. He was never going to get anything out of it. And Twisted Fate still gets there quickly first because of how the mechanic works. There's Mystic now waiting for Name. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, uses the heal. There's the culling blocked by Mata onto a minion, perfectly aimed. Saves his AD carry's life, but that's both summoner spells and the ultimate.
Certainly, as Condi was there as well. Probably could have gone over the wall, look for a snipe. Instead, they just will settle for the turret, equalize that objective, and take control of the gold lead for what feels like the first time in a very long time in this series.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mystic wants to get rid of the turret, however, because he's doing such a good job in this 2v2. Probably go back, pick himself up a Caulfield Warhammer. He's 30 CS in the lead, Atlas, as well as that assist from the first blood.
Yeah, he's playing extraordinarily well right now.
He's the shining light of the WE lineup right now. Fortunately, 957, I have stripped you of that title.
We'll see whether he can buy it back. He's 12 CS in the lead as well. But of course, Trundle versus Maokai, not going to be riding home about it.
Yeah, not great for the Maokai until he is able to pick up 2 items, 2.5. This is why Trundle actually just fell out of popularity, because QSS was such a defined counter. And if you're countered by 1 item, that is actually pretty good anyway. Free cleanse on that is going to be nice, and it gives you relevant MR anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little bit worrisome. Why no suppressions are really utilized, although Malzahar has been seeing a little bit more play. He's another non-interactive champion. What's with you and non-interactive mages?
They're easy to play.
So you can, like, I love playing certain champions. Warwick, for example.
Yeah.
Don't like seeing him in competitive play.
All right.
You understand where I'm going with this one?
No, I understand. Like, you know, enjoying to play a champion, not the same as
enjoying to watch it.
I'm
a Cogmore Ziggs player in the middle lane.
Oh,
neither of those belong in competitive play. As Destiny's burnt, Name continuing to be picked on.
Apparently he doesn't belong in competitive play either. Does manage to use the spell shield on the gold card. That's all of the CC.
So he definitely belongs in competitive play because there was end of the line thrown out there, a smoke screen, everything to try and bait out the spell shield, but he uses it picture perfectly.
Stunning.
onto the gold card from Qiao. Great work out of the AD carry from Team RNG. You can see that even though they're behind, plays like that do get you a fair bit because that's a wasted ultimate and nothing gained on the back end.
Yeah, and it's just stopping that snowball from rolling any faster.
So it is the Ravenous Hydra.
Ah, he is going for it, so pickaxe there.
Yep. Of course, new build path.
Well, see how he makes it work here, 957. Bit of the extra offensive flavor, not to mention the lifesteal being so important. And Name just trying to get himself back here into this game. Almost has the Essence Reaver. Of course, that one's done here for Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic is massive.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, is this even something RNG are worried about? I just look at this comp and I'm like, Azir, Sivir, plus the Maokai for the
100%.
team fight control.
They've got 100% 1-3-1 split push pressure on WE's side. Twisted Fate can just generate plays all around the map. I think they have to be worried the longer this game goes. If they're at a deficit, if they're in the lead, sure. The team sounds pretty good at fighting on even footing, but just, yeah, I don't think it is going to be that way if they're ever at a deficit.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually claw this one back as WE are going to be taking down this Rift Herald. Condi helping out there as 957. Going to donate that one towards his jungler. Condi just going to be able to roam around this jungle a little bit more effectively. MLXG playing the farm game most definitely again here on this Nidalee. Equal levels with his solo lanes.
Oh, gets stunned up, however. Does still get the blue buff.
With a red.
Maybe a potential for an engage there. But as you said, is quite high level. Teleport burnt from Qiao just to get back to the mid lane. Of course, not a bigger deal on Twisted Fate because he has the ulti. It's interesting to see whether people ulti back to mid lane or whether they teleport back to mid lane.
Yeah. I guess if there's people missing on the map, you can Destiny back to the mid lane. I feel like using it for vision is something that you want as well, right?
Well, the other thing is ulti is such a shorter cooldown, so using teleport back to mid lane means that you think that action's going to happen in the next couple of seconds that you're going to need the ultimate for.
See whether that is going to be the case as now Jahu collect his blue buff. Grabs it relatively easily there as well.
Yeah, looked pretty simple. Q and a W and a Q.
Yep. Quickly. More to the point rather than easily because
right,
look,
yep.
It's a stationary minion on very low health. He's now back here in the mid lane to see whether he's able to shove some arises into the turret. By the looks of things, no, as GA is going to turn up. But a lot of harassment coming down here as Yahoo now playing quite far up now that he has that national.
But here we go. Oh,
yeah, Tempered Fate not going to happen.
Zero's been a little bit off today with the Tempered Fates.
Yeah, or at least in games 2 and 3. His game 1, at least at the beginning, was pretty good. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's one of those spells that, you know, can be opportunistic as opposed to pinpoint every time. Jay once again taking some harass.
But I feel like he had corralled them to a pretty easy area to nail that one and was on the same screen. General is if you're on the same screen as someone, you will get them. However, Dragon has been started up here by MLXG, will be chunked down and no response whatsoever. And this is another worrying side because there's a 40 CS discrepancy in the bottom lane and they're not able to get anything going on that side of the map. Like, if it was the top side of the map where Maokai and Trundle relatively even, I can understand it. But right now, Name should be getting bullied. It's just not the case.
Right, he's just picking up side lane farm when he can and following Mata around. On the hunt has been popped here as the teleport's coming in. Mystic will need to dash over this wall. Xiaohu just flashes over. Zero's destroyed for the third kill for RNG. Condi, end of the lines there, but I think that's for his teammate as opposed to the enemy.
And one more time, this is RNG's weak side of the map. They have Essence Reaver
Spear!
Zeal. Oh.
This is so bad. Flash comes out from GA to keep him safe, but mid lane outer turret could be under fire.
Essence Reaver Zeal versus the makings of an Essence Reaver, and RNG are just putting on the moves right now.
Yeah, immediately Sun turret goes up here as well as Mata's going to hang around underneath, making sure that it's not too easy to kill.
They're only just now up in gold. It shouldn't be this easy, but they're just, every single time, so decisive, Atlas, willing to pull the trigger, flashing immediately over the wall, getting that pick that they were looking for onto 0.
They also have like this 2-game buffer as well. I mean, they may as well play confidently. They may as well not doubt themselves.
But in saying that, WE, if you don't win this game, you go home. You may as well play confidently as well, because otherwise you're just going to lose a series 3-0.
Kind of like the do or die situation. Well, you can see Mystic hanging out here in the mid lane. And we're looking at him. He's the one that does need to translate this massive advantage in money.
He's 60 CS up.
Yeah.
His team is 1,000 gold behind. And he would be
900 gold in the
9
league.
up. Yeah, that's incredible. Even the mid lane is up as well. It's really that jungle position that is carrying the majority of the lead.
Yeah, and Lupa, listening to you once again, does have
Second
himself
item.
that QSS.
Yeah, for those at home, this is the new Maokai build into Trundle. Get your Sunfire Cape, means you can fight him off, get your QSS, go into Iceborne Gauntlet. He will not scratch you. Maokai is so incredibly durable, gives him offensive flavor with those 2 bruiser items. And that's enough magic resistance for Twisted Fate.
Now we just need to know the price. I'll definitely purchase myself a Maokai after that. It's Condi. Oh, it's a face-off.
I challenge you to a dance-off.
Yeah. Well, then you have to use all of your abilities instantly and in a very interesting order. Makes no sense. Tempered Fate comes down. Qiao just going to step to the right. No one going to get nailed. Destiny comes in, though. The Trundle actually looking for a pillar now. Jia has got lockdown Mata. 957 is going to help secure that kill as the culling from Mystic is over the top. MLXG going to pounce over the wall.
Yeah, what can they get off the back of this, however? They get a pick, but every single time RNG have been able to turn these picks into an advantage. Looks like they're focusing on Rift Herald and bottom lane turret, so a little bit of split focus. Phantom Dancer it's an entire Phantom Dancer up right now for the AD carry.
Yeah, it's silly. Mystic is so big.
But once again, he's not there. Oh, goes over the wall. This is dangerous.
Yeah, Lupa right in there. MLXG, of course, with the Smite Fingers able to pick that one up as Condi dashes out of the way. No one going to get hit by Qiao's ultimate there, and the Magical Journey going to get 0 to safety. Oh my god, Mystic in so much trouble as MLXG is able to lock that one down, but it is Qiao falling. WE managed to turn around the situation. They lose their AD carry, but they grab 2
Here comes Mata.
Yeah, he's trying to find his way in. Name towards the bottom side of the map, but the Winter's Bite does go wide. More disengage coming out as the pillar. MLXG looking for it, still bouncing forward. But nothing else going to be found, and RNG, no matter what happens, they're still going to be aggressive.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. They grab Rift Herald. They even still get enough farm there that they equalize the trade. You can see what was once a 60 CS lead is now down to 30.
Yeah.
For Name. So that's a good news story right now. They're also looking to pressure top lane turret, see whether 957 burns an ulti to get up there, because that is a heck of a lot of creeps, and now a Rift Herald buff.
She actually decided to take down this pink ward here before actually getting any reasonable damage onto the turret. I have a feeling if he had stayed, they would have definitely got that.
Well, they're still probably going to get it here. They've got the burning effect off Dragon. We'll be able to take it. Mystic goes around the corner, however.
Yeah, there's the piercing light. Culling comes through, but thankfully the minion wave is there. MLXG uses that to tank that one up as the spear. Oh, it's going to miss as the dash comes through. MLXG has to flash. It is going to be safe for now as Qiao, you wanted him to bait it.
No, well, you couldn't bait it because he would have died. But very good play out of Mystic there. Doesn't have to use either summoner spell, gets a flash out of MLXG, and just shows how strong this Lucian is right now on Summoner's Rift.
He's massive.
Because that's arguably the strongest member of RNG as well. He's still the highest level, probably has the most gold as well. 301, 130 jungle camps.
Yeah, he's huge. And you're right, highest level in the game, level 14. Especially in comparison to Condi, who's only level 11. That's a 3-level advantage in the jungle.
But you have to think level 13 to level 12 in the AD carries is certainly a big deal as well.
Yeah.
So it's just differing power right now as opposed to how much of it there is. Because we just saw the strongest member of the team versus the strongest member of the team. And Mystic handily whooped his backside, Atlas.
I would say that you would be correct, as MLXG actually going to head a little bit further forward than he otherwise likes. Qiao, Destiny's coming in here as GA Does
now
have
he's
a
in
gold
trouble.
card there. MLXG trying to land some spears as the Glacial Fissure not going to find too much now. RNG, low health bars, but they do have a good position on this fight. In goes Looper. The Subjugate just did nothing. Just QSS'd it immediately, and Zero is going to fall down. RNG just get into a good team fight position, and everything looks great.
Exactly right. They look to blow up Looper with that Subjugate and 2 members, but he just QSS's it off straight away. He took top lane turret in the meantime, so they're now 2,000 gold up, looking to grab another dragon for their troubles.
That'll be dragon number 2.
And RNG are just clinical in their performance right now. As we mentioned, there is a huge AD carry on the side of Team WE. They're just not able to get anything done. Abyssal picked up. Looks like a Lich Bane will be next for Qiao. You wonder when the Zhonya's will come out so he can go deeper with that teleport.
Yeah.
And actually make some fights happening. Because right now he's like kind of flirting with danger, but not committing very hard. Seems to be biting his team a little bit in the backside.
And you can see Qiao, who his opponent now has that Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well, so these team fights are going to be more difficult for WE to navigate, what with getting slowed down to high heaven every time those Sand Soldiers touch you. There's a lot of them. They touch you a lot, and it's awful.
Okay.
Glad to be going down.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, do that. Don't ask me how I know. Ravenous Hydra, going to be built up here by 957, now building Tanky. So you're exactly right with the differentiating item build. Will that save him in the split push as far as...
Not at all. Okay. No. He's now in a position where he can't really effectively split push as we play Slideshow League of Legends for a little while. Creeps don't want to cooperate. Qiao runs around, still kills them all, so it's fine. Mystic actually grabs a bottom lane turret. That's a good news story at least. 2-3, so starting to peg back some of that gold lead. As you can see, it's still a very equal game.
Yeah, super even. Connie and Zero now roaming through, clearing out vision where they can. Mystic's going to head back to base. Probably grabbing himself something like a Hex Drinker. There it is. Thought it could have been a QSS, but then I thought maybe there isn't anything to QSS, which there isn't.
Oh, now quite Twisted Advance. Still expect him to have one by later stages of the game.
Okay.
Even the slow or the brawn passive, like something like that can spell immediate death for an AD carry, so it's always a nice item to have. I think Hex Drinker in the current situation in the game is a little bit more efficient, because it's probably going to be Nidalee jumping on your face, and that shield will save your life.
True. Condi, have to be a little bit careful as Winter's Bite not going to find him. Mystic, going to clear out this.
Where's the teleport and Twisted Fate ulti? Doesn't look to be coming out anytime soon. In fact, they just give up a lot of damage on this turret. They're sticking to the split pushing Trundle tactic.
Looper actually just going to go back to base. Home guards his way down. Will be able to pick this one up. That turret very, very healthy, and 957 going to walk away immediately. So, RNG holding on. WE doing exactly the same. Sun turret still standing here in the mid lane. 1,000 gold now the lead for RNG.
Yeah, we'll fall down on this wave, and it is just that mid lane turret that separates these two teams right now. As Mystic, you can see Supreme Confidence actually walking towards the Azir. Sun turret goes down, he picks up 100 gold for that. He is still about 35 CS up in the lead. Hex Drinker is what that equates to. Mid lane, when is Twisted Fate going to go back and get that Lich Bane? Then he becomes a serious split threat push. Has Destiny and Teleport available. Someone has to be able to answer it. So right now they have a great response for the Trundle. They don't really have a response for the Twisted Fate. However, in saying that, the main group doesn't have the greatest wave clear because Graves fell a little bit too far behind. So it's about where they transfer their power to now. MLXG is going for Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so we were right. Goes for more of a bruiser build because it is pretty much a pile in comp right now.
I like it.
RNG.
The double rod comp. The health on it. Working out quite well. 957 smacking down these minions that Loop is delivering.
So Loop actually doesn't go for a second like pseudo offensive item. Looks like he's going for either a Randuin's Zoma or a Frozen Heart. The reason I bring that up as relevant is because maybe there is a point in the game where 957 can ignore him enough to get a couple of hits on the turret, back away, and then just, you know, continue to lifesteal up off the next creep wave. So there is a possibility that split pushing does work for the Trundle, just because of the way that Looper's itemized after the QSS. Team fights, still not going to be very effective because Subjugate not going to be doing much versus Looper, and that means he'll be a massive tank. But in the split push, still might be something there, Alex.
Well, hopefully, for WE's sake. Of course, they're doing their very best to try and hold on right now. Is MLXG going to clear out the vision?
Don't really like the lane assignments right now with Twist of Fate being up against the Azir. I think that he'll be very happy with that. For Twist of Fate, I mean.
Yeah.
So he can join the mid lane party a little bit quicker, and you can see as soon as he dips into Fog of War, they have to respect that. Subjugate goes down. QSS burnt straight away.
We'll see whether that is going to be capitalized on here by WE. Might want to have that removed, as I believe Subjugate has a lower cooldown than the QSS.
Yeah, it should at this stage of the game. But he's quite doomed, so he's going to have to go back to base anyway. It was kind of that last-ditch effort.
Yeah, like I may as well throw this at you.
Yep.
Because, you know, why not?
Everyone goes back. Shops.
That's actually Void Staff done here for Qiao as well. So as far as 3 items are concerned, feeling very, very comfortable on the Azir.
Leech Bane picked up for Twist of Fate as well.
More of Malmortius for Mystic. My god. Massive damage. It is going to be the IE as the 3rd pickup item here for Name.
Twist of Fate. Looks like he's getting collapsed on. Eats a spear there for his trouble.
Yeah, uses the Destiny. He's going to get himself back towards the mid lane. But bit of a big cooldown for not a whole lot gained.
Yeah, it has 20% cooldown reduction just on his items. I'm sure he has another 7.5 on his runes as well. So if he picks up a blue buff, not really all that big of a deal at this stage of the game. But Condi, a little bit caught out. Marta takes some damage in response.
Marta was looking for him here.
Okay, so now if 957 can keep Looper out of fights. I'm looking for Razor Hope for WE, right?
Yep, got it.
So if he can keep him out of fights, that's actually a huge deal. Because I would very much argue, as I've seen this before, deja vu, I would very much argue that Looper is much more efficient in a team fight right now. So I don't like the use of the pillar. I think that he just saves pillar until Looper tries to teleport. And then you just, you know, knock him out of it.
Well, there's a Twisted Advance. QSS now up. 956 Looper, sorry.
Lots of assist pings around the Dragon, actually.
Yeah, lots of jockeying for position. We are going to have a look down there. Mystic just juggling things, but it has been started here by RNG. MLXG now with the level advantage still. 2 levels up. Condi's going to get the Dragon. Somehow grabs the first one here for WE.
Got it with the ultimate, actually.
Yeah.
So collateral damage coming up huge.
That and the Smite will be able to do it. The Sun Turret is going to get taken down, and WE get a Dragon they had no real right getting.
Yeah, certainly is the case. Of course, with that turret lead still in favor of RNG. It is about 1,000 gold to lead. That's the turret, but it doesn't look like they can push in anytime soon. MLXG still being aggressive. Does get bound up.
Yeah, this could be a real problem. Teleport immediately comes in from RNG. Those 957 takes actually some pretty big damage.
No, but that's a huge victory. Twisted Fate's in the bottom lane. Talked about breaking mid lane turret. Who cares? Just break the bottom lane ones. He's got the Lich Bane. We'll be able to pull some blue cards, and you can see that turret not going to be long for this world.
Yeah, Name, he's going to try and move down there. I'm not even sure whether he can take the 1v1 as GA able to easily take that one down, and that is going to even the gold completely. 300, in fact, in the lead here for WE. Now, the Sivir, see whether she can get towards that Infinity Edge, and RNG now need to make some moves to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they're still not out of it. Gold relatively equal. Just that wasted teleport from Looper as his jungler was caught out. That was over-aggression from MLXG. Has got a lot of health, but not much resistances, so maybe a little bit falsely confident.
Yeah.
And GA will be able to grab this blue buff, so Ultimate going to be on a very low cooldown. And I want to see now how they capitalize on this, because this is the first time in this whole series that you felt like WE, at like 30 minutes in the game, are in a good position. They're exactly where they want to be. They've got now a needlessly large rod. That, I hope, becomes Azonia's Hourglass.
Yes.
So we can start going for the deeper Twist of Fate plays. Phantom Dancer has been picked up by both AD Carry and Jungler. Last Whisper's started to be built, so going to shred through some of this Maokai armor. A great position right now, honestly, for Team WE. And we haven't been able to say that all that much. However, RNG is still playing with some confidence.
Well, Name did just pick up the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that'll give you confidence.
Yeah, Yeah, 3 items there for the Sivir. Feeling very, very comfortable, but you're right. Last couple of things have been all about WE. About what they can achieve here on the Rift.
Name's gone to a side lane to try and push that one out. That's a greedy shove because the lane is already pushing pretty naturally. It's like 957 wants Looper. Ulti out of Twisted Fate.
Yeah, let's gank the teleport lane here as Looper, very, very tanky, does have to use the flash in order to get over the top. Subjugate still being held onto here as
the whole collapse is coming out.
Yeah, he just wants to wait for it here as Sapling's going to come in. Looper just not too scared at all. And now 957 caught on the trap. GA just going to get ignored for now as the QSS is going to get rid of that Subjugate.
Oh!
Massive Tempered Fate comes in though. And WE now all on top of this one. MLXG trying to run out of the way. Does save Marta, but he's going to fall eventually to Mystic. But Qiao who's in here. Emperor's Divide coming down as Mystic. Maybe a little bit too deep now as Name gets the auto attacks in over the top. They managed to take one down, but the Sivir just can't get enough. My God, Jia is going to fall. Qiao! Oh my gosh, he's not going to be able to make it happen. Unfortunate play, and Name forced to run.
Yeah, so in the end, it is a 4-for-1 trade and 2,000 gold to lead for Team WE. What a play. See whether they can collapse on this Baron objective because there are quite long death timers right now, Atlas, or they just consolidate farm around the map and try and build themselves a little bit more of a lead. Mid lane turret wouldn't be a bad objective either, but it looks like Baron is the call.
Yeah, a bunch of pings down onto the area, of course. RNG knows what's going on. 50 CS to lead for
Can
the
they
EDG
do anything
still.
about it, though?
Yeah, well,
no teleport available. 24, 19, and 6 seconds respectively on death timers. Don't think they can do anything about this. First Baron of the game will be picked up for Team WE.
Yeah, and they are now 2,000 gold in the lead. That is going to be Mystic helping pick that one up. They all take the magical journey and get themselves out in WE. It's the first considerable lead that they've had.
Yeah, it certainly is. 3.5, nearly 4,000 gold to lead. That's huge. That's a completed Last Whisper item on the AD carry. That is a Zhonya's Hourglass on the mid laner. Even the jungler for the first time with the 7 assists looks like he's comparable. I'm not going to say he's ahead, but he's at least he's in touching distance.
He's got some items, man. It's beautiful. Condi, finally off welfare.
And as I said, MLXG, I like the build adaptation because it does make a little bit more sense. But when you are a piling comp like this, like Azir should be the only one sitting back firing shot. Everyone else needs to be in there contributing. I just don't like that last team fight summed it up. He got hit by a gold card, blown up on the back end. Didn't really do all that much, MLXG, and he's 4-1-1, 200 CS, majority of the gold on this team.
Yeah.
Needs to be able to do something. Imagine if he was the Graves, or even something like a Kindred. Be much more beneficial, I feel, right now for the RNG lineup.
Well, at the moment, WE trying to do something with this Baron buff. Name and Qiao, main sources of wave clear in
Bard
the
of
mid lane.
Command.
Yeah.
There we go.
Baron of Karad.
And you can see that it's Nidalee matching the split push against the Trundle. Don't think that is going to bode well for you.
No, although I believe they are even level.
I think they need to swap that assignment around. I think somehow you want the Nidalee versus a Twist of Fate.
Or at least not this.
Well, they don't have any other response for the split push because they need wave clear in the mid lane. That's what Azir does.
Tempered Fate.
Spell shield.
Nice spell shield, yeah. Keep himself safe there as Mystic gets tagged by a Boomerang. They don't get too much damage done on this.
Marta wants this.
Yeah, they do nail the Cosmic Binding though. Zero keeping them safe as red buff is going to go to Mystic. MLXG wants to find something as Destiny has been used.
Yeah, they use it to see whether the chase is actually going to be successful. Now they teleport in.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
oh my God,
Name.
Name in so much trouble. He's going to get taken down as Jia is going to jump over the top. Qiao looking for a special delivery as Jia pops the Zhonya's. Can he buy enough time? As no, he can't. MLXG is going to be able to pick that one up. The Glacial Fissure is massive out of Marta, but Qiao able to pick up one more, falls down to 957, and now the Troll is coming in. He's looking for you, MLXG. You have to get underneath this turret if you can. It's just Marta that's going to get obliterated, and again, one member remains for RNG.
So you ask, can he buy enough time? The answer is yes, because even though he falls down, it was so much time wasted waiting for that Zhonya's Hourglass to pop, and it means that WE, they pick up 4 members. With the Trundle, with Graves and Lucian, they're going to look to end the game.
Yeah, first Nexus turret now under fire. Baron buff here as well. So much damage out of these minions. MLXG wants to take down Condi, uses his Zhonya's. But Mystic's in there as well. I mean, who cares about turrets? This Nexus is well and truly defeated, and WE, they make their way back in to this semi-final and bring it 1-2.
Yeah, they certainly do. So a much better game this time around from Team WE. And we already mentioned it, you know, the ability to just pick a pretty easy team comp to execute on. Twisted Fate teleports into these fights. You got a split pushing Trundle. It just made a lot more sense to me, Atlas, because these guys, they don't need to be going with a really complex win condition. We've just seen that they can team fight well. And this game showed us exactly that. When it got to team fighting stage, they were all really confident.
Yeah, and they looked fantastic. And I really love the split push adaptation as well out of Qiao. This is a guy that managed to shake off 2 pretty awful games, honestly, where he didn't really feel as comfortable as he otherwise wanted to be. And the Twisted Fate looked fantastic.
Yeah, here's some highlights from the game. As we can see, this was an early teleport play that came out of Qiao. He was getting shoved in, but he uses the Destiny late. This was honestly Xiaohu and RNG just looking decisive in their play. Zero gets picked off here. Leads to a good mid lane shove.
And I mean, this worked out well for RNG as well. I mean, the whole early game honestly still looked like RNG were in complete control of the series.
So this kind of turned around a little bit because I think they did pick up 2 for 1 here. Able to utilize teleport because it was Sivir on the bottom part of the map. But you're right, early game still looked fine for RNG, but when you're against Twisted Fate, when you're against Trundle, fine, probably not going to cut it.
Yeah. That's a very good point. And look, Looper feeling like he actually had the jump on this one, and this is where it all really started to fall behind.
He did have the jump because they were able to get there so much more quickly, but what they didn't, I guess, calculate in was the Tempered Fate, the Bard ability to traverse terrain. And as I said, MLXG, he goes out so far in this fight, and everyone else is kind of crowded in here, putting out tons of damage, and MLXG not really able to replicate that at all.
No. And Jahu as well. I mean, it was a little bit depressing. He did as much as he possibly could. And
he didn't work in this fight.
Yeah.
Just a small miscalculation here. Gets the soldier up, thinks he can get the Q through. Actually can't, gets cleaned up by the Graves.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the dominance of Graves a little bit at the moment in the LPL.
Yeah.
But just the fact that we're not a finesse region. I'm going to say there are some teams that are finesse teams within LPL, but you know, the likes of OMG, WE, QG, Snake, they make their names off team fighting. And that was the first time that WE really went back to a team fighting comp and was like, all right, come at us.
Yeah, and they played it beautifully. And of course, moving forward, moving around the map as well. Qiao managed to take free turrets when he felt like it. And they ignored the fact that they were falling behind in the early game. So really showing some composure here in this best-of-5 series. We'll see whether they can manage to make it towards that 3-game reverse sweep that they're opting for here. If you guys believe in WE, we'll find out right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. WE have made it. They found a victory in this best-of-5 series against RNG for our semi-final, and Mystic is going to be able to pick up MVP. And what a performance it was, especially in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, it certainly was. Mystic had an absolute perler. I think that also the fact that, him and Zero were able to get a more aggressive bottom lane than Name and Mata made a huge difference, because you saw the difference in Zero this game as well. Fishing for Bard ulti. Some of them weren't hitting, but then the last one came up absolutely clutch.
Yeah.
And I think there's something that we need to look for out of the WE lineup in general. Their motto, keep your dreams, definitely still is alive. It's 2-1 Atlas, but you can feel something to stir in the WE camp. Because when they play this quirky team fighty, like all in your face, just piling style of League of Legends, as fantastic. As we take a look at him on your screen.
Yeah, that is Mystic. He's looking dangerous right now.
He's looking pretty damn focused is what that looked like. And want to go back, I think that the comp that came out of RNG, also brilliant. I thought that Maokai dealt with the split pushing Trundle fantastically throughout that mid game. They had no one to go up against a Twisted Fate, however. And the Nidalee made no sense to me.
Yeah, I feel like that jungle pickup was the only thing that really made no sense to you, especially Spawn. So maybe if MLXG was to look at something else moving into game number 2, that could be the
Kindred
adaptation.
would have saved that last team fight. Kindred ulti underneath that Bard one would have been absolutely fine. Graves, if they had been able to nab it, would have done much more. Even a Gragas pickup for MLXG that he can play quite phenomenally would have been much better, because they would have been able to have another big body in that front line, because it's all about Azir Sivir is all about keeping the front line and back line as close together as possible, so their ricochet damage and AoE that comes off Azir hits everyone. Nidalee doesn't do that. She spreads team fights out, and it just makes very little difference what that jungler does.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly what happens this time around. We are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, as it's Alistair Thresh being banned away from WE and Bard Karma being banned on the side of RNG. And look, if you're coming in for the first time, you may just assume that that's 4 support bans already taken away. Of course, that Karma is meant for the mid lane there. GA happy to pick that one up over and over again, especially in their series against Vici. We'll see what happens now, but that's definite adaptation here from RNG. And Azir going to be taken away, so WE just don't want to deal with it, don't want to pick it, don't want to leave it up. And Lysandra from 957. So, Rise once again left up. This time it is going to go into the hands of WE.
So Rise picked up 957 can play it, Qiao can play it. So it is a flex pick. I like the bans this time around. A lot of focus on the supports, and when it's Zero versus Mata, you understand exactly why. Because both of them have had pretty close to MVP performances. Mata even picked one up when their teams won these games. And Graves getting high priority. I love this out of the team.
Well, RNG actually going to take away the Trundle and the Graves this time around, so making sure that they're not letting any of that through from WE. Does mean, of course, that WE can do something very similar to what RNG did in game number 1. On the other hand, Varus being looked at here by GA.
Sivir Rise would just be such a strong combo. Right now, throw a Kindred on top of it for good measure. You got yourself a composition, Atlas.
You do. But Braum, sort of the one last support in the top tier.
Well, I expect that to be a support Trundle anyway.
Well, yeah.
And he's pretty damn top tier too, so.
We'll see. It is going to be the pop he picked up, though. 957 opting into that one. And Mystic back onto the Lucian one more time. Throwing the gauntlet, saying, pick the Sivir. I don't care. I'll just run over the top of you one more time. 4 seconds to go. That is going to be Lucian locked in. Poppy there as well. So WE already some powerful laners being put up. And Name thinking about the Kalista.
Would make some sense. Sivir isn't really working out right now. Get some utility into your AD carry. Also the fact that Sivir doesn't like Rise at all. No way to get out of his clutches once he grabs you that first time.
Well, we'll see what Qiao decides to go with as well. I mean, it gives them the opportunity to go for some sort of triple AD carry comp, something like that. Qiao could jump on something like the Corki, was one of the first players to start using him in the mid lane. We saw it work out pretty well for, in fact, WE in their final game against Vici. But Echo has been left open. And Looper, you can see him on your screen right now, just nodding, saying, yep.
Still pretty flexible. Can be mid lane.
Well, MLXG is the jungler that plays him as well, so I mean, there could be a Graves top. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, that one I don't expect.
No?
No, only really 957 I think has played Graves top in the LPL.
Yeah, well, it definitely hasn't been Looper. Promise you that much. And he has. He's played it once, the old 957. Nicely done. But doesn't really feel like a Xiaohu champion.
Tank Echo's an anyone champion right now.
Just play it. Who cares?
Ooh, that's a dominant lane down bottom.
The old Janolution.
Janolution, yeah. Massive.
Unleash the Mystic.
Freeze frame.
Yeah. So let's just take stock of the champion.
You're not freezing. There you go. That's better. I like it. All right, cool. Yeah, let's take stock of the champion select. Janolution would be a dominant lane. Like, as far as 2v2 goes, oh, we got the music back. That's pretty good. Apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, you have some slight technical difficulties right now. We'll work through them. Hopefully, get it back to you. There we go.
And we get to hang out here in the mid. So that's very, very exciting. It is going to be Condi picking up the Nidalee, though. So we're going to take the reverse matchup. And Xiaohu back on the LeBlanc. Really scary stuff for the mid laner out of RNG. Does make Looper the Echo towards the top side.
Is it scary this time? Because LeBlanc kind of thrived in what was a control lane matchup. Ryze, I feel, if you ever use double distortion, especially once he has a tier and catalyst, he's just going to run at you and try and delete you off the map. He's much tankier, goes very naturally towards a third item, Abyssal. I like this matchup a lot more for Qiao than I did when it was Zir versus LeBlanc. So I think that there is ways for them to win it this time around. They also have a fantastic kiting comp here, and once they go all in, you can see how they absolutely pile in and kill one person.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And do you think that the Nidalee fits a little bit more in this comp as well? I mean, making sure that you can sort of, I guess, help with that kite back?
Well, I like Nidalee Poppy. The reason being is that Nidalee Poppy, they pick a person and destroy them. Poppy gets them into a wall. Nidalee has a free sphere, free pounce, and all the execute damage that comes out. So I actually like Nidalee with Poppy. And this isn't a composition that relies on everyone being in. I mean, you have a Janna, Lucian, and Ryze. They're able to skirt team fights very, very well. So you have a much more flexible composition this time that will come out of Team WE. So because everyone's not expected to kind of join the party, it's going to be, I think, a very different feel.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, is the low range going to be a little bit of a problem here? Do you think that the disengage available out of the Janna that we haven't seen too much of recently going to help out there?
We see it a lot in North America.
Yeah.
So I think that people have realistically seen a little bit more of it. I think that Janna is a lane bully in this particular game because she is with that Lucian, and I have the Storm, and Lucian just is fantastic. Lucian scales very well off AD. When I look down the line, I don't know if there is actually that winning lane that we're looking for, unless it is that Echo versus Poppy matchup, but I've seen it go both ways, Atlas. I think generally the better player just wins that one. And right now, 957 looks like he's on fire.
Well, we are into Summoner's Rift here as, like you said, 957 going to be taking the Poppy there towards the top side of the map. Looper going to try and answer the best he can with this Echo. And it all comes down to this. RNG 2-1. So still match point.
You're really quiet on Summoner's Rift right now, Atlas.
Yeah. There it is, finally.
You can feel the tension. 0 versus Marta. Oh, slap him. Got him. 11 gold. Is it going to happen again? Oh, outplayed Marta. 19 gold.
Well, pack it up.
Hang your head in shame, sir.
Let's just go to game number 5. We are done here. 0 created the lead that he
Wouldn't it
needed.
be great to have a game number 5?
Yeah.
WE, to me, they just... I'm not going to call them a fine wine. They're getting towards vinegar a little bit, but they do certainly get a little bit better with age. And
they're a port. Let's go with a port.
Yeah, I like that.
One of the
bit rough
ones.
Around the edges.
Yeah. Yeah. Wolf Blast, maybe. That's going a bit deep. I don't know
that's a bit
that's,
Australian.
Yeah,
I don't know if other people followed that one.
Yeah, it's also just take crappy port. That's what it is. Looper and MLXG though. I'll start.
He's going to be a lane swap. So Trundle and Kalista want absolutely nothing to do with this. Although maybe a deep invade coming out.
They're trying to get in there and get something done.
Here we go.
And immediately everyone just gets the heck out of there. They're like,
they force him off that side of the jungle. Take blue buff. Do something crazy, WE. Oh no, it's happened on the other side as well. What a disaster.
Well, you can see Name actually just going to move straight towards the top side. They do manage to get their lane swap. That is very good. Different to what happened last game, once again. Xiaohu threw down a distortion, but you're right. The answering damage, a little bit of a different story this time.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think Rise is going to be all that much phased by LeBlanc's shenanigans. Also builds into Merctread's Abyssal very well. I already briefly mentioned it, but Merctread's very good against LeBlanc, just because Chains is one of the things that you rely on, and then being able to shrug that off and continue to run at her will be a good thing. Oh, nails.
Beautiful. Joe's farming just fine. Nails the Q.
That's some damage in response.
I think that still works. Still definitely works, as RNG have sent 3 members here towards the top side of the map, smacking down on this turret as best they can. And Mata.
I like to talk about it a lot. Trundle's one of the few supports that has an attack speed steroid. Yeah. So it actually makes relatively short work of turrets, as Name needs to be real careful. Nearly died there tanking up the creep wave.
There's another Time Winder. He may just die, as Jie could be in trouble here. End of the line comes down. All too easy, as Xiaohu's going to be able to grab the first blood. And what happens when you have an even matchup? Send MLXG there and kill him.
Exactly right. MLXG does half of his jungle, doesn't continue to do any more, and just takes the life of the mid laner instead. That was a heads-up play. Teleport will be burnt, but that is a couple of CS that he's going to miss out on, as well as first blood going over to LeBlanc. So you're right. Equal matchup no longer is the case.
And that is going to be Fiendish Codex picked up in response. No tier available here for GA, so it's going to be put a little bit further behind. Does grab himself a Ruby Crystal,
this
though.
Is dangerous. I want to... Oh, the turret did fall in top lane. I was going to say, there was a potential window there where 957 could have teleported back towards the top side of the map, because they had sent back Name and Mata very early. Now means the Name-Mata push starts incredibly quickly as well. Not much experience or gold to be gained by 957 for sticking around in that lane.
See whether they're going to be able to make use of it here. Is actually, Rise is going to be backing. Grabs himself a Sapphire Crystal there as well. Understands that he doesn't want to be moving up too far in this lane, especially without the flash.
And this is one of those things where people are like, no tier Rise first, that's going to set him back. It will, but because you build Roller first, you generally sit on tier for that long that like it's stacked like 2 times over for your Seraphs anyway by the time you actually get to upgrade into your Seraphs. So it's one of those things, yeah, sure, it's something to look at and be like, well, that's a little bit of an awkward build, but he won't die because of it, and it, in the long run, really won't affect him all that much, because you throw out so many spell rotations on Rise. But one more time, I have to mention the fact that RNG seem to be much more confident in these lane swaps. It's something they worked on a lot after IEM, where they got their butt handed to them in lane swap situations like this due to clever Rift Herald use out of the European teams.
Yeah.
But they seem to have learnt very, very well from those mistakes, and they always do beat teams to the punch right now.
Yeah, and I actually quite like it here just because it is that adaptation, and it's not all about the Rift Herald anymore. As soon as they came back from IEM, it's like, let's just take Rift Herald all the freaking time. But now they seem to have sort of a complete idea of what this lane swap means and what they can get out of it here as well. And we've seen every iteration.
Yeah, certainly have. But it looks like it will be answered quite quickly. Yeah, Dragon will be started off by RNG. Probably Rift Herald started off by Team WE. So pretty standard things, maybe a couple of seconds quicker in the tempo, and a big CS discrepancy one more time in that mid lane. But everything is quiet on Summoner's Rift.
It is. All is calm.
Let's have a look at the win condition. So a little bit more utility out of Name this time. We'll be able to throw Mata in there. Probably will force a QSS on the Poppy, as they can't actually do Rift Herald because LeBlanc is collapsing nice and quickly. So good heads up play out of Xiaohu there.
Connie was also almost dead.
Yeah, I don't think that was as big as a factor because they did have Eye of the Storm for Janna. Would have probably been able to use Janna to tank it up quite nicely, but in the end, the effect is what counts. Yeah, so Xiaohu, he's going to be able to dive in there, but they also have the re-engage potential out of Name and Mata. And I really hope that that comes up huge in this game, because Trundle is one of those people that you don't really see the synergy of throwing him in. But one weakness of Trundle is he doesn't have a gap closer. So,
yeah.
We'll be given one of those by the Callista.
It also means that you can get those really amazing backline killers that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get in certain situations based on terrain and where you are. As Xiaohu is going to eat a Rune Prison. Just
as you can see, so Xiaohu is cognizant of the fact that he needs to be much quicker on the trigger of these distortions this time around. Can't really patiently wait for it. Another gank this time onto the top lane. 957 in a little bit of trouble. That's a level 6 Graves.
He is so big. MLXG is owning this Graves play at the moment. He's just hunting down 957. Flashes on top of him. He's got collateral damage. Doesn't get stunned. He wants to be able to nail this ultimate as the creeps are actually being a little bit frustrating. He's walking the wrong direction. This may be a kill delivered as 957 was making sure he was tanking up creeps for as long as possible.
Has he got flash? Qiao.
Oh my god, that was so rude.
So Qiao flashed and MLXG took the kill. Actually disagree with that because MLXG already had pretty much enough from that. Hadn't burnt really all that much. Qiao, however, burns a summoner spell and gets nothing in response. So that's a little bit awkward for the RNG mid laner. He did waste a creep wave, gave a free back away from someone that he was absolutely dominating. But in saying that, Lupa 29 CS in the lead now. MLXG once again massive on another champion. So still good things for RNG, but maybe, I don't know. I don't agree with junglers taking kills like that.
Also not, I just don't agree with it after you've already invested a flash. I just think that's a little bit ridiculous.
That's what, if Qiao wasn't there and he burns the ultimate, 100% heads up play. MLXG definitely deserved the kill. But if Qiao's going to burn the flash, and that obviously is a communication, then you should give it over to the LeBlanc.
Yeah. Well, Abyssal Scepter is going to be the option here for Qiao. He's cleaning up underneath this turret very nicely. Just preparing all of the minions, as you would. So waiting for another 775 gold, and he will have that Abyssal Scepter done as WE. Round 2.
Yeah, but they're still not going to get it this time.
There's a ward in the back of the pit.
Yeah, right. Exactly right. And there's a level 7 jungler who wants to murder someone one more time.
Gandhi finally has hit level 6, but you're right. MLXG just always seems to have the jump on him as far as the levels are concerned, despite the slight farm discrepancy. Gandhi able to get himself a Rift Scuttler here as well. We'll see whether MLXG is just going to head back to the jungle, smack that one around a bit.
So it finally looks like they might get a Rift Herald for themselves. Although Name also heading down right now.
Mata is just right in there, trying to take that one down. Doing the best he can to corral. The pillar is going to wear off as the ultimate is going to go wide. 957 now trying to run away as Name doesn't have the Fate's Call just yet.
So Lupa has teleport, and they've completely split up this lineup. Ooh, everyone will kind of back away. Zero has been pinged out. He's so many pings actually going on to him right now. We get it. That's where he is. Can he get the execute is a real question.
Well, he's trying to. He's pretty fast as Name is going to find his way, and the exhaust is actually going to be used. I have a feeling Zero was probably going to die as there's the teleport coming in. Mata tanks up some of the culling. Yeah, Name could be in a bunch of trouble now as the exhaust does have to be used. MLXG right over the top. Parallel Convergence coming in. He flashes forward. They really want to kill Zero as Lupa does have the ultimate. Doesn't get any damage off with it, but now RNG back in a position of power. Qiao lands the chains. It locks down Xie. Is he going to be locked down in time? Is MLXG just going to melt? Qiao gets another round of spells, and Name picks up 957 as Mata is doing the best that he can, but he falls down. Double kill comes in as Condi launches himself on top. Oh my god, instant double kill comes in for Qiao as they even out the trade. This game is so scrappy.
Yeah, it certainly is a 3-for-3 in the end, but Qiao is massive right now on LeBlanc. 3-0 and 1, 2-0 and 1 for Mystic, who is also having a pretty good game, but that was scrappy play, Atlas, out of pretty much all the parties involved.
Everyone. Yeah, just ridiculous. Even Lupa jumping in there at the beginning. I'm going to save you, team. Oh, there's a really low health Janna. Get after her.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when you don't play against Janna for long enough, is you realize that, oh, no, I can chase her down. Never. You can never chase down a Janna.
But some big items coming in right now. You can see that Qiao hasn't gone back and shopped just yet. Lupa is 2 levels above 957, but also hasn't really got back any of his health or mana, so it needs to be careful in these trades.
Just has so much more farm here as well, 54 to 31.
Yeah, that wave is pushing into him though, so 957 now has an opportunity to deny some farm from Lupa, just for a little bit. Mata has level 6.
Yeah, big deal. Mystic has a red buff. Is very scary.
And a BF sword and Swifty boot. So if you ever tag someone, they're not outrunning him.
You can see Name as well going for the Renowned Hurricane as item number 1.
Yeah, we've seen this quite a bit. Just if you want to control waves as opposed to actually killing people. Much better item, and against Lucian, you're going to be fairly non-interactive regardless, I feel.
Well, now in the standard lane, Name just happy to dance around as much as possible. Either Storm or Mystic means that RNG has to just flat out leave.
Yeah, he gives very little cares right now. They're sending everyone one more time into his lane. Here we go.
Yeah, in goes MLXG. They're going to try and lock him down, but there's the culling.
Qiao is behind them.
Yeah, they've got 3 people. Fate's Call comes down. Name almost out of the fight right now as Condi is going to be able to lock him down. Mata as well in trouble, but Qiao is going to finally make his way around. It's a fantastic Monsoon, but look at the Mimic Distortion. It just gets rid of the
Here comes
Lucian.
Rise.
Condi's going to get caught up. Qiao picks up another kill as MLXG's trying to get out. They're really looking for Qiao because he's the one doing all the work. Heads back to his Distortion. Nicely done from GA to make sure he's in the right position.
He got another!
Oh my god. Eventually falls down, but that's a triple kill for the LeBlanc.
Yeah, but a 3-for-3 trade, and they are starting to trade back, and that's a huge shutdown for Xie to pick up. So even though he has 1 kill only, and is 20 CS behind, so he's still in a pretty big hole, he will start making good thing happen with it. And that just shows that, like, even though Xie was so late to that exchange, Xiaohu beat him by a good 5-10 seconds. The Janna-Lucian combo is coming up trumps right now.
Yeah, looking very scary. Renan's Hurricane now completed, I guess, for Name, so he at least has wave clear on his side. But we'll see whether it is going to be enough. As we move further forward into this game, Essence Reaver is almost done here for Mystic, and he's moving pretty quick with those Swifty boots.
Zero also proved at the start of that fight that you can kind of wreck the LeBlanc stage with Janna. Cancels the first Distortion. The Mimic Distortion is actually what cleaned up the AD carry. That's bad news because it means she only needs half the spells to kill Mystic.
Yep.
But once you get something like a Hex Drinker in there, will be a much better story. I'd like to actually see if he just goes Zeal into Hex Drinker and then prioritizes Phantom Dancer afterwards.
Yeah. Well, we'll see exactly what he does decide to do. Of course, that Cull about to get himself some dividends. Only about 20 or so.
That's a 2-item LeBlanc at 14 minutes into the game. With upgraded boots, yeah. Absolutely massive right now. Mystic. Probably holds all of the 2,000 gold advantage for his team. A little bit extra on Looper as well.
Yeah, the Echo is looking strong. Does have himself that Dark Seal and the Corrupted Potion combination there as well, which I like a lot. Has himself a Balmy Cinder. We'll see what he decides to finish first off, whether it is going to be the Sunfire Cape or whether he wants to get towards the Spirit Visage for the extra cooldown reduction and all of the good things that it gives Echo just in general. Or whether he now just leaves those 2 components and builds a Iceborne Gauntlet. Who knows?
Kind of has many choices right now.
Yeah.
Does have to back away from Mystic's Lucian still. As dive onto 957 one more time.
Yeah, speaking of backing away, 957, helicopter mode. Throws it down, MLXG is going to say goodbye, but Name able to take down this inner turret on the bottom side of the map.
But meanwhile in top lane, they are trying to respond in kind. Are not able to, however. Creep Wave runs out on them, even though Condi has that Rift Herald buff. So overall, big net gain there for RNG. They move 2,000 gold into the lead.
Yeah, Looper with a little bit more ranged wave clear. Really working out here for the Echo with the Time Winder. See where they're going to take it from here. Jahu still controlling the mid lane as MLXG is going to make his way around as well. Turret could be under fire as chains are going to land. Zero. Riven Storm is available, but what the hell is that damage? That was a Mimic Q, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. If that was just a regular Q, I would eat my hat. I'm not wearing a hat, so I'd have to go and find it, and that'd be frustrating for everyone. 2.2k is the lead here for RNG.
They're a turret up, so that's 1,000 of the gold, but still pretty far ahead, just off the 611 LeBlanc. You can see though, yeah, quite comfortable with wave clear right now.
Yeah, he's got the classic sort of, not necessarily money scaling build anyway. Like, you've just got a Rod of Ages, you only need to wait now 8 minutes, and that one's going to be sorted out. That tier is going to consistently stack, and just probably in the next 8 minutes, whether he makes himself enough money to build a Seraph's Embrace, he'll be more than happy.
Yeah, he certainly will be. We see that 2 people collapsing onto Mystic. What they don't know is that there is another member up there, and double teleport is about to come back off cooldown. Condi's actually given up the whole gig by just empowering the creeps.
That's a little bit silly.
Pretty sure they've figured it out. Sorry, far out. I'm needlessly large rod.
Yep. Deathfire Grasp has been picked up here from Qiao in the mid lane, if only. And what do we think that that's going to be?
I would like it to be, right now, he's probably going to go towards Ludens if we've seen anything from Qiao. With how fed he is, he does like the item just for the immediate peak. I think that something like a Deathcap or a Zhonya's would be a little bit more suited. Zhonya's because if he does throw himself in there, it means he can double distortion onto the whole team. Yeah. And because he is the fed one, if he chunks them out, then Name can clean up the fight. So Zhonya's would be quite handy in that regard. But Deathcap, just because I think that if he double distorts to the Deathcap at this point in the game, everyone dies. So he doesn't need the Zhonya's Hourglass. But also Luden's Echo means he can kill Mystic whenever he wants.
Well, we'll see whether he can actually get that one done. As you can see, Looper heading back towards the bottom lane, answering the split push of the Poppy. 20 CS still the difference between those two, but items very even. Nothing really to write home about. Qiao actually getting contained here for the moment by GA, who's built up some wave clear for himself. More than fine.
Ryze is a 2-item time bomb right now. As long as he's able to farm unimpeded, you can't really kill him because he's quite a tanky dude. He just farms up to his 2 items and then starts to take over the map. That's why he's so popular right now. There is no downside to Ryze. He is a pretty good scaling mage. He's not hyper scaling anymore, but he's very well scaling mage that peaks at 2 items, has wave clear, has movement speed.
Okay, so Qiao can outsmite a Nidalee.
LeBlanc can do that pretty much from level 6. Yeah.
That was impressive. Qiao actually going to get tagged by a spear. His turret going very, very low as MLXG. Pretty tanky right now. Looper actually does a little bit of a drive-by. And I think the Graves makes a lot of the difference here. RNG just seem to play more confidently around it as Condi has been caught out of position. Collateral damage, not going to be able to find anything right as I'm talking about how comfortable they are on the Graves.
Yeah, Qiao nearly dies, however.
Yeah, that spear, if that had connected, he may have actually just died.
Yeah, and all of a sudden in the top lane, this Lucian is starting to chip away at the inner, so trying to close out that gold lead a little bit. Gets distracted by the Krugs. Of course, disappearing to Fog of War, always a good thing when no one is visible on the mat. And, whoop, they've spotted him.
Yeah, dashes out of the way, Mata.
Like ships in the night.
Indeed. Well, Marmate still looking for his 2-item power spike here as well. Letter of the Wrong King almost completed. This Kalista will be at a very good spot.
But if you're at an even pace with a 2-item... The reason you like the 2-item spike so much, gives you lifesteal and it's cheaper, right?
Yep.
If you're at the same pace as a crit user, bad. And right now, 2-item spike achieved by Mystic. So Mystic's still stronger than the Kalista.
Well, we'll see whether Name can navigate himself around some team fights a little bit better. Try and account for that. Of course,
and it is going to be Zhonya. So I really like the build out of Qiao. I think that this is incredibly smart. Merc treads have been picked up by Xie, however. So I think that he nearly can even just run over the top of the LeBlanc. Not because of anything Qiao does. I mean, if Qiao lands a chains, there's a good chance he just kills him outright anyway. But just because of Ryze things.
Yep, just because of Ryze things, yep.
Oh, Condi.
Zero can get tagged by a Q, but Qiao.
That's the other thing they can do is just hunt out Zero, because Zero is such a big part of this composition right now. Mata also has taken half his health. Of course, he's a little bit tankier right now on Trundle. But I feel like Zero's disengage is key against the LeBlanc. So if LeBlanc's just able to kill Zero, mission accomplished. They can probably clean up the back end of the team fight.
Yeah. Well, now MLXG looking to try and start up this dragon. Please clear out the vision here as well. Is MLXG going to get knocked back? Mystic, cheeky auto attacks.
Yeah, it gets knocked back towards Mystic, and it pops the Sterix. That's horrible news right there for MLXG.
That is a big deal.
Yeah, massive. Against Ryze, having a Sterix is pretty crucial. Still has a Hex Drinker, but bad news.
Well, they are back in the pit now as well. RNG, 5 members strong. See whether they can actually pull it out here, whether they are going to be able to rip the sticks out of it as well. Mata again, another spear. And 957 thinks this is the time to go.
Dragon's also out.
Yeah, and they're just going to go back, give this one up.
Burn and Ultimate actually now lose inside track on mid lane. No wave clear will be there in time. This might actually be WE, who are 3,000 gold down pretty much, closing some of that gap.
Yeah. Name, he's back in base. MLXG as well. A fumble there on the Dragon will lose them even more. And that would have been third Dragon. That's a big deal. Massive moving distortion there as Xiaohu in a bunch of trouble. Marta just going to get exploded. My God, that was very close to him falling down. Subjugate actually saving his life
actually teleported in. They want this, but they've sent 2 members back. And WE are unrelenting.
Yep. Once again, Lupa is going to be able to throw in the parallel convergence, but WE just ignoring it.
Name gets chunked out. This is going to be a tier 2.
Yeah, everyone's chunked. My God, WE. A team on a mission.
Yeah, and when Marta, still looking for the flank.
Not Lupa.
When Marta is the next tankiest member, but he's level 7 against level 12s on the map, Lupa actually needs to be in front of his tank line because he can't get the flank. They're not a front to back comp in the sense of the word that, you know, they need to draw up battle lines and they have a control mage behind them, but they still need someone to tank the initial damage that's going to come out of Rise. This time it was Xiaohu, double distorts in, but Xie just grabs him by the scruff, holds him there, and honestly, Mystic beat him up a little bit. Had to send him back to base. With that, they lose all their wave clear, and this is a problem with the composition. All of what they have is committal.
Yeah.
Throwing Trundle in there. Xiaohu throwing himself in there. Everything is committal. Going for it again.
Oh my God, Rune Prison. So aptly named. Xiaohu is going to get his passive popped. He's going to head back to base here as well. Zero getting some decent vision down.
So it's back within 100 gold, Atlas. And RNG were dominating the earlier stage of this game. When you have a 6-1-1 LeBlanc from what? 14 minutes, 15 minutes in the game?
Yeah, possibly
Should be
earlier.
Horrible news for the enemy support player, for everything that this composition has put together. But MR starting to be picked up. You can see 2 Rod of Ages stacking. Bless you. Spirit Visage picked up. Hextrick now picked up. It's going to be Abyssal picked up for the Nidalee as well. They're starting to get the items to deal with it. And, as I said, even though the tier was delayed, as soon as it was upgraded into a Seraph, Archangels, outright Seraph.
Yep.
So Rise has now well and truly arrived in this party.
Mystic still in trouble, but thankfully Condi's there. Does have the Primal Surge. Will keep him healthy.
Yeah, that's a big deal. As long as he doesn't dive, we'll be able to participate in these team fights. That's why Hexdrinker is pretty good pickup right now. 957 has teleport advantage, so they're just going to split push on the bottom side of the map. And one more time, MLXG taking sidewave farm. And I don't know if Graves is the same kind of carry.
Well, fingers crossed for RNG fans that he is, because he does often get a heck of a lot of the farm for a lot of the teams that use Graves sort of religiously, looking at teams like Vici, and now RNG, especially in this series. Zero.
Mystic
going to be wandering around.
Massive.
He has been. Over the last 2 games, Mystic has really come into his own.
And you know, Zero has to be complimented one more time. Looks like he's going back more towards his Bard build.
Yep,
potentially Banner going to be built up, although Locket would make a heck of a lot of sense against this LeBlanc.
Although, extra shields does seem to be something that Zero would be pretty keen on as a Janna. As Lupa now going for a bit of a fight here under 957 on the bottom side of the map. And this is going to take a while.
Once again, I don't know if anyone actually wins this fight, because 957 runs over, picks up his buckler. They both stay in combat, so they just get grasped for the Undying proc so much. And if Lupa looks like he's about to lose, he just ults himself. If 957 thinks he's going to lose, he just ults Lupa.
Yeah. And Lupa theoretically just ults himself back in, but often a little bit difficult to tell exactly where he's going to be. Come on, man. What is going on here?
Not much is the response to that question, Atlas.
Yeah.
However, we will watch it until something happens, says the spectator. Take me mid lane, please.
Yeah, get us in there. Let's watch Mystic farm. See whether Xiaohu just kills him.
No. There he is.
See? I mean, at least that farming's a little bit more satisfying.
It's quicker. That's what I like about it.
Yeah. Well, Rise is on the top side of the map. What is overall ward does Xiaohu? Mystic throws an Ardent Blaze out. Lets him know that he's been spotted. And this outer turret in the mid lane has been on very low health for a very long time.
Certainly has been, but now WE is in that position where they're down in gold but up in turret, so they need to be careful that they don't lose a fight because mid lane very low. And it would be a quick push onto tier 2 at 26 minutes into the game.
Well, Mystic, with that Hex Drink, are actually able to shrug off that damage a little bit more than he'd otherwise like to. A little bit more than he otherwise would be able to.
Qiao is also massive at this stage of the game. You know, he's still down in items, but with that Negatron Cloak, there's no way that he dies to Xiaohu right now. And I just don't see where the damage comes through in this composition if it isn't Xiaohu. Double defensive items picked up from MLXG. Sure, he'll do good damage. Graves always does. But it's not something like a rapid fire cannon.
Yeah. And the Kalista nowhere near as powerful as she wants to be at
Not
this
at
stage
all.
of the game as
Kalista's
well.
actually pretty lackluster right now. But they are collapsing finally onto 957, looking for a pick. 3 members down there. Burns a flash. You can tell that all from summoner spells. Meanwhile, Xiaohu still chilling out.
Yeah, inside track going to be gained. Here's WE sort of just moving around the dragon. They, of course, managed to get the last one, so the objective not exactly a big deal at the moment.
It's more the team fight they're looking for because they're strong right now. See whether they're able to find it. Or if they just settle for infra track onto mid lane. I really think they should be fighting this dragon. Qiao a little bit out of position. Here we go.
Oh my god, how did you steal that from a Kalista?
All right, so the drive-by out of Italy. Hop fly wall hops out of the other side, Atlas.
What the hell?
If you don't mind, I'll be taking that. Condi, once again, stepping up, getting better as this series progresses. And now with a big wave starting to stack on top of side of the map, they might look for another objective. No, Condi just cleans the jungle instead. And you have to think that MLXG, he was smashing Condi in the first couple of the games. Not really the same case right now.
Yeah,
although it doesn't check that bruh.
Yeah, so Pink Ward survives. Otherwise, things should be fine. As Xiaohu going to distort his way over the top of this minion line. You can see still a massive CS advantage, but he'll go back to base. We'll see what he can build up next, whether it is going to be something like a Void stuff.
Void stuff, yeah. He's going to be the blasting one. Pink Ward, good job. So yeah, it needs to be Void stuff. Abyssal needs to come out of Qiao, you feel right now?
Yep.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if it was a GA, just for some persistent threat as well.
Yeah, I'd like it.
And they're in a pretty good position. Iceborne Gauntlet has been finished by Looper, but is about to be responded to in kind by 957. And it's just 80 carry. And honestly, jungler right now for WE, pretty strong versus top lane and mid lane for RNG.
And I honestly feel like 957 and Looper are almost interchangeable at this stage.
Yeah, Iceborne Gauntlet picked up, so I completely agree with you. Depends whether you want a team fighter or... Oh, there we go.
Oh, just trying to get some cheeky turret damage. Oh, is able to get it.
But now Name chunked out. Rise in the top lane, looking to pick up a turret for himself. If it was a tier 1 for a tier 2, definitely worthwhile trade. But don't really want to commit to it. Instead, maybe looking for a team fight.
Yeah, Mart's actually moving pretty quickly here towards 0, but gets past the pillar. And RNG just can't manage to orchestrate a fight in the way that they want.
Teleport actually going into the top lane. Here comes 957 as well.
Yeah, Looper going to try and close the gap here onto this one as Parallel Convergence comes in. He's slowed down, but he's not going to get stunned just yet.
957 cancelled it.
Yeah, MLXG is going to make his way in. There's the smoke screen. So much damage as he does pop the Seraphs. The flash forward. There it is. Collateral damage.
957, why did you cancel the teleport? Now he has to foot it up there anyway. It got him an extra creep wave. Not a great call. Kalista's going to have some twigs into Baron, you feel. This could be a huge turnaround for RNG.
Yeah, they jump straight on top of it here as the ultimate comes out of 957. He shoots him over his head, but 0. He's been caught out of position. The sticks are going to jump in. Name's going to pick up the first kill as Mystic's trying to run away. It's a 3 versus 5. There's 957 is eating damage. They do manage to kite their way out.
But one more time, Baron is the objective. Face checking a LeBlanc is going to be dangerous. Rise still has about 10 seconds left before he is available.
Teleport's going to be up when he does come in, though, so 8 seconds. They need to take this very quickly.
Look at the Baron teleport as well. 3.
Oh, Xiaohu in so much trouble, but does have the Zhonya's Hourglass. He's trying to get out of here. The distortion is going to do it, but it's stolen from Condi one more goddamn time. As Looper's now on top of him, Name's going to get destroyed. WE always relying on their jungler, and they can do so this time around. MLXG, it's all fallen apart.
Yeah, like a house of cards, they get the Baron. It was a Guardian Angel picked up for Qiao as well. So he is massive now. And they've got the Baron buff to a dead. 2 more blinking health bars, and WE looking to break the base. I don't understand it either. Callista, Graves, so much damage there. Qiao zones out 3 members, but all of a sudden Condi just pounces into that pit, grabs it. They're not done, they want the game.
Yeah, they're looking for it here. Baroned up minions are going to be streaming in. Of course, 2 still dead, MLXG and Name. These Nexus turrets not long for the world. Marta and Lupa just don't really know what to do. Xiaohu will have some Mimic Distortions, but 957's doing work with the Steadfast Presence. Able to get some work done on a Mystic, but look at how quickly he returns his health. Nexus turret's going to fall down. Lupa now as well, falling low. Marta's going to die. Nexus is gone. And WE are headed for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, all of a sudden a Game 5. And WE fans, keep your dreams.
Yeah.
Because this team just does not give up. They're unrelenting in how quickly they come back in series.
And RNG looking a little bit ironically named at this stage because it was all fine and games. You know, like they had 2-0, looking great, ready, like poised for that 3-0 victory. Then they sort of gave up last 2 games.
No, I don't know if they gave up. I think that they were.
I was
I know,
heading for the irony as quickly as possible.
Fishing for it hard, and I'm not going to give it to you.
Damn it.
Because I think this time around, it was kind of that everything went onto this LeBlanc pick. And, you know, I said go for the Zhonya's because I thought he was going to play aggressively with it. But they just shut up shop.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a 6-1 LeBlanc, you should be looking to kill 0 at every opportunity. Just dive in there. Get your man, because you only need 3 summoner spells. Hit Zhonya's, allow people to collapse around you. But Xiaohu, for the first time this series, looked like he was faltering. Mystic on the other team, however, on WE, is just a man possessed at the moment.
Yeah.
And Mystic and Zero playing hard carry right now, with Condi finally arriving in the series.
Yeah, and managing to pick up every single smite that mattered that game.
But think about game 2. Like, MLXG bullied him out of his jungle. Kindred wasn't sated until like 26 minutes in.
No, he was a non-factor. He basically didn't exist.
Lost his entire control of the game. Probably was one of the major factors in losing that one.
Yeah.
But this time around was able to come up with the goods, and it's just a swing of momentum that they were finally looking for.
Exactly right. And we've seen reverse sweeps happen so incredibly often because you do get that momentum shift. WE now, they're the ones that are throwing all the punches, and it's sort of RNG now sitting in the corner doing this, trying to defend themselves. And it's not working, and they're just getting stuff stolen from them. How do you, like, come out of a game?
I'm sorry, I can't get past the boxing impersonation still. Yeah, not good.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, no. They had a Callista and a Graves. They lose a Baron and then immediately lose the game. What are they talking about now backstage?
Yeah, it's just about refining the execution, right? The idea was there. They had a really good composition this time around. I liked what they were trying to achieve, but they just mis-executed. And in these big games, you can't afford for that to happen. RNG, very experienced lineup, like Marta, Lupa, Name.
Yeah.
You know, they've been in situations like this before, I'm sure. They have Insect backstage. Like, all these players are not shy from big situation. It's just about, you know, we didn't play how we want to play. Forget about that game. This time around, we're going to get something similar, but this time we're going to execute.
Yeah, and this time they do have the first pick. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to Game 5. We do have a very short break, but when we get back, the first semi-final will draw to a close. gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to game number 5 between RNG and WE, and we have no idea who the MVP is going to be this time around. Who would you give it to, Spawn?
I would probably give it to Condi or Mystic. I think Mystic because he was absolutely amazing and was dishing out damage everywhere. Condi because he stole a Baron, was able to keep up with MLXG this time around. So they're probably my two. I think that the curveball, however, that game was playing a hard disengaged support in the Janna, because that was really cute out of Zero, and he is known for his disengaged supports. Very good Thresh Janna player, and that showed out in that game because they were able to not only bully the lane, but also do cute things around Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and it was actually really cool, the fact that they then had the answer to the LeBlanc, and we mentioned this before, that, it was a fantastic pick in game number 2. Really showed that RNG were able to dominate sort of that assassin versus control situation, but there are answers, and you can't just freely feel like you can pick up that champion at any stage.
Yeah, and the other thing, right, is that they had a Rise, and I'm just not sure that LeBlanc is 5th pick worthy into Rise, so it was different. Condi, we have got confirmation that China awarded Condi MVP. By the way, guys, if you are wondering what's going on, we're just having a little bit of stability issues, so we're using our own observers, have lost the feed from China. So
unfortunately,
just a little bit of a technical issue there, so what can you do, right? We'll move on with the games. We've got everything sorted out here. But Game 5 between these two teams is going to be very interesting now because you have the experienced Stalwart team that picked up Game 1 and 2. The young upstarts, flanked by some veterans in there as well that have been able to take Games 3 and 4, but must have all the momentum going into this one, Atlas.
And they're steeled right now as well. I mean, this is a WE that we have seen on a complete tear. I don't know how Condi finds his way back into the series, steals 2 Dragons, then a Baron, after honestly being 0 impact for almost 2 games in a row. MLXG just all over the jungle, stealing everything away from him, playing like he was on cloud 9. But, okay, that's unfortunate due to the fact that, I understand the reference, not the team. But brilliant play out of MLXG early on, just unfortunately couldn't find his smite button. And Name has been a little bit disappointing this series.
Yeah, games 1 and 2, he was all right. I think that the thing is that Mystic and Zero are the strongest part of WA's team. So you're throwing them up against Name, and he was always a team fighter. And that game, when you're Callista and you're against, Rise, Poppy, Nidalee? I don't think there's much you can do in the team fight. They picked it for utility. So you can't really throw stones at Name. I mean, it's the 6-1 LeBlanc that should have probably carried the game. Qiao, who didn't come up with the goods.
Yeah, it's sort of unfortunately got to the point where he was incredibly strong, like you said, 6-1. And do you think that maybe a death cap would have been a better idea here?
No,
when you
I like the build. No, 100% like the build. I think that the build, because the idea, right, people at home are screaming at me right now, build AP. No, you are full item ahead. That means you're the 100 AP ahead still, because you have a Zhonya's and no one else does. You are 6-1. You saw at 14 minutes, he was 2 completed items. He's going to have that benefit. What you need is defense so that you can still, because it still gives you 100 AP, you can dive into that team fight, get someone, and then Zhonya's up so everyone can collapse around you, because the other team's greedily we can kill the LeBlanc. It's no, you can't. I have Zhonya's Hourglass. The rest of my team is now here. We're going to win the team fight. The problem is they went defensive item and never used it in an offensive manner. Yeah. So it was the play style that was incorrect, not the build.
Yeah, and he sort of did manage it maybe once, but then got cleaned up anyway. But we are into Champions Select, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to still have a little bit of that support focus coming out of WE as Thresh and the Alistar are going to be banned away. But Bard, Twisted Fate, and Karma are going to be the answers here from RNG. They never want to let that Karma go through. Worried about that one completely, but Rise does need to be banned on the side of WE, so a few extra options here for RNG, and the Golden Chicken is most definitely there, and Lissandra, a definite another option here. Lupus played it, Qiao definitely comfortable on the champion as well. Of course, his IEM performance was fantastic on the Frosty Lady. But first time it's got through, we'll see whether Royal do snap it up.
And if they do, what is Team WE's response? Because they are very familiar with it. Echo, Graves, Poppy, all these priority picks that have been shown throughout the entirety of this, I guess.
Yeah.
Set.
Yeah. And sort of I don't know, the meta of these best of 5 series is now going to really come to a close here, because Azir hasn't been successful so far. We've seen not exactly getting all of the priority and focus so far, as Lissandra is the one that's going to be taking up the spot. And now Echo for 957. Condi back on the Graves here, who's been very successful, not so much in the hands of MLXG in the last game, but Echo, otherwise brilliant.
Echo beats Lissandra. This is something that has been proven time and time again.
Yes.
Can't split push against it. Lissandra does out team fighting, but not by a huge margin. So be it mid lane or top lane, Echo will win out in that matchup.
Well, 957 is going to lock that one away as now MLXG thinking about getting the Lucian is going to pick it up as Whoosh is actually stepping in. So Name subbed out. Game number 5, Whoosh to step in with Mata. This gets straight back on his comfort pick.
Because you already mentioned, that you didn't feel that Name was playing well. I was a little bit more defensive of him, saying that maybe not just getting the power that he needs. MLXG is taking it at metric truck.
F-ton.
Yeah, of farm from his AD carry right now. But goes with an aggressive bottom lane now that Whoosh is back in. And if RNG loses this game now, that's going to be not a good news story for them.
Yeah, that is going to be very worrisome. Or even if they do win it, then which AD carry do they start first for the final? Is it definitely going to be Whoosh because he's the one that won the game? Or is it going to be Name for the first 2 games because they won those?
Doesn't matter. You're going to be against Deft or Uzi. Who cares who you start? Either way, they're not going to be the person that they're playing against.
Oh, WE now looking to actually try and throw a little bit of a spanner into the works here. We've seen this done before as Poppy's going to be locked in. The Sivir, I believe, is going to be there as well.
Yep.
And so, making sure they take away both of the options is MLXG thinking about Kindred.
Graves is seen as kind of the counter to Kindred, but once again, hasn't had as much success on Nidalee. Nidalee Lissandra is a lot of magic damage on the top side of the map, especially if you're looking at Maokai, which they've locked in. So I understand the Kindred pickup. So very good CC, very great initiation actually, and huge flanking potential that can come out of this team versus what is just power in all 4 picks so far for WE.
Yeah, and WE just making sure that they'll have the power in the split push scenario as well. I'm sort of looking down this RNG lineup thinking that, Maokai will be able to deal with one of these. But yeah, will be the mid lane Echo. And Zero thinking about going towards the Janna once again.
Yeah, Janna's just such a strong laner.
Yeah.
I have the Storm, free BF sword at level 9. CC, great kite back, great disengage. Has windows of trading opportunity unlike any other support when Eye of the Storm is up as well. Is locked in as well. So I like this. I like the comp from Team WE a lot. In fact, I'm going to say that they've won this draft.
Wow.
And it's going to need to be crisp execution of flank plays out of RNG if they have any hope of pulling this one back. Yeah,
and I feel like RNG sort of looking for team fights, definitely. They have been building a lot of these comps which are built on sort of 5v5 action.
That's a 5v5 team fight comp out of WE as well.
Yeah.
In fact, better yet, it's not a 5v5 comp because 957 can knock someone out. So we've said it time and time again, but Echo can lay his big stun zone inside Kindred. It means Kindred's ultimate is very awkward to navigate towards the end of it. 957 can boot people out of there. They do have Looper's ultimate to be able to help out MLXG here, but unless they get ahead in a big fashion, I just feel like Echo, Poppy, going to be unrelenting in how they pursue, and you can never underestimate Sivir's damage potential as this continues to come through. So I really like WE's composition. It's very straightforward, easy to execute. On the side of RNG, they need good flanks and good picks to be able to get the team fight rolling.
Yeah, and I'm actually really glad that you brought up the Kindred here as well, because it's going to be really, really dangerous, what with Monsoon being available at the same time. You can actually just claim the Lamb's Respite. Zero just gets a flash off in there, just blows everyone off and says, all right, well, we ain't dying.
Look at
How
me.
are you guys feeling?
I am the captain now.
Yeah. Ridiculous. So, look, I don't know. We haven't necessarily seen as much Janna since Kindred has made her way back into the meta.
Yep.
And we'll see whether this is actually going to work out really well for Zero and whether it can carry WE through.
Yeah, I certainly like the potential of that and the ability to not only kick people out, but utilize the heal aspect as well. Will be huge in the re-engages that can occur. Not to mention the fact that, you got Poppy, you got Echo, Graves is deceptively tanky because he goes with something like Asterix, goes with the Hex Drinker as well. There is a lot of deceptively tanky members that is going to be coupled with Janna Sivir. So crits with Eye of the Storm, the additional movement speed that everyone on this team is going to have, and the ability to transverse terrain incredibly well. So I really like as I said, really like what's happening there. Kindred should be able to bully early a little bit, get into lanes. There's so much CC out of Lissandra. You don't expect that Echo will take cleanse, he will take teleport. So there are windows for them to be able to make team fights happen, but it will be difficult.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we are into the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5 of our first semi-final of the evening, as RNG are going to move out. They've managed to get the coveted Lissandra pick. We'll see whether it's more of a pick away here, though, as Xiaohu has definitely had some fantastic performances.
But is it a 957 performance? That's the question.
Exactly, exactly. And Lupa now back on the tree. Definitely had some great performances on it earlier on. Xiaohu.
Lupa's teleport is the most important spell in this game. If he can get onto that back line, you know, make Mystic's life a little bit miserable, it will go a long way in helping out his team. In the same vein, 957's ultimate becomes critical, because if you get rid of either Wushin or Xiaohu in a team fight, a lot of the damage just falls away immediately.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether that does occur. Janna is also a great pick into Lissandra. For anyone that watched the Immortals versus TSM matches, they'll know that you can absolutely destroy Lissandra's day. Unfortunately, Pobelter probably would have won the game for his team, but Yellow Star was on top of it. So the reason I have to go to different regions as well for Janna players, we just don't see it in the LPL. It's not because I like they don't want to talk about the other thing.
We used to a lot. We had a lot of sort of
very
consistent
100%,
Janna players. Yeah.
Janna Vayne was a huge lane last year, but this year, not the case.
All right, well, lane is going to be matched here by RNG.
In saying that, though, Moore and Uzi are playing in the next game. So if anyone pulls out a Janna Vayne lane, it will be those two hooligans.
And potentially Dade as well. There's been talk of Mordred's hand being sore. So still not entirely sure who's going to be playing mid lane for QG, but still very exciting.
They have 4 mid laners. They have Dade, Doinby, Boricel, and Mordred.
Yeah, the word on the street, Boricel, not exactly the best communication with the team at the moment. As Xiao actually trading back really nicely here with GA. There's the Thunderlord's proc as well. But yeah, definitely exciting stuff, guys. EDG versus QG coming up right after this. But we still have game number 5 to play out. Xiaohu and GA just eyeing each other off in this mid lane. Xiaohu winning out just a little bit, but range advantage, that's the thing that you can talk about here.
Yeah, and also the fact that, you know, melee assassins just lose early, and it's part of their kit that they're actually built that way, and get strength in other areas, like having executes on their W that is also an AoE slow and a shield.
Yeah.
Not only that, it's a stun if you jump in it, so don't worry. Echo is completely fine, ladies and gentlemen. And right now,
dumb kit is what we were saying.
No, Echo has a great kit.
Yeah, no, it's great. That's how great it is. As MLXG's going to jump in. There's the exhaust onto him. As Mystic trying to get underneath the turret, burning to death, and the first blood will go to MLXG. Teleport was coming in.
Both mid laners actually burnt the teleport. Now all of a sudden some action in the mid lane.
Yeah, someone looking for something.
Apparently.
Yeah.
No, not going to go there. In the end, it's just an Icy Claw taken out.
How do you know?
Because I watch people's abilities.
Yeah, but how did you see that ability?
Well, because he was in the middle of the lane, didn't use flash, and then was underneath his turret.
Ah.
So I was like, how could Lissandra get away?
Oh no, you were looking at the mini-map. Sorry, play-by-play cut, so I just don't do that. That is not true. Xiaohu, though, is going to survive. Parallel conversion is going to come down here as GA not going to be able to find the stun, but grabs himself the shield. 957 actually struggling here against Lupa towards the bottom side of the map. See whether MLXG can actually get anything happening here. Doesn't have a flash, but might just be a bit of a check-up. See whether 957 can handle it.
Both junglers down here. Whole sense of security.
Yeah, and in fact, MLXG jumps in there and Condi just walks away. Yeah, well, all too easy.
He wasn't prepared for that. He's gone back into his jungle already.
Yeah.
Instead, 957 gets picked off. So 2 early kills going over to RNG means about 1,000 gold lead. And this is what I mentioned. They definitely have strong lanes. They need to be able to get ahead early in the game because it should get worse. But right now, look completely fine. Qiao goes back, grabs himself a refillable potion and a Dark Seal.
Like it a lot. Wish as well, dominating his lane towards the top side of the map. Of course, the fact that his lane opponent died helps out. Yeah. Most definitely, but see whether he's going to be able to continue stretching this one out, retain that dominance, or whether it's just going to unlock Mata. You know, you just let the Lucian stay there and free the Braum up to
So more
impact
importantly
the rest
than
of the map.
dominating it, they shoved it into the turret, so now it's frozen. So now Marta, as you said, is able to roam because there's not really all that much pressure on the Lucian. And as soon as Marta does roam, he pushes it out because he doesn't want to get denied farm if they are able to zone him off the turret. So really nicely done there. Qiao is quite tanky right now, so I don't know if a gank onto him will actually bear much fruit. But once again, they're maybe looking for a dive on the top side of the map.
Wish actually playing super aggressive here towards the top side.
Marta wants it.
The storm comes in. Yeah, there's a teleport. Decent Howling Gale, but Zero's in a whole bunch of trouble. A couple more auto attacks will stun him up as MLXG is going to be able to take down Mystic. And oh my goodness, the tower dive works beautifully for RNG, and Condi can't even find anything.
Yeah, terrifically executed there.
Oh god.
Qiao doesn't have the teleport available, neither does 957. So in the end, they will be able to pick up another double kill. 4-0 right now, 2,000 gold ahead. Condi even misses that cannon creep, which is horrible news.
Yep.
Hate to see it, Atlas. Hate to see it.
Rookie mistake. Well, jungler mistake maybe. You don't get as much experience with the old cannon creep. The old turret does weird damage to those things. Yahoo, Ring of Frost, helping him out. Just throw in a claw there as well. Doesn't manage to stop the back.
Is he going to ult him? No.
Oh, that would have been cute. Decides not to.
Negatron Cloak picked up, so you expect it is going to be an Abyssal Scepter picked up. And they swap this one back. Apparently sick of picking on the Mystic lane. Want to start prioritizing the Dragon stacking because I suspect that is the Devourer picked up. It is. So once again, this team just plays so much around MLXG. I mean, they're dominating that lane, but they would rather go back to a lane swap scenario to get the quick Devourer stacks. Maybe even pick up some turrets. Now it's about whether WE can respond with any of their own.
Yeah, Caulfield's Hammer actually done here for Whoosh. Mystic unable to get anything other than a longsword as Looper. Yeah, he's going to poke his head in, let them know exactly what's going on. Mystic says, all right, free lane. Thank you very much. Things were awful before. Now we're okay.
But it's still going to be farm funneled into Looper because you can't really deny the level 6 Maokai. Whereas 957 getting zoned off his wave.
Yeah, completely actually. Now Condi looking for a dive here towards the top side.
Looking for a fast push, more importantly. Yeah. He's level 6 himself, so we'll be able to zone away. He needs to end of the line the creeps first, because if he does a second, he's going to take it all. Instead, doesn't do it at all, and they are able to pick up a turret for themselves. Thus, maybe start gaining some version of control over this game. Still going to be very difficult. There's a mark on the bottom side of the map. Blue buff for the tanking as well. MLXG just is being obnoxious one more time in this game.
Yep, standard MLXG things. He's going to be able to take down that blue buff. Now, Rift Scuttler to gather him another mark.
Yeah, into a dragon, you feel. Or some of those free Devourer stacks. So very nicely played so far out of RNG. And as we said, this is a team full of veterans. You expect them to be able to do that. Surprise substitution aside, very nicely done.
Yeah, keeping their composure here, especially in the early stages of this game. Ahead by quite a margin, honestly. 14.5 to 12. 2.5k. I mean, no scoffing matter.
Not 9 minutes into the game. That's massive.
Yeah, 1 dragon to none. Even on turrets there as well, so it has nothing to do with global gold as Qiao. Still dealing with Yahoo just fine. But it looks like a little bit more of a damage-focused Echo if he is going to go for that Abyssal Scepter first up. Yeah, see whether he goes for something like a Spirit Visage next in a bit of rookie flavor.
Wayless's Echo was much better than both Prawns and Rookies so far. The tank Echo is not something I am a fan of in the mid lane.
Qiao isn't even a fan of tank Nautilus in the mid lane. The guy just built Abyssal Scepter and kills people, so...
He went full tank after that.
Yeah, but I have faith on him in the laning phase.
So the thing that I like about AP Echo at the moment is think of Lamb's Respite as like your Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah.
Zhonya's Hourglass was prized on Echo because it let your Shadow catch up to you. So you could get a free ultimate onto anyone that was standing on top of your Zhonya's.
Yep.
You can't actually be in a Lamb's Respite with Echo. He will kill you afterwards.
Yeah, because you just wander around in it and then press R, right?
Yeah.
All too easy.
You want to get as close to them as possible.
Honestly, I feel like Maokai works very similar to that, just because you just stack up all of the added damage with the Vengeful Maelstrom and then you just erupt it in there after it goes off.
Maokai ulti damage versus Echo ulti damage, yeah, no, I'm going to say is slightly different.
Yeah, definitely slightly different, but it's more difficult to kill Looper as well.
I don't know if it is. Have you ever tried to kill an AP Echo?
No, it's frustrating. I understand. You feel like your buttons do more to him, but you just feel like you can never get in range to do any of your buttons at him before he's killed you.
It's not only that, he just gets a massive shield. People forget the ratio on the parallel convergent because we've only seen tank Echo so far, and it's more utilized for the stun. The shield on top of that, when you are AP, is very good. They've also got a 1-3-1 split push one more time, which I think is worthwhile talking about, just because I don't know, once again, who goes with the Echo. I understand that Maokai matches Poppy, but I don't know whether Lissandra does match Echo, or whether Echo just kills her after the Abyssal Scepter is picked up. I definitely don't think Whoosh wants to go with it, although Teleport is coming out.
Yeah, Xiao is actually going to flash in, does get the Frozen Tomb as the ultimate comes down. Jie, though, is going to fall, and Xiaohu's going to pick it up.
So that's what they do instead. They just match the Teleport there. We'll see if anything happens in the mid lane in the meantime, however, because a kill for a turret would not be worth at this stage of the game. But they just respect MLXG so much. No one else is even there with the guy.
Yeah, Lamb's Spite
they back away.
is available. Double boomerang hits, and he's still aggressive.
I think a missed opportunity there. Condi probably should have rotated into the mid lane. Now maybe caught out Marta. Hit the wall with the end of the line, so nothing going to happen there.
MLXG dances over the top, says hello, and then heads straight back into his jungle.
But right now, RNG have every answer to Team WE. And honestly, a sloppy early game means that this is going to be
35 minutes, boys.
Famously big hole to climb out of to make it into the LPL final.
We'll see whether WE can do it. If there's a team that knows how to fall behind early but still win a game, it is this one. Mystic says, thank you for the mana. And look, they've got wave clear. You know, Time Winder from an AP Echo definitely deals with the minion wave very effectively. You know, bunch of stuff.
They still, as I said, their composition, fantastic. Their execution right now, abysmal.
Yeah, that's good news.
But is only 12 minutes into the game. We'll see whether they're able to catch up.
Well, 3,000 gold. Not too much, but it is very early. It's all about RNG, whether they can utilize this advantage to get more, as Mystic says, all right, I'll spell shield one of those bolts, and man, that still hurts.
All right, cool. So this is a little bit better of a lane assignment. Lissandra goes up against a Poppy. Maokai goes up against Echo. The reason that this is a little bit better is Poppy going to struggle to get on top of the Lissandra, and she's just going to wave clear against it. However, could potentially look for a knock-up here.
Yeah, gets the wall bang. Condi's in there with the ultimate. Qiao, nice use of his, but he's still going to be in trouble. Uses the Claw of Doom. Might actually be able to get out here. Doesn't have the flash. Needs to wait for the cooldown. He's also going the wrong direction there as the flash does come through. Q does a bit of damage, but Condi picks up the kill.
So they have to burn flash because all of a sudden there was so much pressure being placed on the mid lane that if they didn't, they would have lost out on a turret. And we've already mentioned the turret not worth the kill. So burns the summoner spell, gets the kill back. Marta takes a lot of damage actually on the back end of that trade, and that's probably diffusal of any siege in the mid lane.
Yeah, nice smite out of Condi there as well. Keeps the Raptors to himself. And Looper, 20 CS the lead, 30 CS the lead, sorry, for the Maokai. Very strong right now, does have himself Sunfire Cape, now Ninja Tabi completed as well. He's looking for some sick flanks in these team fights. Will be very, very difficult to deal with.
You have to admire the guts of RNG benching Name in a Game 5 of an LPL semi-final series.
Yeah.
Takes some guts from the coaching staff. I'm sure he's not happy about it, but it is a team game. And seeing Whoosh step onto the lineup and the turnaround that is in RNG, sometimes just any change is good change at this stage.
Yeah, something to make it feel different, make it feel like a fresh series. Definitely good when momentum isn't in your favor. Sated Barrow before 14 minutes for MLXG.
Yeah, that's what happens when you pick up 3 kills. Also grabbed the dragon for himself nice and early, and he's just been dancing around the jungle. But yeah, you're right, he's absolutely massive.
So big. 3-0-1 as well, and this is what we see from MLXG. He is often really quite far ahead. But can he translate it into a victory here for RNG? I mean, it was sort of the downfall, the fact that a lot of that money was on the Nidalee in that game. Earlier on, Game 3, I believe.
Yep, that was the turnaround. This time on Kindred, you feel he'll be much more useful as the game progresses.
Yeah.
Kindred, a linchpin of this composition, whereas Nidalee didn't really make sense in the last one. And you would think that if he plays Kindred this well, why the heck was Nidalee even in that game? As a flash ulti.
Yeah, going after Zero here, but uses the Monsoon, gets the heal, Eye of the Storm. And yeah, no, it's just not that easy to kill a Janna.
No, it certainly isn't. But you can see the idea is there. And maybe one more item, it will become a little bit easier. But this is what he needed to be doing on the LeBlanc as well. It looks like the coaching staff has had a stern talking to the RNG lineup.
At least the mid laner here. As you can see, 957 smacking down minions here towards the top side. 5-1. So it kills. Still definitely in favor of RNG, but you've mentioned WE's comp. This is a comp that looks burly, looks able to go toe-to-toe and really tricky.
Oh, you went a balmy Cinder.
Why is it sad? 957?
No. Keep looking down.
Oh, no. I didn't even want to think. Didn't want to think that that was the case.
So
GA, how could you?
This is going to be a mid lane tank Echo. As we already kind of mentioned, if anyone's going to play tank mid laners, it would be Qiao.
Yep.
Like the Nautilus.
No other convergence going to be used here. GA wanders down. Grabs himself a shield for a second. And moves on. MLXG now with the Sterix Gauge completed. That was like 2 long swords and a Ruby Crystal a few seconds ago. Big item purchase there. Grab himself the Rift Herald. Now moving towards what looks like the top side of the map. 957 dealing with Whoosh up here, as the tower is going to be the option from the Lucian. The extra autos coming in. RNG not going to push their luck with the Janna hanging around.
Well, it's not only that, it's just that double oh, you mean with the Janna around. It's double teleport out of RNG right now in the 2 side lanes versus Sivir being in the mid lane. So, honestly, it's Team WE that need to make sure that they're not pushing their luck.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, MLXG actually taking a bit of damage. Lamb's Spite, of course, there. In case anything
Here we go.
happens. Yeah, 957's made his way in. The Poppy getting the wall bang, but Mata now turning things around. Xiao doesn't find the Circle of Frost as the ultimate. Yeah, does get rid of the Lucian. And Looper's just like, I'm chilling, guys. This is cool.
Yeah, well, respecting MLXG's ulti. So not wanting to re-engage onto that, but they need to make sure that they don't lose another turret, this time in the mid lane. Looks like it will be successfully defended.
They're actually tanking it for quite some time here as MLXG uses his health bar a little bit, but not going to be able to grab it. Ran out of minions. And that was sort of a bit of a heads-up play, but haven't really achieved too much, as now it looks like Rapid Fire Cannon the next option here for MLXG. I actually like that, just because Hex Drinker not going to be as important against, you know, the tank Echo.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. I also think it gives them some siege potential in what is a fairly low-range competition.
RNG as well, able to steal away another blue buff. 30 CS now the lead here for Xiao as well, so my goodness. Starting to get stronger and stronger here in the mid lane.
Everyone's just ahead on the RNG lineup. This has been a pretty big whitewash so far.
Yeah.
But WE have strength in composition. See whether they can fight back. 4,500 gold isn't insurmountable. It is definitely
large.
Yeah, pretty massive.
Well, Whoosh grabs himself a Zeal. See what he decides to head towards, you know. Almost all of the Zeal items you can build on Lucian.
You can't build Hurricane.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good point. So only Hurricane that you can't build. I thought I was okay. More talking about the Rapid Fire Cannon, of course, Static Shiv, or the Phantom Dancer. All 3 options.
Or Trinity Force.
Yeah, I like Trinity Force. I've been convinced that he built it as MLXG. Throws down the Lance Respite. Now uses the flash after the heal comes in.
Who convinced you of that?
It was an Oceanic streamer who got very angry.
Okay.
That I built it.
Figured it out, yep. Oh, Mystic. Some trouble.
Yeah, there is the culling. Kind of about half health.
All of a sudden, they're collapsing one more time onto onto Qiao, sorry. 957 and Looper just fighting.
Yeah, Connie actually going to find Looper here as well. Looper might actually start being a bit worried. Throws down the ultimate for that fact. He's just going to keep wandering away. Ben from Maelstrom going to be procced. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. But GA on the bottom side of the map, he's going to die as well. They're going to trade tanks, because it is going to be Looper eventually falling down.
But look who's in a better position. Minion Wave already prepped. They're going to shove it into the turret, see what they can pick up here. Teleport is available for Qiao, so he is able to teleport into the mid lane to save that if he wants to. The Marta actually just tanks it up.
Yeah, Either Storm actually is going to help keep him alive. Yeah, heal. Because it gives the tower a little bit of extra damage.
So in the end, they don't wait for the creep wave. They try and brute force it. They would have definitely got it on the next one, by the way.
Yeah.
But better trade for WE. They're back within 3,500, 4,000 gold. Still a while.
Yeah, still, you know, it's relative throwing distance. 3.3, something like that. Not too bad as RNG looking for their third dragon. This is actually starting to become a big deal as Whoosh and MLX Shooter sitting in the back of the pit. They will be able to smite this one down.
You feel if the game goes for another 12 minutes after this, which is when the dragon would be available, that WE would be in a much better position to fight, although now 957. Does he have the flash available? Does not.
Winter's Bite has been thrown down. Another auto attack stunned him up. Very low on mana. Uses his last bit of it
out of the Echo.
Yeah. Condi's going to dash his way over as well. It's a 3v2. As Marta now going to get aggressed on GA, just going to pick up his Time Winder. RNG, the rest of them have moved over here though. Another culling to be eaten by Mystic. Almost takes the whole lot and they have to get out, but they at least save their top laner.
It looked like a free catch as well, so saving 957, definitely a good trade there. They do have to burn the teleport, so double teleport play now available for RNG if they so choose. But this tank Echo is starting to become a nuisance, Atlas.
Yeah, he's sort of frustrating.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's not doing much other than like just frustrating people, but he is that, I guess.
Looking for the positives. Found it. Whoosh actually going for the Phantom Dancer here. Like it a lot.
Why do you like Phantom Dancer? I hate Phantom Dancer on Lucian.
It's the same color as Essence Reaver, just looks better.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
As you know, League of Legends just wants to stop for a little bit, guys. It was because it hit 2-2-2-2.
Yeah, I think it was also baffled by the fact that I said that I only liked it for the colors. As here we are, we're playing catch up. We'll get in there.
Yeah, eventually. You know, just got to be patient with us sometimes, guys.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, I just prefer rapid fire cannon in pretty much every case.
Sun setting.
As Lucian. Looks like it.
Oh, could potentially be for one of these teams' hopes in the LPL.
Well, not potentially. Has to.
Well, you know.
It's a 5-game series.
Well, it's theoretically, you know, next year. But I guess there's tomorrow as well. That's a good point.
I think you also said this splits LPL, so...
All right. We're not feeling well, Spawn. Let's just move on. Never mind. Whoosh throws down another culling. That seems to be used when it's off cooldown, and Mystic seems to eat the majority of it, but unable to break open this turret. Mystic, of course, with a heck of a lot of wave clear. GA as well.
Yeah, so they've done a very good job of actually holding this one. Maybe a dive can come out, because they do have Maokai, who's gone pretty tanky at this stage, and Xiao Hu, who has the ultimate as well as Zhonya. Wouldn't put it past the team. Of course, diving Echo Janna, not the best idea, but I think they can pull it off with the composition right now. This is what I was talking about. They need to like kind of take some risks. 957, the target right now.
Yeah, charges the ultimate, but doesn't find anything at all. Spirit Visage completed as well as the Sunfire Cape. Would have taken a lot of killing as well.
Yeah, certainly would, but now they're in behind the turret, so they will finally be able to push in, you feel, for this one.
Qiao looking to try and get a claw in there.
Everyone converging one more time. 957 has ulti, checks for some flame forwards. There is one on top of the Dragon Pit.
Oh, okay, Qiao decides not to go in, but they do just manage to take down the turret. No fuss from WE.
And that's, once again, back to a pretty substantial gold lead. It's 5,000, 25 minutes in. So WE still respecting RNG, recognizing that they need to still play catch-up. MLXG is still absolutely massive, although lower level than Condi right now.
Yeah, it doesn't have as much farm either. Has sort of been helping out the team just a little bit more, but Rapid Fire Cannon as well as Steric's Gauge. That's a big hit. We'll see what he picks up next.
Yeah, Baron would fall very quickly with this composition. For Solution and Kindred. Another BF sword picked up for Whoosh.
Yeah, we'll see what that's going to go towards, whether it is going to be something like the Bloodthirst or whether he'll pick up the IE.
Yeah, I still like Bloodthirster just because, you know, 2 tanks. Needs to be durable, needs to be able to continue to brawl them.
Yeah,
Dance of Bloodthirster does make you kind of tanky.
It also means that, yeah, you just have the sustain and they don't have enough damage to be able to take you down quickly enough.
I don't know, Echo still might have enough damage to take you down quickly.
Abyssal Scepter is there, I guess.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a whole lot of armor just yet, though. Glacial Shroud now picked up by 957.
Once again, they're collapsing onto Qiao. But this time, don't pull the trigger on it. Recognizing it'll probably take too long to kill him. Don't want to give up something cross-map.
It's like, hang on, this is a waste of time. Being caught down here by RNG, though. They've got Soul Vision over this Baron area as Lupa throws down a sapling. Goes for it. Twistedly advances on top of this Echo.
Yeah, Echo doesn't really mind Lupa. You haven't got an Iceborne Gauntlet. You're going with the Frozen Heart build again, so don't know if you're going to win out on this one in the long run.
Yep, once again, phase dive from GA. Just throwing things at the tree.
Certainly is, but Lupa still has some wave clear, has a big mana pool, so they're going to be completely fine. These guys will brawl all day if we let them.
Yeah, nothing's really going to come of it. But they will at least remove minion waves, one after the other.
As actually, on the top side of the map, Condi and Whoosh bump into each other over a pink ward.
Slight scuffle, disagreement, possibly.
Lupa just walking through creeps.
Yep, just burns them to death. It's like, oh, don't even need to right-click anything. I just walk around here on the bottom side of the map.
Mystic actually goes back, picks himself up at the last Whisper, so very cognizant of the amount of armor that's being built up right now.
Yeah.
On this RNG lineup.
Whereas Whoosh,
and you feel like this next dragon, it's 10 seconds away. This will be a huge win for RNG if they're able to grab it. Wow, it's actually going to be a Black Cleaver picked up for the Kindred as well. So trying to help out Whoosh, who's going for IE, yeah, as you mentioned.
I love that. I actually really like that.
Really?
Yeah.
He has Fervor of Battle, is against tanks, and has no lifesteal. I really don't like it.
I just feel like you can move around the... Oh my goodness, Lupa right in amongst it here as Mystic falling down so low, but 957 with a fantastic ultimate. Xiaohu right in amongst the fight. Does get the Frozen Tomb in a great position, and Whoosh cleans up Mystic. They managed to take down Zero as well. That's the 2 picks they were wanting, and RNG ignore the dragon. They're looking for a tower.
Yeah, so in the end, a teleport out of Xiaohu on the very back end. We'll be able to pick up the duo bottom lane of WE, extend their gold lead even further. It's pretty much 7k now. MLXG will solo out this dragon. 4th for them, and book it in for about 34 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be it. So, 34 minutes, that is ideally, you know, before the 35-minute mark where WE just tend to get strong. Having a 5th dragon for that will be very important, but we'll see whether they can get anything else out of this one, as Xiaohu does have the Zhonya's Hourglass completed. Of course, we almost have the Black Cleaver as item number 4 for MLXG. The reason why I like it, of course, is because it's red. So are the rest of his items. Just suits it. Works very well. Also like the fact that you get the cooldown reduction so you can dance out of the way of people a little bit quicker, and the Rage passive so that you can avoid the Poppy and the Echo, who are going to be trying to destroy your face. So, you know, multiple reasons. I like Symbiosis.
I think more importantly, Whoosh has gone for an incredibly greedy build, and they need to get armor penetration from somewhere for him. So unfortunately, MLXG has to pick that up.
Bites the bullet.
Yep. Probably would have preferred to go either Lord Dominic's Regard or Mortal Reminder, but it is what it is, because as I was saying, like, Lucian is a 500 range 80 carry, and 957 Qiao will have no problem getting on top of him. If they do so in an uneven trade right now, say it's a 4v5 due to a good 957 ultimate, they'll just destroy him because he's not able to utilize any lifesteal. And Lucian utilizes lifesteal really well with how he can continue to relentlessly pursue around, and is relatively tanky in that regard if played well, and Whoosh is a good Lucian player. IE just doesn't give him that option.
We'll give him a lot of bang for his buck, I guess, if he gets an auto attack off, but I agree with you. Doesn't feel like the same standard thing that you'd see on the likes of Sivir. Even though Mystic, of course, opting into the armor penetration.
So Sivir goes IE because she takes Warlord's Bloodlust.
There's also the fact that, you know, you can hit the front line and kill the back line, right? You don't need to put yourself in a dangerous position as often as Silver. I feel like Lucian wants to be always right in amongst it.
Mortal Reminder picked up for Mystic.
Yeah, wow. He's really strong.
Mystic.
Yeah, the Mortal Reminder is just such a good idea against Kindred. That's crazy. Get all of that grievous wounds on everyone in a little circle.
Yep.
God. Synergy, man.
And we are about 31 minutes into this one, so 3 minutes until the next dragon is available.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
It's going to be number 5. WE probably need to pull the trigger before then on a play, because they're going to be 7,000 gold going into it otherwise.
Yeah, and we're sort of looking at the items that are coming in. I mean, we're waiting for an Infinity Edge. Void Staff, though, is completed here for Xiao as Woosh thinks that he may have found Condi. Culling comes down. Glacial Fissure's not actually going to be able to save his life there, but Item Blaze not quite enough. On the hunt has to be popped as 957 tanking for a very long time. Does use the ultimate out of Xiao to try and lock him down, but it's not exactly the target that they want.
Can keep going.
Yeah, now they're trying to get out of here. Qiao has made his way in.
And we mention this all the time, but Graves is deceptively tanky. He has himself the Phantom Dancer, as well as the Mora Malmortius, and they just can't chunk him out in time. And it means that the re-engage is very strong out of WE. And if you group up versus Poppy, Echo, as well as a Sivir, it's not going to be a great day.
Thankfully for RNG, they do recognize that and
Woosh
move
goes
away.
Bloodthirster.
Yeah, picks it
My
up
boy.
immediately. Yeah, and look, now we can go into the Last Whisper and he can cover up both of the bases that, you know, we were talking about before. That's fantastic. Just wanted the flat AD. Whoa. Hadn't seen Woosh for a while, you know. We didn't know what he was going to do. All sorts of crazy things may have happened. But Bloodthirster now giving him that little shield.
And I think this is absolutely massive because Echo and Poppy are both behind right now. Pretty much a full item, actually, from their counterparts. Although it's just a Blasting Rod and Distortion Boots for Xiao over Xie. But that just means that he's just going to be able to sit there and fight whoever dives onto him pretty much with impunity. It's a minute 30 until this dragon is available. Only 2 turrets picked up for Team WE. 3 picked up. The outer ring.
Yeah, it hasn't
Or
really
RNG.
been a turret-focused game, has it?
Yeah, really weirdly so. But you can see Dragon Timer a minute away.
33 minutes.
All right, so let's look at what we're looking for here. Probably looking for Lissandra as well as Maokai to want to teleport into this fight. On WE side, it's probably 957 that you want to be using the teleport, and you probably want GE to be there from the get-go. And if he ever escapes with a slither of health, then he can do that cheeky maneuver where he just ducks out to a side lane, goes back, teleports back in. You have to kill him like 3 times that way. Sivir, of course, doesn't have the Infinity Edge yet, is finally working towards it, but that is a big power, I guess, like a little bit of an unfortunate discrepancy there. Last Whisper just picked up from Woosh, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, made sure that he went back to get that very, very recently as well. As 957's making his way around. Parallel Convergence, not going to find anyone. Howling Gale soars through.
Inside track now for RNG. Actually not sending anyone back for a teleport, so it looks like they just want to brute force the dragon objective itself.
They do have a lot of damage on it, as well as a lot of vision control around here.
You're completely right. They need to go right now if you're WE. It's going to fall down.
Oh my goodness, Dragon number 5 is going to be locked down. WE not going to be able to grab it as Condi. Oh my goodness, yeah, Woosh is out of the fight as Mata. He's down very, very low. MLXG actually dancing around his ultimate. This is massive though because Mystic is doing so much work. Mata is going to fall as Woosh finally makes his way back in. Xie is going to fall down and my god, Lupa is so tanky. Woosh! What is this guy doing? Just dancing after everyone. The Sivir does make it to safety, but look at this Lucian. He's so big. 957 gets the wallbang. Xiao in trouble, but Woosh picks it up and he saves the team fight.
But it's an equal trade because of an awesome 957 ultimate getting Woosh out of it at the start. Aspect is on and the countdown begins. Can they turn it towards a Baron or something like that? But a good respite bought from WE on the back end of a fight.
Yeah, and Mystic was able to survive that one, but
that's
ricochet
a win for
damage
WE.
was crazy.
The reason that's a win for WE is because they are now starting to pick up big items. You see Giant's Belt, Sheen picked up, as well as what looks to be Hysterics for their jungler. IE is on its way for the Sivir, and they can shove the wave out and hopefully deny any penetration of the base. That means that maybe the best thing that RNG can do is just march it towards the Baron buff.
Well, we'll see whether they can make it work. On fire are 3 members of RNG. Now setting up for the vision. Mata is going to find out that this red buff is available. Condi's hanging around. Doesn't have vision in there, though. It is going to be the Lucian that picks that one up.
So it will be Baron, it looks like. MLXG does it so quickly. He's going for a Mortal Reminder as well. Actually, they just pull off it. They don't want to pull the trigger. And they know because of a cheeky ward outside of the pit.
Yeah.
So they're trying to bait it and use double teleports. Here we go.
Yeah, teleports are coming in, so WE having to play very carefully right now. The ultimate comes out from 957, but they found Condi. Mystics launched his way around, but Lupa able to create a wall here as Xiao ults himself up. Whoosh finally makes his way in as GA just dancing around, but to his death. And they pick up the mid laner and the support, and Condi... Oh my god, that was ballsy.
Yeah, Condi gets out, so that will be Baron going over to RNG. Well executed double teleport play. But it's still not the nail in the coffin, Atlas. This is so scary for both teams because we're getting towards a part of the game. Items no longer matter. The wave clear on WE's lineup, it's AD. Doesn't really care about a Baron buff either, but they do have enough gold to go back, pick up their last shop. The turret dive's a very real possibility now because Looper is huge. Xiao can follow him in there. And RNG very much in the driver's seat. 957 and the WE lineup, you can never really count them out.
Yep, and it's, 2 whole minutes past WE o'clock, which is, of course, 35 minutes. So we'll see whether they can actually hold on. Lupa collecting 3 siege minions here towards the top inner turret, so they will be able to take that one down.
IE picked up for the Sivir.
Oh my god. That is the classic amount of damage items that you want.
Because the scary thing is, right, is that RNG have a huge lead. They're going to go back. They're going to all be 6 items. They're 70,000 gold. That's pretty much when you start maxing out except for your support.
Yep.
However, it's still going to come to a team fight, you feel, because low-range 80 carries on MLXG and Whoosh, turret diving out of Looper and Xiao means that they'll either have to dive or they're going to go back to a 5th dragon situation where they once again pressure for that objective.
Yeah. And
the team fight that comes out of WE, if correctly executed, is just still bonkers silly good. And we've seen that time and time again. Whoosh is playing flawlessly, by the way. Fantastic substitution out of the coaching staff of RNG. Take a bow if they are, if they're to win this game. RNG's coaching staff are very much to do with it, and we've already spoken about their infrastructure.
Yeah, exactly.
But it just looks so nice so far. However, they're starting to funnel some farm into the lineup, pushing big creep waves in. It's 11,000 gold, but at 40 minutes doesn't really mean all that much.
No, Mystic still with a pink ward here as well, and they've made sure that they've got all of the defenses prepped.
1 minute 30 until Dragon, and they have complete control over the area.
Yeah, there is a lot of vision down, of course. Mata just setting up shop, saying, all right, you guys aren't coming past here. We're going to wait another minute 20. And then kill everyone.
And now Whoosh going for the IE, gets the culling out onto 0.
And 0 takes
not really much doing, although now dashes over the wall. Whoosh! Looking to make the plays.
Playing very aggressive, moving away from the Echo as well, making sure that he doesn't get ulted, especially not into a stun, which would be pretty ludicrous. Now RNG still moving up.
Once again, AoE wave clear. AD wave clear, however, negates a lot of Baron's power.
Yeah, as well as the fact that, they've got a Janna, the classic try and control everything.
Yeah, and good anti-dive. So we'll see whether it does come to that. 30 seconds now on Dragon.
Oh my god. I love that MLXG decided to pick up the LDR. Got a bit of red flavor in there. It's the perfect build. That's 6 items as well. The Kindred probably
Focus
the most
next.
important part.
Game number 5, Dragon number 5 coming up in 20 seconds.
It's a very good point, but we had time. And that is a 6-item Kindred. A bunch of work. It is Xiao back in base, though. They're waiting for the teleports. GA is going to have his very, very soon. Look at that massive minion wave towards the top side of the map. WE actually with a little bit of map control at this stage because that is a lot of creeps heading in there.
Teleport now coming out. Here we go.
Yeah, they're looking for it as RNG have turned
Got
around.
rid of Qiao.
Yeah, another massive ultimate is going to get rid of the Lissandra, but it's not the Lucian this time.
They need to go. It's too late.
Yeah, he's going to be taken down there as MLXG does grab the dragon. Now
Whoosh exhausted.
Everyone's burning. Whoosh throws in a massive culling though as Mystic is going to fall down. GA has to use his ultimate so defensively. Frozen Tomb coming in. It's a whitewash. And RNG are all over this WE lineup. Qiao uses the Zhonya's. That's the ace. Whoosh picks it up. 7-0-8 for this Lucian. What a beast, and they'll be going to the grand final.
And RNG prove that they are the worthwhile team. They'll break into the base. Aspect is still available. Whoosh dashes past, takes care of the creep line. Doesn't even matter. 40-second death timers. RNG now get to await who their opponent will be out of EDG and QG.
Yeah, and RNG, it was looking like it was going to be an easy fight, Spawn. Looking like after those first two games that WE didn't have it in them, it was so brilliant to see them come back for the final two. But this one, just too much out of this RNG squad. And whoosh, what a performance. Just sitting on the bench, must have been keeping something warm. Because, man, it's really hard to come into this high-pressure situation and instantly perform.
Yeah, completely agree. And not only that, the ability to be able to do exactly what your team needs. He gets an early advantage, then all of a sudden allows Marta to roam around, controls the pace of Mystic, who had been such a standout performance so far. So I think that they really, as you see them on the screen.
Yeah, some bows to come in for this semi-final victory. Look, MLXG, a lot of smiles on this RNG squad, but they look so relieved as well after that 5-game set.
Well, you have to feel relieved because WE, they just keep coming at you. And I have to give credit to WE just quickly as the losers, a team that were last this time last year. Just snuck into playoffs as 8, took EDG to 5 games. That was the start of the rebirth. But then they lost Spirit, their superstar jungler. All of a sudden, they pick up Condi, the guy from M3, and they're just able to continue this evolution. Now a fourth, fourth place team in the LPL. After a year, that is a huge turnaround for the organization, a fantastic rebuilding story. And they should be proud of taking this RNG team they came first in Group B to 5 games.
And there's also, you mentioned the fact that, that all this evolution, but it's also the standings-related stuff as well. I mean, this was a team that was basically last in the LPL throughout the whole last year. 2015 was not a WE year. Now, they're going to be facing off against the loser against QG and EDG. If they win that, that's 3rd place. That is still a very prestigious spot here in what is a massive league of the LPL.
Yeah, it certainly is. However, on the other side, you have to have a look at RNG, a team that had an absolute nightmare over 2015. They went through so many players. Like the King lineup, the Garmty lineup, the Royal lineup that got relegated, then into RNG. They kept the King squad together. Now everyone's just together, one big happy family. They have finally focused on bringing back their World Championship coaching staff.
Yep.
It certainly has turned around. A coaching decision probably won that game for them, bringing in Whoosh for Name, who wasn't having a great series, and just unlocked Marta one more time. And this lineup, just flanked by veterans and great superstar rookies alike, look like they're going to go all the way. And either against EDG or QG, you have to watch that. If you're EDG or QG, you're like, 5 games, they look like they're a bit sloppy. You watch game number 5, you're like, holy crap.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, this is Whoosh and just completely on a tear, but we'll see whether it is going to be Name that is going to continue to play. Because, this is the other question, because he's still a veteran. He may not have been feeling well, something like this. We don't necessarily know what's happening.
I'm not going to give him any excuses. No brown noodles for you today, Name.
Damn it.
So the thing is that it doesn't matter who plays Name or Whoosh, because I'm sure that the coaching staff is in the right position to make the call on the day of who they think is going to perform. So this is the thing you have to take at face value every single time a coach makes a decision, that they're making it in the best interest of the team and that they know their team better than anyone else. So right now, taking Name out was the right call. You saw that Whoosh stepped up. But if they start Name, it's because that they believe that their starting 5 right now is the right way, at least to kick off an LPL final. And when you get to a final, you got to make whatever call you want, because you're obviously pretty damn good at your job.
That's exactly right. You've made it to the big one, and that is the big deal, of course. So RNG are going to be through to the grand final, and we'll see how they are going to go against EDG or QG, two teams that have been incredibly dominant. Of course, QG earlier on, EDG following up throughout the end of the split, looking fantastic. We are going to have a look at the MVP. It is going to be Whoosh. No surprises there. What a beast on that Lucian.
7-0 and 8 off the bench for a game number 5. Get me in there, coach. I will not let my team lose like this. Was a starter for the first 7.5 weeks, however, came in. You know, to take a back seat, to let Name, a superstar of the LPL, fill your role, and then to come off the bench willingly in a Game 5 situation and put on a carry performance like that shows the maturity of this young player.
Yeah, and this is one of the most beautiful dives that we've seen as well. MLXG was able to take down Mystic at the beginning, but it's just the team play out of RNG throughout this whole game was really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was from start to finish. They were on top of WE this time around. Neutral objectives, kills, turret dives, all were there. So you have to really take your hat off to them because it was looking shaky. For two great games to start off the series, two pretty abysmal performances, but to pull it back like that is a classy effort.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that you said yourself that, you know, it wasn't necessarily looking like the team comp was, like, as far as stacking up against each other in that last game, WE definitely had the answers
But they did get the flanks. Like, that was the important thing. The vision control out of Marta ensured, even when they were ahead, that they were getting these fantastic flanks in the team fight. The reason that's important against Poppy especially is if Poppy is able to get rid of both your flankers at the same time, it's horrible. Whereas it was only either Qiao or Looper that was getting kicked out, and that meant that there was enough CC to tie them up. The other person would arrive in time, and they would put out that damage to finish up the fight. So once again, you can like team comps as much as you want, but if you can't execute them, it means nothing.
Yeah.
And they had one win condition. Lissandra, Maokai, both great flanking teleport users, and both Xiaohu and Looper were on point for that game 5.
Yeah, they most certainly were, and I'm really glad that Looper actually stepped up here as well on the Maokai, because I was trying my best to find somewhere to get Looper in here, because this is a man that has improved so incredibly much.
Improved from being a world champion.
No. Over the year.
Oh, no, we figured it out, by the way.
Okay.
Have you not heard the theory?
No, what's the theory?
So we saw Looper the first time in 2014 Worlds.
Yes.
2013 Worlds. Poor performance. 2014, superstar player. 2015,
Are we playing the evens and odds game? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, this is what we're doing. So we can only play good once every 2 years. So this year, Looper's year.
Okay.
Proskauer and I figured that out together.
So 2018, that could be like the full final form of Looper.
Potentially.
Oh my goodness.
But, you know, you're exactly right. Disappointing 2015.
Yeah, but a fantastic 2016. As far as if we're talking about the whole encompassing split so far.
You know, he's shown us games on Quinn. He's shown us game on Maokai. He can play anything from carry top laners to tanky top laners. His teleports are back on point now that he has Marta back on his team.
Yeah.
Who's another player that's having a much better season this time around. So I just think that RNG as a whole are showing that they're gelling really well as a team.
Yeah, and I was actually always very confused about RNG, just how MLXG was going to fit with the control of Marta, with the fact that, you know, he does need to control Looper around the map, but there's the fact that MLXG is, like, often completely hot-headed and doing crazy things off on his own.
You've watched Andy play the game before, right?
Yeah, but
the Rengar Lee Sin dude. Yeah, like, I understand that people.
He does it in a controlled manner.
He absolutely does not. Go watch the old Dandy games. His Rengar was berserk. Like, Dandy's a very aggressive jungler when he has his
so it just works then.
So it's MLXG is just like aggressive Dandy all the time. So I think that's how Marta actually thrives in League of Legends.
Well, it must be what's working here for RNG.
Yeah, because he's an aggressive support himself. Marta hates playing off the back foot. So I think that is actually one of the bonuses. I was never questioning how MLXG would fit in with Marta. Maybe the one thing you can say is, like, how do they work out the language problems? But when it's kill the jungler, seems to be pretty easy to do.
Makes it relatively fine. And of course, the only other one that we're talking about as far as meshing with the team, of course, Looper and Marta have played with each other. It's Xiaohu, the man that sort of had phenomenal early performances in this series and then sort of
he had
struggled a little bit. He was sort of like, a bit of the sine graph. And how are we feeling at the end of this, talking about moving in up against the likes of Pawn, up against potentially Dade, Doinby, I don't know who we're going to get out of QG, but a powerful mid laner.
I'm waiting for Uzi mid, by the way. That's what I'm waiting for.
My God.
But no, so I think that Xiaohu on his best day is as good as those mid laners. I think maybe Pawn you have to put up there with a little bit classier, but I think that Xiaohu is a good player. It's just that he is way too inconsistent right now. He, as I said, to be a good player, he's not great, he's a good player, and be the weakest link on your team, has got its benefits, but also its advantages. So we'll see whether it's exactly how it's going on, but it's just unfortunate for Qiao that he can't keep that consistent high-level play.
Yeah.
Because game 1 and game 2, it was very impressive.
It was super impressive. And then, found the answer to the LeBlanc there, and it might mean that he just needs a little bit more guidance as far as how he's going to be playing out some of these situations. And he is also an incredibly young player. This is a guy that came in
I think the rest of them
very fresh.
Influences Qiao too much. Is actually my take of him.
Okay.
Like, Pawn will play well, regardless how the rest of the map goes, or he'll feed himself regardless how the rest of the map goes. I think that Qiao plays well when his team is playing well, and he plays poor when his team is playing poor, and that's kind of like a barometer. You don't want to be a good player when your team is winning games. You want to be able to step up in those clutch situations. So that's just how I kind of see it. I also think that he's he's a better teleport user than people give him credit for, and I like to see him on teleport mid laners a little bit more because he does get stuck on control mage duty a little bit. I would like to see him be able to pick up the Lissandra a little bit more and be able to influence the map because he has very good rotations.
I think you're exactly right, actually, because I feel like when he's playing on one of these champions that does have like the likes of Exhaust, the likes of Ignite, things like that, and we saw that from his LeBlanc, he gets so focused on killing his lane opponent because he doesn't have that summoner to get around the map, doesn't think that he can quickly attack some of the other lanes.
But even game 1, he was like up in the top lane, making things happen and was able to swing back around to the other lane. So I do think that there is more strings to his bow, but as I said, it's the inconsistency that kind of kills you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are just going to be chilling out here just for a moment. Sorry, no. Qiao, it was me just while you were talking. And it was I felt like I should have been miming you.
We were getting the reactionary shots. Come on.
That's what it was. I was glancing back a little bit, just trying to keep my eye on you, sort something out. But ladies and gentlemen, massive congratulations to RNG. They played brilliantly in the last game. And of course, WE, I just want to throw a congratulations to them too, because this is a team that could easily take our 3rd place. And what an evolution.
Yeah, it certainly is a good news story. Just quickly before we go over to the break, I want to touch on the next series. I don't get to cast it, but EDG versus QG. This is going to be exciting, Atlas, because EDG has shown for the last 2 years in the LPL that they are the team to beat. But QG is a team that promoted in last summer and has looked fantastic. So second crack at it, second final, 100% there for the team. A little bit of differences in the mid laner, but this is going to be completely massive.
Yeah, completely ridiculous. And of course, there's so many different things you can talk about as well because of the Dade Pawn thing. Did you want to have a little bit of a conversation about it?
No, I'm fine. No, absolutely good.
All right, no worries. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a relatively long break, actually. Unfortunately, it is going to be an hour long until our next best of 5 series, but QG are going to be taking on EDG right after that. Maybe go grab a drink, but make sure you're back in time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart, and joining me for this second best of 5 series tonight is going to be Indiana Frost Crew in black, and we're taking over from Atlas and Jake from here on out. And this is going to be the final semi-final for the LPL here. It's going to be EDG taking on Qiao. But before that, we just saw a 5-game slugfest in the previous best of 5 finals. What were your thoughts on that, Frost Crew?
I mean, really, it came down to, Jake said it best, the fact that WE should be very proud of the strides that they've made as their organization, starting from kind of a bottom-tier LPL team last year and moving into quite a contestant, namely on the back of the likes of Condi. But fantastic job from RNG and MLXG if we're talking about junglers, especially, stepping up on the Kindred in that last game. Well,
congratulations to RNG for advancing into the finals of the spring split of the LPL. Unfortunately, Team WE will not be advancing to the grand finals. They'll be playing for the 3rd and 4th placing match against the losers of this game, which is coming up, which will be EDG taking on Qiao.
Yeah, and again, reminder that WE will still get to play tomorrow, as we do have, like you said, the 3rd and the 4th place match. So we'll see who moves on to face Royal Never Gives Up in that final game for the LPL title. And reminder, likewise, WE, they had a fantastic run, rebuilding their organization from the ground up. RNG, this is the best that Starhorn Royal Club, whatever iteration you want to remember them as, have ever done in the regular LPL split. Well,
let's talk a little bit more about this game. EDG taking on Qiao. It really feels like EDG and Qiao, they've had very contrasting stories coming into LPL. Qiao had a very good start to the split. EDG finished the split very strong. What are your thoughts on this matchup? What can we see between these two teams?
It's about identifying first and foremost kind of what the narratives are for these two teams over the course of the season. Now, both of them, since their creation into the LPL, have been dominant forces or very high-standing forces. QG, obviously, the newer team, kind of the young blood, if you will, whereas EDG have dismantled most of the old dynasties in the LPL and kind of taken their rightful spot as the LPL premier team or the flagship organization that everyone tries to find. So EDG, they were kind of riding their 2016 season off of their 2015 results and expectations, but not quite meeting them. They're a slow-to-adjust team. They take a long time to hit patches and to find their stride, but once they do, it's devastating. So no surprise to see them kind of slow tramp over the course of the season before returning to the 2015 MSI champions that we expected them to be in 2016. On the other hand, QG kind of historically fumble a little bit or burn out when that last stretch really counts going to playoffs, and it looks like this is going to be no different. They did get a relatively high seed due to their strong start, but we'll see if that's enough to bypass because they have to go through EDG if they want to take that final.
And it really feels like the MSI buff, is paying off. EDG definitely playing well to late after this split. They're definitely going to have to definitely be able to take it to Qiao tonight. It feels in this best of 5 series. You know, they're no longer playing Athena or Fire Lolly mixing up into their lineup. But on the side of Qiao, their mid lane is a little bit of a concern here because we're not sure it's going to be Doinby, most likely going to be Mortrid being played today. It's going to be an interesting match.
We do have confirmation. It is 100% not Dade. Dade will not be playing for Qiao. Likewise, Qiao will lose bans. So that needs to be understood when we go into Champion Select, and it should be Mortrid for Game 1 starting for QG. So no Dade. It's either Mortrid or Boracel as the rotating mid laners.
And you'd have to think, because Qiao did have an announcement today saying that Mortrid had a hand injury coming into this match, and that's why they wanted to try and field Dade coming into this game. If he's going to be playing with a hand injury, that's going to affect their performance, you would feel, a little bit in this best of 5 series.
I think more so concerning, obviously you have to take in all these external factors, but more so concerning is that the best iteration of QG that we've ever seen is going to be with Doinby. It has been all split. I mean, you can kind of make comparisons between Uzi and Pekko and who's going to be the stronger AD carry there, but they looked more comfortable with Uzi. Uzi's a direct lane upgrade in terms of Pekko versus Uzi, but they need Doinby in that mid lane if we're going to see the best performance, and it's just an uphill climb against the likes of EDG with Mortrid or Boracel in your mid.
Yep, so we'll have to see how this one pans out between the two teams for now. So we're going to have to see what happens here, but unfortunately, that is a surprise. We just got an announcement here. Unfortunately, Qiao's mid laner cannot be here for today's match, so they're going to have to forfeit this best of 5 series. That is a big surprise coming from the lineup. EDG win this match 3-0.
Okay, so just to clarify, we had two semifinals, two best of 5 scheduled today. The first semifinal was going to be Team WE versus RNG. RNG took that spot in a 3-2 victory, have now moved on to the finals. Qiao QG are unable to field a mid laner, so they will be forfeiting their best of 5. EDG win 3-0. The LPL finals will be EDG versus RNG.
That's right. So these two teams will be advancing on to the grand finals. And let's talk about that a little bit. EDG, they're going to be now advancing to the grand finals. Let's talk a little bit about how they're going to be playing against RNG here, because they were the second seed, or the first seed here in the LPL, now playing against RNG, the second seed, so to speak. Sorry, the first seed as well, coming in from their group. This should be a pretty good grand final between the two.
Well, the exciting thing is the fact that RNG and EDG are currently split in their records. Again, because they were in the same group, Group B, they face each other twice over the course of the LPL. And you have to remember that RNG beat EDG at, I believe, week 1. But the thing was, or the caveat there, was that EDG were fielding Fire Lily, like you said, these rotating rosters, and they kind of mowed over EDG. Second time around, Clearlove has returned. Pawn was playing. Much different story for EDG versus RNG, and EDG managed to capitalize on that one. So in my personal opinion, that does mean that EDG should be the favorite going into this, just because with the true MSI roster, they looked like the stronger iteration and the stronger lineup. But RNG looked phenomenal in their WE series.
They sure did. And in that series against Team W, it really felt like there were times where Team W would fight back, and you saw RNG mix it up a little bit in the bottom lane as well. They threw in Name there to begin with. They put Whoosh in afterwards. Both of them playing very different playstyles. So Whoosh got an MVP performance there in his final game too. You have to think that it's going to be a question between these AD carries in the final game as well.
Oh, well, Spawn made a fantastic point that it was really the coaching decisions that comes down to say, Name's not performing the series. We need to sub and pull in Wushin. In terms of who's going to start, both of them have very different styles that they bring to the team. I will say that I think Mata looks more comfortable with Wushin. Naturally, the team has more experience with Wushin as their starting AD carry. They played about 7.5 weeks with him. Name, though, just kind of brings that veteran status, that 1%. It's kind of like the Uzi factor that we talk about all the time. You have a player of such high regard and so much experience that he's able to pull out these miracle plays and really turn tides of games, which Name showed for RNG when I think they started him the first time.
He certainly did. And RNG, after their great win today in that first best of 5 series, they're going to have to be able to put up that same performance against EDG in about 2 days' time, I believe, or a couple of days' time, when they face up against this Giants. The Giants have been resurging form here in the LPL so far. This matchup, we've said this time and time again. I'm sounding like a broken record now. It's going to be massive here. But are there any matchups in particular between these two teams that we have to look at?
It's Clearlove versus MLXG. That's
two?
the big thing, yeah. So we talk about, the rising talent in the jungle pool in China in particular. Both of them are Chinese junglers. Clearlove, obviously, the long-standing veteran jungler of the scene. MLXG looked very rough last year, but showed peaking potential, very aggressive, almost Loveling-esque, if you want to go back to kind of OMG or historic dynasty junglers. This idea that he's constantly going to invade you, that the strategy and the mentality is that if I beat you on the 1v1, then that means anytime I gank your lanes and it turns into an even matchup, I'm automatically ahead because your jungler is behind. And that's worked so well in tandem with Mata, really being able to kind of curb that aggression. Rusty does this great explanation where Mata is like the brain of everything, or like the body, and they're all just like different body parts. And she's the sword, effectively. He's just another tool.
To be fair, Rusty has the best explanations and analogies for everything when it comes to League of Legends. But we're going to take a look at the schedule coming up here. Unfortunately, the second best of 5 series tonight, Qiao taking on EDG, will not be played here. EDG win by default 3-0 as Qiao unable to field a mid laner, and as such, they will be playing tomorrow against Team WE, who had a good best of 5 series against Team RNG earlier today, but were not able to pull it ahead. They lost that series 3-2. And the grand finals will be RNG taking on Team EDG.
And congratulations, I can't say this enough, to Royal Never Gives Up, one of the strongest LPL splits that they've ever had. We'll see if they can take it all the way for the finals. Again, there's going to be our schedules for today, because Qiao can't field a mid laner. It's going to be a 3-0 to EDG.
That's right. So we take a look at those two matches. Like Frosco mentioned, EDG do pick up a win 3-0. Unfortunately for Qiao, were not able to field their mid laner. Mortra did have that injured hand, so that could have been a factor to why they were unable to play today. And earlier on in the day, we also saw RNG. They took on Team WE, and that was a slugfest of a best-of-5 series. A barren turnaround to keep them alive in that best-of-5 series coming in from Team WE. A fight all the way to the 5th and final game, but it was eventually still RNG that came out on top.
No, yeah, I completely agree. More importantly is going to be what happens for the match tomorrow. Will Qiao Gu be able to field a mid laner appropriately against Team WE? What does that lineup and matchup look like? They're very different stylistic teams. If we think if Qiao Gu shows up in form, that's going to be a 5v5 team. They struggle with the early game. They kind of stall out into mid-late game team fighting. Their snowballing has been a bit inconsistent, but against the likes of Team WE, a very slow, very methodical, kind of calculated team coming out of the LPL, I think they match up in very interesting and unique ways.
So let's talk about the first match that we'll be seeing here, which is going to be Qiao Gu. They're going to have to play against Team WE tomorrow.
Yep.
So this will be the third and fourth placing match. The one thing I want to really highlight here is Qiao Gu. They were unable to field a mid laner today, and that's why they were not able to win and not able to play this best of 5 series.
Just break it
How's
down like
Simone
this by
gonna go out?
playstyle. You have Swift versus Condi is going to be a big featured matchup. Again, we were talking about MLXG versus Clearlove in the final. That's 2 fantastic junglers. Swift, obviously a great performing jungler. I think you can almost put him up with the likes of, it's interesting. He's kind of like MLXG in that he's incredibly aggressive, whereas Condi is a bit more versatile, a bit closer to Clearlove, but still definitely has that edge of aggression for him. Condi and MLXG, of course, the most notable standout Chinese junglers who are kind of up and coming, so that's going to be key there. And like you said, that mid lane matchup, if it's Mortrid, if it's Boracel against the likes of Qiao has kind of been very hit or miss. I feel like he either sits at like a B tier mid laner, but has the capability to spike to an S tier mid laner at any point.
And that's going to be one of the matchups we're going to have to look at as well, because Sia, he's going to be playing in the mid lane, most likely for Team W, or almost 100% chance for him playing. But Qiao Gu, their mid lane is a huge question right now. Probably not going to be Doinby. Dade, highly unlikely as we see what happened today. Mortrid now with an injured hand. That's probably going to most likely be Boracel coming in for Qiao Gu. You have to think in this matchup for Team WE.
If it is Boracel, we also have to remember that QG have experience with this mid laner.
Yep.
It was their former LSPL mid laner before he was replaced by Doinby over the course of that season. So it's not like it's a complete foreign out of left field. I believe Mortrid's been sitting on the bench for them for about 1.5 years. So also experience there. We jokingly refer to Mortrid now as the red side Corki player because both games that he played for QG, he played, they subbed him in. They did red side sub and Mortrid plays Corki. They sub out for Boracel when they get blue side, and then he gets Corki again on red side. He had a good opening performance. He does have LPL experience, so not completely foreign there.
And I got to cast that game as well when Boracel was being played by Qiao Gu. And, you know, he had a very shaky start in all the games that he's played so far for Qiao Gu. But
he's just not
played okay, I would feel.
He's just not a playmaker. He never...
he's not Doinby, so to speak.
Yeah, Doinby... I mean... The nice thing about QG is that all of them are playmakers. Like, that was kind of the identity of the team, even more, who dies quite a bit. But the thing is it's because he'll throw his face in it. They'll all press their buttons. They all go crazy. They all have that 1%, which is why you have a team of relatively unknown players in the context of the LPL who have some of the biggest names in League of Legends. I mean, you're talking about, like, Marn, Clearlove, Pawn, Deft, Imp. You know, like, all of these crazy superstars. And it's like, oh, who is on QG? Swift? Okay, I know that one. Okay, I know Uzi. Okay, I really don't know any of those other players. I think I remember more from LMQ, maybe. V, who's that guy? Doinby, he was a streamer, I think.
Who's Pecco?
Exactly, but they find, Pecco, Fish, Event, like, Quiet, Avenger. They have this collection of kind of like this ragtag crew, and it just came together and made such great expectations, but it's because they're an S-tier team and not necessarily an S-tier roster.
Well, let's look at their opponents. Well, we touched very briefly on Team WE before this, and
it's the same thing for actually W, if you think about the narrative.
That feels like the same thing.
B-tier talent that creates an S-tier team just because of how it cohesively works together. And again, a lot of development on the talent. Zero's definitely stepped up and has been performing well. Condi is a standout jungler. Qiao and Mystic kind of bounce between B-tier, S-tier. And even 957, the brand new top laner from Solo Q, has been standing out. So their style is incredibly unique for the LPL. I never thought that we'd have another really slow-paced team or slow-paced team. I think last year it was mostly kind of Vici standing, but Vici was still a bit more methodical with their leads than Team WE. Team WE seems to have like this, they swing. That's the only way I can describe. I know Spawn really likes them. He'll probably do them a lot more credit, but
Atlas likes them a lot as well. He
saw
the Rammus come out on 957 up in the top lane. That made him incredibly happy when I was playing in the LPL. But you know, Team WE, for me, the way that when I watch them play, the way that I feel like they play as a team is more like they cover each other very well. So if somebody makes a mistake, the rest of the maps goes, okay, this is how we need to get, this is what we have to do to get back into the game. We have to cover the weakness of our team. That's how I feel when I watch them play. It really feels like they're a tight-knit team that work together towards their games. There's no one superstar that stands out?
I think it's more fair to say that everyone on that team understands their responsibility and their role in the dynamic very well. This idea that, okay, we have standard lane phase, it elongates a little bit, but eventually we're just going to kick Mystic out into a side lane. He's going to farm up to 3 items, and then we're going to look for a team fight there. They have very strong and, what's the word? Expected champion pools. Like, we know that Mystic is a big Ezreal player, that he's probably going to look that direction. We know that 957 is going to play a tank enabler. And it's not just really defined by the meta, it's defined by, like, 957, he will always be the flank initiator in their team. And Condi will always be, like, the carry jungler that makes the crazy plays late game, whether he's on, like, a Lee Sin, a Kindred, in Italy. Qiao is always going to be that really stable, roaming rock force. And so I think that's what makes Team WE such a great team, is that they have a very clear identity and understanding about how they're all working together and where they're going.
So that is going to be the matchup that takes place tomorrow. Qiao will be playing against Team WE, and that will be the 3rd and 4th place matchup here in the LPL playoffs. Unfortunately, like we mentioned earlier, Qiao were unable to field a mid laner here today against Team EDG, and thus will not be playing in this Best of 5 series. As such, Team EDG have won that matchup 3-0, and they're going to be advancing into the finals. So let's go a little bit deeper into the finals here. EDG, we've talked about this a lot, but EDG here, going into the finals against RNG. What can we see here? Because we see the two teams in the 3rd and 4th place, there are no superstars on the team, just all work together to create an S-tier team.
Do you want
what
my
about
prediction or do you want my breakdown?
Let's give both.
Okay, I think EDG are going to win. I've thought EDG were going to win for a very long time. And the reason why we continually say that EDG have been the best team or the premier team in the LPL is that they get to pick where and how they beat you. With such a talented, stacked roster, Clearlove and Mako as kind of the spine of EDG get to say, okay, we're going to feed Pawn this game. We're going to feed Koro this game. Okay, this time around we're going to give Deft all of the kills. And that it's so much flexibility and so much power for a team that it's not just, like a snake situation where Flandre is our primary carry. So chances are either Flandre or Crystal is going to go off, and that's how it'll work. And then you have to translate that into the individual talents and the ceilings of their roster. So Deft is probably playing the best of his career right now. He is a top 80 carry in the world, probably in the league. You might be able to contest them against Imp right now. These two, the Samsung brothers, are performing out of their mind. Pawn's still relatively hit or miss, but he has shown the ability that Pawn just does crazy things. It's that 1%. Koro, probably not the highest peak ceiling. He's going to be a bit more of kind of a role player or a meta player, but can still show that he can pick the Aurelia, that he can come out with the Echo. Top laners are empowered on the 6.6 meta.
Yep.
EDG have a very clear understanding of this. Even Clearlove is taking out like the Kindred and the Nidalee and drawing bans that direction and going back to more of that dark carnivore Clearlove style. So that's why EDG are the most feared team, and that's why they're the strongest team. That's why they continue to be the best team despite wherever they stand in the rankings, or despite having a faulting or a falter in 2015 for a summer playoff. That's effectively, like, if you look at the timeline of EDG, it's a single dip in performance. Otherwise, they've been the top tier team forever. You invite them to any tournament and they win it domestically.
So that really sums up EDG. RNG, on the other hand, they've had an impressive split. They had a short run at IEM as well, where they used that time period to adapt and bring all the information they've learned into the LPL as well. What can we expect from them, or what do they have to do to take this game to EDG?
RNG, we used to call them the battle ward team because it used to be about laying down deep vision early on, pinks, roaming squad between MLXG as well as Mata, and then they would pick strong individual lanes, so just winning 1v1 lane matchups, place deep wards in enemy jungle, and then they would contest you over that ward, and because they had this strong individual 1v1 matchups, they would get the superior collapse, skirmish, beat you, snowball from there. And they still do that incredibly effectively. But if you think about EDG have one of the longest lane timers, or we calculate this by looking at their first tower average, and EDG do not take first tower very quickly. So they elongate their lane phase. And the reason why they do that is if you look at their draft phase, the other thing they really prioritize is 1v1 matchups. They can lane swap, but they know that their players are so talented, and they know, or at least they've publicly said, that we have the best jungler in the LPL. So if we just take standard lanes and just prolong the lane phase, it forces Clearlove into a 1v1 against the other jungler. They have the highest dragon control in the LPL, and they just beat you through organically through the lanes and organically through the jungle. So if you think, RNG want to set up a skirmish style. They want to rely on getting superior 1v1s. They want to beat and collapse in your jungle. Against the likes of EDG, they're a perfect suited team to pretty much kick you in the teeth if you attempt to do that. Like, stylistically, I think it's disastrous for RNG.
So we'll have to see in a few days' time if RNG can somehow not get kicked in the teeth by EDG here. As, you know, that contrast in playstyle not going to help them out so well.
I mean, it would literally come down to who's ever going to mechanically outplay each other. Like if Mata gets a massive outplay or if MLXG gets a massive outplay.
So let's talk about that jungle matchup really quickly though. Okay, just because MLXG against Clearlove, Duck like Clearlove, which one we're going to see this time around?
Against MLXG, it's definitely going to be the Dark Clearlove. He's going to go off.
He's definitely going to try and do that. Well, that's all from us here today. Unfortunately, like we mentioned, EDG not going to be playing that second best of 5 series, but on behalf of Frost Good, myself, Atlas, and Spawn, and the entire production crew, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.